Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Hey, pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style was disgusting, it's whack.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said,
It's time.
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride it like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card. Backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land willing to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a poo face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean that. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah. We should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And on this Season 6, Episode 25, Part 3, continuation in Part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in Season 6, Episode 25, Part 3 continuation part 1 of the Frontline Black News, and that is Move. Move in Philadelphia was bombed today, some 41 years later. CHUD the Bussy accidentally shoots himself after allegedly shooting an unarmed black man in Nashville. Controlling what images you choose to see. Hundreds of thousands lost SNAP benefits on May 1st. The real reason neither party wants to pay reparations. The convicted suspects in the Foolio case Cries in court. Supreme Court delivers fatal blow to Democrats in Alabama. Blaccs call out Hakeem, Jeffries, and Congressional Black Caucus. Astra Taylor on AI data center resistance and fighting billionaire big tech agenda. And what I've been trying to get to for the longest, illegal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get a news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Salute, Val. Thank you for tapping in. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And it's also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard, rather. And we'll be doing a Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase on Friday, so make sure y'all stay tapped for that. Make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2. Make sure y'all sub to that. So just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. Then we got my main channel, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. Make sure y'all sub to that so y'all be updated on what's happening here in Denver politics and Aurora politics. This is the Denver City Council, the Aurora City Council, the Denver community events, Black events, and community meetings, etc. That's what we stream on that channel. Then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on YouTube on that channel. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, which I do apologize. She was supposed to do the RBA today, but she's going to push that back. She'll probably do it right after I do the Frontline Black News. But in the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to her platform anyway. She should be doing an RBA sometime today, this evening, or tomorrow. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette One. Make sure you sub to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. Then we got our cousin or Lokes throughout the Bay Area, Jay Militant, Fairfield, San Francisco to be exact. And his channel is What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Then we got our brother out the Mile High, Kukizi 5100, out the Bell side, Mount Bello. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. And then we got our brother Breeze Omega, who's out of Virginia by way of New York. Make sure y'all sub to his channel, Breeze Omega, on YouTube. Then we got he just surpassed 1,000 subscribers, so salute to Breeze. And sometimes he will be chopping it up with us over here. Then we got the Church of Black Power, brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. And he's from Watts, exactly Jordan Downs, and is now in Houston, Texas. And he just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. I think he's almost at 4,000 subscribers, so salute to Church. He shows us love, so we show him love back. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a minute, at least a decade now. And he is at like 77,000 subscribers, so let's get him to 80,000. And Torian Rain Reloaded put Lisa Cabrera on, so salute to Torian for that. So make sure y'all check him out. He drops heavy content as well. Then last but not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus, but did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to his channel is also in the description. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to submit your business to the Rolodex is also in the description. And yours truly is in the Rolodex for my political work. So make sure y'all check that out. And then we got cancel the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. The link to that petition is in the description. It's been long overdue. Congressional Black Caucus is useless. We need to replace it with a actual foundational Black American caucus that's going to do the bidding for foundational Black Americans. Then we got our sister Brooks call to action in New York. Make sure y'all submit those letters and those emails to the legislator out there so they can get that Freedmen'sboro off the ground and get to issuing out those direct lineage cash payments to direct descendants of freedmen, Foundation of Black Americans in New York. Then we got support Lady Chase GoFundMe. Her GoFundMe link is also in the description. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got my campaign, Support Me for House of Representatives in the state of Colorado for House District 8. The link to that website is in the description as well, and you can donate directly on the website. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is, excuse me, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly over a year ago, at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you are a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, master scholar, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who kicked open a door for Black psychology. Salute to her. May she rest in power. She would have been 90 as of a month ago, and she passed when she was 80 here in the state of Colorado. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, I'm going to hop right into it with Move. I guess Lady Chase going to be joining us in here in about 5 minutes. So Move, for those that don't remember or weren't around, this is 2 years before I was born. But in 1985, the Move organization. Oh shit, I'm sharing. Was bombed from the air by the government in that city. It's Democrats that did this. It was a Democratic government, Democratic mayor that allowed Move to be bombed from the air. So I'm going to play this clip from Vice. I don't get no damn copyright disclaimer in Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research.
There is a small war underway on a street in Philadelphia tonight.
There was gunshots, thousands of rounds of bullets from the police.
Police moved in with tear gas and water cannon.
They wanted to kill our children.
I had recommended to use an explosive entry device.
The house shook. Smoke was coming in, so we knew they dropped the bomb on us.
Police allowed the blaze to burn an hour and a half before calling in firefighters.
I don't care what they said. There was no justification for what they did.
They done burn up 2 blocks. Explain that.
I never imagined that the government would drop a bomb on a row house in Philadelphia.
It's an embarrassment to the city of Philadelphia.
My name is Ramona Africa, and I was there when the police dropped a bomb on me and my family May 13th of 1985 and killed 11 of my family members. I was there. I was born and raised in West Philadelphia. I went to Temple University and I was headed to law school. But after I met MOVE, I wanted to be a revolutionary. MOVE is a revolutionary organization founded by John Africa that believes in revolution, not in fighting and bloodshed, but true revolution.
I'm sorry. Happy birthday to you, Val. I didn't know today was your birthday. Happy birthday to you. And many, many more. Yeah, I pretty figured you remember MOVE. A lot of those that are in the Gen X and baby boomer generation would definitely remember. This is before I was born. This is 2 years before I was born, but I do remember hearing about it from the people that were older than me. But yeah, this is really bad what they did.
I joined MOVE in 1979. I was listening to what was happening with MOVE and could not believe that the cops were attacking MOVE the way they were.
Until today, there was a house in Philadelphia filled with people who for years confounded everybody. They called themselves MOVE and never said what that meant. They tried to live in the city as if it were the forest, ignoring modern plumbing, trash collection, or rat control. They offended the neighbors first and then the city, which ordered them out last year. Today, the city went to move them.
As firemen crawled forward with a water hose, shots rang out.
The MOVE 9 were 9 of our sisters and brothers who were arrested unlawfully for the murder of a police officer and given a 30 to 100 year sentence.
Last December, 9 MOVE members went on trial for the death of Officer Ramp.
Everybody knew that MOVE did not kill a cop because MOVE was in the basement. Officer James Ramp was standing up on street level, and the media said he was shot on a downward angle. So there's no way that MOVE could have shot him.
They wear their hair in dreadlocks because they reject combs as symbols of industrialization, which their back to nature philosophy opposes. Their basic goal is to overthrow the present system of government, which they consider to be corrupt.
People thought MOVE was crazy at that time because of the media.
They spew out obscenities when they talk.
Terrible language.
Rizzo said that he wanted MOVE out of Philadelphia.
It's amazing that this group has been running loose now for a half a dozen, couple, 3, 4 years that I know of, and they should have been in prison many, many months ago.
We moved into Osage Avenue because that was our headquarters. It was warm and loving. There was children there. We would take them to the park. That was mainly our day. Some people said we was on the loudspeaker day and night, every day. That was just a lie, probably promulgated by the police along with the media. We were getting along with our neighbors and nothing was going on. That's why we were surprised and shocked when hundreds of cops invaded our area trying to throw MOVE out of our home. And this was on Sunday, Mother's Day.
There is a small war underway on a street in Philadelphia tonight. It has been going on all day between hundreds of Philadelphia police and a bizarre back-to-nature group called MOVE.
Nothing happened all day, but that night, Gregor Sambor, the police commissioner, got on a loudspeaker and said, "Attention, MOVE, this is America. You had 15 minutes to come out." Well, obviously we didn't come out because we knew they wanted to kill us. They didn't want to arrest us. They could have done that anytime.
It was shortly before 6 a.m. when police moved in with tear gas and water cannon to evict members of the extremist group MOVE.
When we were in the basement for a while, we didn't feel anything. And then the water started coming down on us. I mean, rushing down on us.
What we intended to do was to create a diversion on the roof of the MOVE compound.
It was hard to breathe. Our children were soaking wet. And then they started with the tear gas.
Tear gas started coming in. We got the blankets and they was wet, and then we put them over our heads and started laying down.
They blew a hole in the house to the left of us to try to come through it to come after us.
What we wanted them to do was to come out of the front of 6221 Osage and surrender.
We tried to get out after that. We tried to bring the kids out and we shot back into the house.
A gun battle erupted.
They shot over 10,000 bullets. So that was their intent, to kill everybody in that house.
I don't think that they should kill the people and their babies. They should find another solution.
After that, that's when the silence was. It was a long interval of silence, and we didn't know what they were doing. We felt comfortable for a minute. And then the bomb was dropped. The house shook. It shook. And then we start feeling the heat and the smoke, which we knew wasn't tear gas. We knew there was a fire in the house. We heard the crackling of the trees that was in back of Osage.
The night skies over West Philadelphia, bright with flames. As many as 60 buildings may be on fire.
I was told, and I saw newspaper issues about people yelling to the firefighters to put the fire out. Why wasn't they putting the fire out?
They dropped the bomb on the house to take care of one MOVE family. One MOVE out, they done burn up 2 blocks. Explain that.
It was all in the newspaper that Sambor told the fire commissioner to let the fire burn.
The fire burned for an hour and a half before police called in firefighters. Tonight, it is unknown exactly how many MOVE members may have escaped the blaze, or how many, perhaps, were trapped inside.
We all decided we was coming out, and we were bringing the children out of the house and hollering to the police, "We're coming out, we're bringing the children out." And their response was gunshots. Birdie was right behind me. So when I decided to come out, I grabbed him. And that's how we both got out of that house, that blazing inferno. Police grabbed me and arrested me and put handcuffs on my arms, even though I was burnt. And they grabbed Birdie and put him in a police van and took him away. I never saw him again. In the hospital, I was looking for the rest of my family to come in, and nobody came in behind me. And that's when I knew some of my family, at least, were dead.
Philadelphia police this morning continue searching for more bodies in the burned rubble of a West Philadelphia neighborhood.
One by one, more bodies of MOVE members were found in the rubble of their fortress home. The toll now higher than most had expected.
5 children and 6 adults. Nobody was ever arrested for the murder of my family. Nobody went to jail but me. I was arrested. I was the only one put on trial for arson, conspiracy, everything that they did. They charged me with. The jury found me guilty. I was sentenced to 16 months to 7 years. So I did the whole 7 years. I haven't been back to Osage Avenue since May 13th of 85. It was 61 or so houses burnt. It was damaged to the core. The people that lived on there took a while to come back Some of them never came back.
City taxpayers spent $33 million to rebuild the houses.
The homes that was rebuilt, they had sinking foundations, they got leaky roofs, the electricity was messed up. They looked like project houses. Today, I still have the burn scars from May 13th of 85. And some people have told me you should get cosmetic surgery. They can take that off. And I'm saying, why would I want to take it off? I want to be reminded. Our significance today is the consistent example of move. Keep fighting no matter what, because people can look at move and say, I don't want to be in jail for 30 or 40 years. I don't want to die. I don't want to have a bomb dropped on me. But the thing is, you can die any day of the week in this country being killed by police. People ought to take the lesson from Move and stand up for what is right. As long as we can fight, we're going to fight.
That is so fucked up. All right, there's Lady Shay. Greetings, Lady Shay. You're on mute.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on a second.
It smells like chemicals to me.
I heard you, yes. I heard you.
Yes, we can hear you. Greetings, Lady Shay. I just played a clip from Vice about the move getting bombed 41 years ago.
From ICE, cuz?
Move.
Yeah, I know, but you just said you... Yes, I heard you.
Right,
Okay, go ahead. Carry on.
Yeah. So on this day in 1985, Philadelphia Police Department dropped a bomb onto a residential home occupied by the MOVE organization. The fire department let the fire burn. The fire department let the fire burn out of control, destroying 61 homes over 2 city blocks. 11 people died, including 6 children. So this is what it looked like when they bombed it from the air. Mind you, this happened under a Democratic establishment, Democratic mayor, Democratic city council, all of that. This is the MOVE people right here. MOVE was a Black liberation group that encompasses philosophies of Black nationalism, anarcho-feminism, and animal rights. Anarcho-feminism and animal rights. The group was formed in 1972 by John Africa, Vincent Lampert, Leapart, a native of West Philly and a veteran of the Korean War. So they were that scared of them that they had to bomb their whole home from the air. It's a damn shame. Everybody's shouting you out, Lady Shay. They say, hey, Lady Shay.
What's up, people? It's the only chance I get to do a show. Picking up a whole week, so I'm in here right now to see what we're talking about. Because I'm not going to be able to do one because here we are.
You'll be able to do one.
Taking up every available piece of space because it's like ridiculous. Anyway, move along. Hey, I see everybody. I don't really see you. I'm on the phone. So I don't know who's talking to me, but I see you.
So it's Sister Val's birthday. So I wish her a happy birthday. We got Fresh in the building. Salute, Fresh.
Yeah, go ahead. Carry on with the topic so we can, carry on.
You heard her say some people didn't come back to Osage Avenue. Yep. I believe it. I wouldn't have came back either. Like, that's ridiculous. That was beyond traumatic what they had to go through. So I don't blame them. I do not blame them at all. All right, so I'm going to move on to the next topic. And that is CHUD the Bussy accidentally shoots himself after allegedly shooting an unarmed black man in Nashville. So I got 2 clips for this. The first one's from Street Media TV and the other one's from Uncle Phil. So we will never forget Move. That's
This is wrong that I'm recording this.
Any blood on him?
Look at his arm, his left
Yeah,
arm.
he got it in the arm.
This is wrong that I'm recording this.
Who is this guy? He's some kind of guy that goes around, makes videos.
He goes around and he's like really racist.
Well, we're getting the news now that CHUD the builder, Pow the brother. And I'm using the term brother because y'all know what I mean, because they like to play this word play and come after the videos. So he Pow the brother, right? And we're hearing that he either got grazed in the arm, he did it himself, or I don't know if the brother did it. All the speculation that right now, all the news hasn't come out. But I posted a video earlier today talking about this, saying that Homeland Security was on his top. He had the FBI investigating him. They was all trying to find out and figure out what was, what was he about, who's funding him, why are you out here doing this in the first place? Who are you, CHUD? Right? So all of this stuff has been going on, and like I said, these platforms need to be held accountable as well, because he's been able to do this on these platforms, and he was doing this for a long time. Before he really went into the national spotlight, he was doing this for some time, and he was able to get away with this, right? He was going falling down by the shadows, like nobody was really talking about this. And at some point, this started going viral, right? It's funny how it's going viral right now under this administration. It's going viral, and people are being more bold. They're saying a whole bunch of stuff that they normally wouldn't say. This whole thing is getting ugly and crazy, right? So now he said that this is how it will end, right? Where a brother will eventually get Pow. And man, I don't know, man. I don't know. Check this out.
He said, walk away from me. I walked away from him. He came back up to me. He literally said, I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in. He said, you start saying all that. He hit me, started wailing on me. Even after I had to defend myself, he was still wailing on me.
Where's your weapon at?
They have everything.
What weapon is that right there?
I believe that's it. Is that yours?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's talking to him right now. Oh, no, you guys are good. Do your thing. Okay. He has a graze. I call it a graze to the left arm. He has a slight abrasion right here on his head. Maybe some scrapes. Light headedness. No shortness of breath. No issues with memory that I know of. Okay. Hey, what's up with that
one? A little overwhelmed, but.
What's up with this one? You got a shot to the stomach. I'm gonna look at it real quick, okay? Grab go grab me a 4x4. 4x4? Yeah, this is just something I can put on it.
All right.
It's not actually bleeding or heavy or anything. But
thank you. No damage to the muscle or something? I don't even want to look at it.
You go get your camera and start taking pictures and with the weapon there.
Man, I just pray that dude's gonna be all right.
Yes, sir.
I tried to walk away from him.
That was just the point of just making sure everybody's, both you and me,
dude, this is what happens when people are rich people are saying you'll get rich if you.
Now the whole thing is on May 7th, he posted this series finale, unalive champ on the payment, and you primates rioting when I walk free. Stay tuned. So he already basically spoke this into existence, that this was going to happen. This is what CHUD did, right? Because we remember when CHUD had this this encounter with this black man a couple days ago.
I'm right here. You're in the middle of the road. You're in the middle of the crosswalk.
Why are you walking away? Why are you walking away? Why are you walking away? Nobody's scared. Why are you walking away? I'm doing so. Chimping out. Hey, get back in your car. Get back in your car. Look at his ass. Look at him. Look at his dumb ass. You probably like that, wouldn't you?
August 3rd.
Wouldn't you like that? Look at this pimping out. Everybody look at this pimping out. I swear to God. I swear to God. You're not swearing to the God I serve. Hey, come to my, welcome to my car again. Do me. Welcome again. Now, for me, I believe that the Nashville Police Department should be held accountable. They also should be held accountable for this because they done nothing. They sat by and watched this happen. He maced the kid. He was allegedly had maced a female. There were situations where that could have got real ugly, where he threatened to pull out his firearm and pow, and he was doing all kinds of stuff that was on camera, and he had all kinds of encounters with the police, things that could have really escalated into what it turned into. Now we see him being hauled off. We saw the black man being hauled off, but we know that, like I said, like he's talking to the EMTs and the police, so he's giving statements. So he's not hurt that bad, but it should have never escalated this far, right? He went into somebody. Now, this is the thing. Yeah. Imagine George. Imagine me going into another ethnic group's community, calling them all kinds of slurs. How fast would the police haul me up out of there?
Right.
Even if I get out of there alive. But he gets to do this and put it on camera and post it and have encounters with police. Who gets in trouble for this? Right? But who gets in trouble for this?
They're all publicly saying, if y'all assault this guy, we'll make you rich.
You got a pair of shears on you?
I don't.
I'll cut the sleeve off.
All right, I'll get one. Yeah, we'll try that.
Well, let's see. We'll give me a pair of clothing shears. Okay, see if they got a pair in their bag over there. I'm gonna cut the rest of your coat here and take the sleeve off of it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
I can walk, sir.
All right, sir. So he's got a graze right there. Looks like comes in, goes out right there.
It's cutting the circulation off.
Yeah, that's what the
tourniquet on
there.
Here you go, buddy.
It's controlled right now. Yeah. I don't know what it was before. The officers put this on, so we didn't.
Okay.
Corporal abused it.
You know what time you placed it?
Not the exact time.
It's been a while.
It's been 15 minutes.
We probably
15.
lose here just a second.
Yeah. We get a pressure dressing on it. Yeah.
And we'll take it off of you, all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's not. It went through.
Yeah. It's in and out.
It's not great.
He's gonna be okay.
There's actual penetrating entry.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, coming in and out. That's great. Grace,
Okay.
Good.
About that time.
10 minutes.
10 minutes ago. What's your name, sir?
Dalton.
Dalton.
Heatherly.
The Minister Society
Heatherly.
Yes, sir.
EATH.
Yes, sir. ERLY.
LY. Do you take any medicines, Dalton?
No, sir.
All right. Are you allergic to any medicine?
No.
Okay.
I know it hurts, hon. Can I just pull your arm out just slightly?
Yeah, do you think?
Okay.
Was it a through and
There,
through,
you're good.
Joe?
You can relax it.
See it. Yeah. All right, now let's see what we got going on.
Self or
Well, you
did it graze it?
you penetrated, yeah.
We get this
I
wrapped
got more
up,
4x4
we'll
for you,
take it
too. Skill one.
Super early.
Go ahead. Are you going to be the one that's going to the villa?
Oh, I wish he'd have just walked away, man.
10-4.
Let's see if he has pulse socks on it. See if it has flow. If it's not tight enough,
Are you going out to Maine?
Yeah, which is Maine. Okay. Where'd you get it? I got it from what's it called? I got it. What's that? That's fine. We use the one on the monitor. Mr. Dalton, how old are you, sir?
28.
28. You said no meds. Are you allergic to anything?
No.
All right. You don't take anything. On a scale of 1 out of 10 right now, what's your level of discomfort?
It's probably a 6.
Now, I'll say this, America, you're on the clock. You sitting here watching this. I saw a video yesterday where there was another W trying to emulate CHUD, right? And he ended up getting assaulted, right? This is the thing. We're hearing that he allegedly CHUD pow himself, right? You know, it was a in and out clean pow, right? And I have to use those words for for those of you out there that may say, why he keeps saying that? Because you can't just be direct, man. You know, they come after the video. Y'all know they took one down already when I'm reporting on a guy that's using hate speech, right? But the thing is, you guys are on the clock, America.
Yeah.
Because you see that this is alarming. This is something that's happening. Now, could we go out and go into communities and do these things? He's going to look for Black people to do this.
Mm-hmm.
He's creating the issues. He's creating the tension. So I hope that Black guy that got, you know, that this happened to, because again, CHUD walked up to him and found him and initiated the action. I hope that guy doesn't have threatening injuries that could be threatening to unaliving him. I hope that he'll be fine. He'll be okay. As for CHUD, this is what comes with the stuff that you do.
Yep.
Right. And it's going to get worse. And like I said, Nashville PD should be on the clock, man. There should be some answers. They should have to answer to something. How could this go so long? Like, at what point you say freedom of speech, but at what point are you infringing on the rights and the civil rights of Black Americans?
Right. And freedom of speech.
When does that come into question? Or at this point, we don't have civil rights anymore? They could just come around here and go and walk up to us and antagonize us and just under the guise of it's just a word. Huh? Y'all gotta let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comments.
Subscribe to Frontline Black News. Yeah, freedom of speech don't mean freedom from consequences. Bisco's gonna keep effing around and finding out. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this first video?
For 28, he looks like an old bastard. My thoughts for real, it was bound to happen. I mean, the fact is that he can't even set himself up for a clean charge. Like, he's gonna go to jail, like, for real, because the intent is there. Doesn't matter what he says or what he does, the intent is there. And how did that happen? Was it because he was trying to shoot somebody and they wrestled the gun out of there? He shot himself in the arm. Like, come on, cuz this is stupid. And he's over there sitting there chopping up. They're chopping it up with him. There's no consequences for this dude. So, like, the only consequence is us, you know, beating that ass.
Yep.
He said, don't react. Okay, well, fine. You know, like, that's one thing, not reaction, but we're in a different time. So, we're in a different season. So, if we don't let other motherfuckers call us out our race, he should be getting the pass. He should get what everybody else has been getting all fucking season.
Right.
Which is a quick slap in the motherfucking mouth and a beatdown. That's exactly what happens all fucking season long. We're in a new age, a new season. You can't just say that shit to us. Now you get to say whatever, and just goes around and does shit randomly and no motherfucking consequence. The consequence is a slap in the motherfucking mouth and the fucking ancestral ass whooping. That's the consequence for calling us out our race and fucking whatever else. That's a consequence. But nobody did the consequence because why? Because he got a gun. It ain't never stopped nobody before.
Right.
It ain't never stopped nobody before. Let's see about how many times the motherfucking ass whooping has occurred and that motherfucker has been armed. Many. Okay, so it ain't never stopped nobody before. That's the consequence. That's the consequence for saying it. You know what I mean? I mean, if we've been going so hard in the paint all fucking season, this is the one we just go, well, let's just take a step back now and let's just Let's just not react because that's what they want us to do. They just want us to react. And, we got a gun. They ain't never stopped nobody before, man. This pussy footy pick and choose and shit. No, man, it's not. The consequence is the slap in the mouth and the ass whooping. That's the consequence for calling a motherfucker out their race. And since he wants to add extra shit, then that's extra ass whooping that he needs to take repetitively until he gets a form of understanding. That is the consequence for him saying that. Us to say, no, don't do it, don't react to him. No, the reaction is like any other brother. It's like quiet, wow. Next thing you know, I forgot the floor and ask what was happening. That's usually what happens.
Right.
But we're not doing that. Now we're asking questions and shit. Fuck all that, cuz it's too much talking. Just look, he's doing whatever he's doing to be salacious. And he obviously means what he says. Because he can continuously go into places and disrespect black people. Okay? So since that's the way it is, and I don't know what's going on, if somebody got some fear or some shit sent to them, but that's not how it's supposed to be. We're in a new age, new day and time, and the fucking time is now where nobody's supposed to be saying that shit. They're not qualified. They're not okay. It's not okay, right? These motherfuckers are making money off of black fucking pain, shame, death, all that shit. You know what I mean? And the end, this is making money. Them dudes making money. That these little video setups that are happening, somebody following them around with a camera capturing the shit.
Yep.
So you gotta pay somebody, cuz he's not holding the camera by himself.
Right.
On some of these videos. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he's sitting there looking like a whole fucking simp on a fucking gurney while he's sitting there talking with his little arm bandaged up. Oh, he got a little flesh wound from his own pistol. Oh, we should do something. He keeps adding money to that because he's doing fucking racist shit. There's money behind racist shit. That's all I have to say about that. But it has to come to an end sooner or later. And there's enough right here for a motherfucking hate crime. And even a fucking an insinuation of a hate crime. He could get it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Done.
This is the alleged victim that he shot at before he shot himself in the arm. So clearly a brother that he shot. So yeah, like Cow Dog was saying, he needs to be charged with premeditation. This is clearly premeditated. And they should charge him with attempted murder at this point, at the very least.
Where's the film for this encounter? Right? He's always filming all these little stupid encounters. Where's the film for this one? You see what I'm saying? Right. It's all I'm feeding into it, man. Put his motherfucking ass already and call it good. See what I'm saying? So it's beyond frustrating to decipher what is real, what is it with this motherfucker. Motherfucker clearly doesn't know how to stop saying, calling us the N word, hard R, and saying other shit with it. So then it's obviously clear that he needs the ass whooping.
Yep.
Because they're not going to put him in jail. Simple justice, man. Simple justice.
Well, that's why we're going to apply the pressure to that punk ass DA and that punk ass sheriff.
For what?
What is the DA's name?
For what? You got to put him in jail? Why? Just beat his ass. I don't ever go to jail. Beat his ass. I'm advocating for beat his ass.
He's definitely going to jail, Lady Che. But this damn punk ass DA, he needs to get the business. Glenn R. Funk, he needs that work. And that punk ass DA in Clarksville that keep allowing this shit. Robert Nash, he needs to get that business too. And this is another reason why we need an anti-black hate crime bill. And then, like Street Media said, he then emboldened these other Nabiscos to do the same shit. So we got to make an example out of punk ass Dalton Earthly, aka CHUD the Bussy.
I just move his ass. All this other shit is fucking beyond upset. It's not gonna stop raising the white supremacy there for sure. Carry on.
Shout out to Tariq for posting this on his Twitter page. All right, let me get to the next video. Uncle Phil's gonna give us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it happened. CHUD the Builder got into an incident. Now, you know this guy, CHUD the Builder, better known as Dalton Earthly. This particular guy has been running around on live stream on several platforms, walking up to black people and using the N-word. And then he would pepper spray if they try to approach him or whatever. He was trying basically provoking black people in what he was doing while carrying a firearm.
Exactly.
Which anyone knows that in a lot of states,
like Pac said,
yes, you have freedom of speech, but when you carrying that firearm, you can't sit up here, provoke someone, and then want to pull some sort of weapon on them saying, oh, I'm defending myself. That's not the way that works. So this particular guy has been running around on Kick. I think Kick has been allowing him to stay on there, right? And any platform that would platform this guy, you know, black people, the different organizations need to kind of look at these platforms and say, hey, you know, I mean, I think maybe some sort of lawsuits need to happen because you letting this mess go on your platform. Yeah. Kick, you allowing that?
Yes.
Okay, but you got black people that stream on that platform. Now, once again, this guy, just a few days ago, when we looked into this, got in trouble with the law, disorderly conduct, didn't pay his bill at a restaurant. He got arrested, but he was outside of a courthouse and he started with black people again. Brother come up to him. So let's go ahead on and just kind of look at the article and look into that this guy may be facing some criminal charges. Talking about this CHUD the Builder guy. Now, this is out of Nashville. It's CHUD the Builder detained after Clarksville courthouse shooting, days after the other arrest. So they said that, you know, look at this mugshot. They say 2 men were injured. They say in a shooting outside of Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville Wednesday afternoon, including social media personality Dalton Earthly, better known as CHUD the Builder. As it comes days after Early was arrested due to an incident in Nashville restaurant led to disorderly conduct and theft charges. The deputies say with the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office and officers of the Clarksville Police Department responded around 1:20 p.m. on May 13th to reports of gunfire outside the courthouse and said 2 Millennium Plaza. So he carrying guns outside the courthouse. The investigators said the shooting may have stemmed from a physical altercation between 2 adult men. It said it escalated into an exchange of gunfire. I say 1 man was taken to Vanderbilt of Clarksville Hospital for treatment, while the other one was flown life flight to Vanderbilt University Medical Center in Nashville. As the authorities said, both were listed in stable condition Wednesday evening. Now, the Tennessee District Attorney's Office identified one of the men involved as Earthly, who operates underneath the online name CHUD the Builder. They said that they've not said who fired the shots. They said whether both men were armed or any charges may be filed. Okay, and then there's the other article here. It's a update man who instigated race disputes involving shooting. So they talking about that here. Same thing, just kind of going over it. They said that the district attorney Robert Nash said told Clarksville now that Early was one who opened fire. Early appears to have shot himself in the arm in the process. I mean, sound like he don't know what he's doing. He's shooting himself, right? I thought he was supposed to be shooting somebody else. Dummy. They say responding deputies took both men into custody. They said Early was taken. Of course, you know, we went to the hospital. DA said stating they're reviewing the facts of investigation by law enforcement to determine formal criminal charges. So the courthouse was locked down when the shooting took place. Okay, of course, they're thanking the police and all that. So that's his little mug shot right there. You know, he's been getting attention on social media using racial slurs toward black people. Talking about he had posted out, defend my life with lethal force, do not approach me with intent to threaten bodily harm, and then series finale on a dead chimp on the pavement and you monkeys riding when I walk free. Stay tuned. I mean, that's things that he's making, right? Now, here's the thing. Now, I want to look at this before we talk. Now, I asked about Tennessee law. If you carry a firearm and provoke someone with racial slurs, is that a crime? That's why I asked, you know, put in the Gemini. So Google Gemini was saying underneath Tennessee law, simply carrying a firearm and shouting racial slur is not a standalone criminal offense because the First Amendment protects for speech. However, doing so wipes away legal self-defense protections and immediately triggers several criminal charges if the confrontation escalates, which he records himself saying these things. Number 1, loss of stand your ground self-defense rights. If a shooter uses a racial slur to provoke a fight, they cannot legally claim self-defense or invoke Tennessee's stand your ground law. The provocation rule. Under Tennessee Code 39-11-611, the use of force is explicitly not justified if the person using force provoked the other individual's use of unlawful force. It's a duty to retreat. A person who provokes a confrontation, loses the right to stand their ground and has an absolute duty to complete withdrawal from the encounter before they can attempt to claim any form of self-defense. Now, according to what we know so far, he's in trouble. Talking about CHUD. Applicable criminal charges say while hate speech alone is not a crime, using racial slurs to actively incite a public fight or intimidate someone falls under multiple Tennessee criminal statutes. Disorderly conduct, or directing insults or fighting words at a person in the public space, inherently likely to provoke an immediate violent reaction is a Class C misdemeanor. Civil rights intimidation. If the slurs are coupled with physical gestures, a display firearm or verbal threats meant to injure or coerce someone based on race, it escalates to a Class D felony. The 2025 misdemeanor hate crime enhancements under Tennessee laws. If an individual commits a misdemeanor like simple assault, disorderly conduct that is proven to be motivated by racial bias, which everything this guy do is racial bias. I mean, we've seen his videos. Prosecutors can apply a bias motivation enhancement to increase the jail time and penalties. Number 3, reckless endangerment, aggravated assault. If individual introduced a firearm into a verbal confrontation they started, the act of drawing, pointing, or firing a weapon shifts the legal burden because the provocation makes the firearm use unjustified. The shooter faces charges of aggravated assault, a Class C felony, or attempted murder, regardless of who threw the first punch. If you're tracking a specific case, would you like to know about how bail conditions affect prior offenses or how prosecutors prove intent? So as you can see that CHUD's in trouble, and he brought that on himself. You know, that hee ha ha, they calling black people racial slurs, bro. We got laws against that. And even some white folks like, all right, man, you're doing too much. You're taking it too far. You know, and look, he's all over the news, the national news, for what had happened. So guess what happened when he gets to jail? You think them guys are not gonna find out what's going on, who he is? So let him go in jail and sit up there and say the same thing without that mace and that tool he carrying with him. Let's see the live stream from the jail. Let his cameraman go in there and be with him and let him go tell them brothers in there the N-word. I promise you, he's gonna be quiet as a mouse in there. He not like, oh man, I was just joking. It's gonna be all jokes or whatever the case may be. That guy was not tough. He was looking for that, and he got what he was looking for. He lucky it wasn't one of them street brothers, because the street brothers that don't mind going to jail, boy, he would. But see, the idiot, he ended up shooting himself. The idiot. And see, let me tell y'all something. You white supremacists, something. Like, that's all the guy kept saying was the N-word, saying, oh, they chimping out. Just saying the same thing. Couldn't even come up with nothing new, nothing witty, nothing. Like, do you realize, y'all, some of the white supremacists, you're losers. Like nobody aspired to be you. Nobody likes you. You have to literally look at CHUD. CHUD didn't like black people, but yet he needed black people to get attention. If he wanted to just talk to his own people, he could. But no one cared about him until he had to go harass black people to get attention. And on top of that, the weirdo running around here saying the N-word, but yeah, do y'all know, and I seen the video, he had a black woman up here pegging his behind. You know what pegging is. I ain't got to say no more than that. The black woman came out saying that's what she was doing to him. That's what he was into. So he had a black woman going up his bussy. And at the same time going out in the street harassing black people. Listen, white supremacists, nobody likes you. Nobody wants to be you. You're not funny. You're not inspiring. You're not anything. You're not. You're a scourge in society. Even though the white people can't really mess with you. Even if some of them agree with what you're saying, they can't mess with you openly because you were too reckless. You carrying a gun. And you know what? I think that cameraman should get some charges too, because he knew what he was going to do. He kept filming it, posting it. He knew what he was doing. I think the cameraman should be charged as well. Because, okay, if CHUD was out here actually committed unaliving, and you film it and you knew you didn't say nothing. You just say, hey, yeah, whoa, Bart, what you doing? Not saying nothing. You just filming it and streaming it. See, this is the era where I mean, there's always been people that have done this because I've been doing this, a long time. They always got people that's gonna do things for views, right? And I've seen them come and I've seen them go over the years. You have some most outlandish people that say any old thing for views. Now they're live streaming any old thing for views. They're literally selling their soul for views. Bruh. It's better to actually build a sustained media company and just do things the right way. It may take a little time, but just do it the right way. But see, he's not smart. He's an idiot. He definitely has a negative 180 on the IQ test. They love, because to them, they measure their so-called intelligence by a man-made test. So I guess I have to talk in their language. He has a negative 180 IQ, obviously, because a person with a high IQ would say, you know what? I may not like black people, but I keep walking up to black people doing this. I'm eventually going to have to get dealt with, or I'm going to go to jail, or I'm going to go to hell. Either or. So maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe he should just imitated Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was very racist. But Charlie Kirk didn't come out doing that. Why? Because Charlie Kirk was smart with it. And if anything, I mean, I'm just saying, if I had to be a racist, that would be the model I would take, the Charlie Kirk route. You don't say racial slurs. You don't say the mess CHUD was saying. You looking for a problem when that happens. But like I say, they're gonna charge him with something. They got to. And he in jail, yeah. Let's see what he gonna do when he in there. He gonna have to hurry up and run with the Aryans. He gonna have to. Cause if he out there just being a renegade like that and thinking he gonna and shoot, they gonna hear that about the pagan situation. So them Aryans gonna be running up in him too. Cause clearly that's what he likes. So he'll be a good place in jail. Weirdo. So lesson learned. White supremacy don't pay. Even if these platforms will let you do it like Kick, that's fine. It don't pay. It's dumb. It's stupid. We live in the modern times, and we got a whole lot of issues and problems in America. Black people isn't the problem. I promise you that.
And I said it better myself, Uncle Phil. Yeah, so the cameraman needs to be charged as an accomplice to murder, and them platforms that he was streaming on, they need to be charged as well. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
Yeah. I don't really care for dudes, so yeah, I guess. Whatever you said, yes. See, I would say, I don't care for cuz, so.
Yeah.
Cuz gay by a truck and I wouldn't shed no tears. Like, I care less about all that.
Okay.
Is he in jail now? No, jail free. So
yeah, he probably got out on bond.
It's just a waste of energy because I don't see why we're wasting our energy on it. And if he continues to do this, is like not. Like there's other things we should be focused on right now.
The reason why we're focused on it is
no, there's no reason. There is other things that are more important than this motherfucking white dude.
Lady Che.
What?
This example that's being set.
There's examples being set every day. They don't give a fuck. Why do we have to give a fuck what happened to this dude? You can go walk outside, get hit by a motherfucking truck. I won't say nothing. I'll just take my hand like, sad state of affairs and move on.
Okay, take your emotion. The logic says we need an anti-black, anti-FBA hate crime bill. And this
all right, so you're using it for that. Watch what happens.
That.
Carry on, because I don't want to talk about this dude like that. I hate this. It's stupid. He's a waste of fucking time and all these thoughts about suing everybody and everybody. It's just a waste. It's just like a distraction from what we're supposed to be doing.
A distraction from what, Lady Che?
What we're supposed to be doing. What kind of shit we're supposed to be doing? Can we just carry on with the next topic?
We still don't have an anti-black hate crime bill. That's the whole purpose of
Oh
this.
my God! This next topic. This is you have it. The thing about a crime bill, because is that if everybody really wanted one, they would have got together and built one and did one. Unlike myself, I have one worked on and haven't submitted it, but I did it right. So everybody says that we need this, we need this, we need this, but they have yet to do it, and they've had plenty of time to do it. You see what I'm saying? It didn't take very long for me to sit down and think about it. You know what I mean? And put it down, and not piece it all together. So it's like submittable. You see what I'm saying? It didn't take that long. So if everybody was serious about it, they would have got to it. I don't want to hear nothing because it's like years and years and years. We should do this, we should do that, we should do this, we should do that. Because if you were serious about it, you would have already done it. You see what I'm saying? What? And can you just what? You asked me a question, I answered it.
Lady Shay, get out of your emotions. Get back.
I'm not in my emotions, cuz I'm being very serious about it. If everybody was serious about this, we need that, they would have got up and did it.
Lady Shay, we don't know what we're doing in other states.
Okay, well, why are you worried about other states? Why aren't you outside worried about your own state? You are running for office, right?
Here, Lady Shay, if we have the legislation here, that's what we're focused on. We're doing that here.
Oh, you're not focused. I'm focused on it because I did it. See what I'm saying? I
started writing legislation for it.
Yes. But if you were serious, instead of everybody was serious, they would have done it instead of just keep talking about it. What?
I've already written legislation. I'm glad you
Oh,
finally
where is it then?
We're writing legislation, but I've
We're
already
talking about this. We're talking about crime bill because you said crime bill. I said crime bill. I'm working at crime bill. I can show it to you right now. That's how serious it is.
Yes.
Susan, where is that? When we're talking about that, if you wanted to have that done, they would have did it. If it was so serious, they would have got on it and did it. I know I did.
We're doing it
That's
here.
all I'm saying to you guys. Can we just move on, please? Thank you.
No, because you're
Can we move on, please? Jeffrey, please. Can we go on to the next topic? I don't mean to have an outburst, man. This shit just doesn't make sense to me. What we're talking about. We're not talking about what we need. We're talking about some fucking white dude who's going to continuously get away with shit.
It's not going to continuously get away with nothing. He got a rap sheet.
Obviously, he's been getting away with it for like 6-7 months, so he's going to continue to get rid of it. This is nothing new. This motherfucking dude has been doing this for months and months. What?
He has a whole rap sheet before all of this.
He's been doing this for months, and now you guys want to get serious about it?
Oh, God. He has a whole rap sheet, Lady Shay.
I know, but he's been doing this particular piece of that rap sheet for a long time, 6-7 months now. Now we want to get serious about it? Come on now, please.
Exactly, Fresh. We need a lineage crime bill for us, not a race crime bill.
Yes. I understand that lineage based. I got it. I understood it when he said it like fucking months ago. Years ago, actually. I have full understanding. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about CHUD the Builder, right? Thank you for moving the fucking goalposts.
You asked, why are we talking about him? I'm telling you why we're talking about him. You want to come?
I don't care why we're talking about him, dude. He's just a waste of fucking life. And he's a fucking distraction. It's a distraction. Don't you think we have more important things to be discussing?
What's more important than an anti-black, anti-FBA hate crime bill?
Again, like I said, if that was serious, you would have got up and did it. Everybody in the mother would have did it. If they were so serious about needing it, they would have did it, right?
It's already been done, Lady Che. It just needs to be submitted. What are you talking about? It's already done. It just needs to be submitted.
What are you talking about? Who needs to submit what, Jesse?
I'm talking about you. You keep talking about I wrote the bill.
Yes, me, not you. Me.
I wrote the bill.
Me.
But
you didn't participate in this little project that I got going on. You didn't participate in the little project that I got going on. Can we move along, please?
No.
What's the next topic? What is Professor Blacc talking about? Play. Press play.
You can leave. Because no.
Hit the play button, cuz. I want to hear what the next topic is.
Oh,
man.
God damn.
Just press play.
Why do you do this? I don't know why you come on this platform acting like this.
I'm not doing anything. I said let's go to the next topic. You don't keep dragging it out.
You would be like, stop rushing me. Stop
Let's
rushing.
just go to the next topic, Jesse. I don't want to talk about the stupid white dude anymore. I don't want to talk about what other people could have, should have, would have did.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about that. It's not important to me. We're in the present right now. In the present, shit is really happening.
Right now, this just happened right now. That's in the present right now.
That dude's been doing it for 6 months, and now everybody wants to be in an uproar. I'm not with it.
It's been like this.
He's been doing it for months, and everybody now wants to act brand new about it. He's been doing it for months.
Lady Chase. Lady Chase, stop talking. God damn. We went through the same thing with Kyle Shittenhouse. We went through the same thing with George Zimmerman. We went through the same thing with all of these white supremacists that have committed acts against our people. We still don't have an anti-Black hate crime bill at the national level. That's the whole point. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, let me move on. I'm being rushed. Controlling what images you choose to see. Human activity, entertainment. We're so easily entertained by bullshit.
I don't know. I'm not entertained. I don't know why you picked that topic, because that was not entertaining whatsoever. That was the waste of my fucking time. But now you got.
Stop talking, Lady Che. You're not gonna be doing this disrespectful shit on this platform. Now I'm gonna play the clip.
Fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. For the next couple of days, the morning briefings are going to deal with Black people taking control of our image. Today, we talk about controlling the images of Black people that you allow yourself to watch, and tomorrow we'll talk about Black people controlling the images of ourselves that we allow others to see. The Blacc Media's definition of mind control is to control your mind, and that begins with controlling what you let into it. When you decide to just watch any old thing, you're also allowing all these outside influences to take up residence in your head. It may not seem like that at the time that you're consuming such and such content.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But over time, if you take in enough of it, you'll find yourself saying and even doing some very odd things. What you devote your eyes to is also what you devote your mind to. Unless you're meditating or something, if you're looking at a thing, that is what you're thinking about. Never underestimate that fact. The enemy certainly doesn't. Black people in particular are notorious when it comes to oversampling white media entertainment. Oversampling means that you're overrepresented when it comes to who watches TV. Dr. John Henrik Clarke said that if there's anything you have an interest in, you're supposed to own it. If you like cars, you're supposed to own a car factory, or at the very least a dealership. If you like shoes, you're supposed to own a shoe company. And if you like TV and movies, then don't you think you ought to be the one making them? Drewski reignited the contentious discussion about the white media importing in foreign actors to portray FBA characters. The reason this happens is because the enemy owns TV and movie studios. That's how they're able to produce these insults to our intelligence. That's how they're able to flood the zone with so much propaganda. But who is watching these shows? A lot of Black Americans. That's who. You've no doubt heard the expression generational wealth. What also needs to be talked about is generational poverty, which in our case is largely induced upon us. Nobody becomes a billionaire without favorable government policy where they get all kinds of special treatment that ordinary wage earners will never get. But just as not enough people talk about generational poverty, there's also another form of dysfunction closely related to it that also needs to be discussed: generational programming. This happens inside the home. What you watch, what your kids are watching too, that's what counts as generational programming. And this is especially insidious and pernicious when it comes to so-called children's shows. You might want to actually sit down with your kids sometime, assuming that they actually let you see what it is that they watch. You might want to take a look at what it is that these kids are seeing, what kind of content your children are watching during the most impressionable period of their lives, what it is they watch over and over again during their formative years, because that's going to be the kind of thing that makes it where they live in denial of the system of anti-Black racism that they live under. They start to internalize these things because they've literally been watching it from birth. There's a reason why they call all that stuff on TV programming, because your brain is just like a computer, and white power seeks to rewrite your psychological software, to plant viruses in your mind, the whole nine. Now, we all know the white media is the devil, and the devil's always working. So when you look at the root, you see all of this stuff that they're pushing at you. They're recommending to you what kind of shows Black folks ought to watch. That's how you know you should avoid it. You see this sock puppet website pushing a number of TV shows at Black people, including one called Survival of the Thickest. And it's a very relevant case study in why it is that you need to be unplugging from all of this white media content, especially the stuff that has sock puppet Negroes being put in front of you. Now, for those of you fortunate enough not to know anything about it, Survival of the Thickest is a so-called comedy show about an obese woman who has a fashion label and is a stylist. Basically, it's fantasy wish fulfillment for the Shea Butter Shade Room crowd. This so-called comedy show was created by a woman named Michelle Buteau. And you won't be surprised to learn that she's an immigrant. She was born in Jersey, but her mother's Jamaican and her father is Haitian, so she's first-generation immigrant is what she is. And of course, this individual who none of us has ever heard of, she's been getting a big push from the white media. She's already been interviewed by Conan O'Brien and others, so that's how you know the fix is in. They take somebody you don't know, never heard of, and all of a sudden they're trying to make them prominent. Malcolm X told you about this playbook decades ago. This is how they operate. And because she comes from an immigrant background in particular, they make sure that they throw some praise on her, the hardworking immigrant trope. They have to throw in the line that her parents taught her their, quote, strict Caribbean and Catholic values. You know, that's interesting to me how whenever the white media reports on someone who's an immigrant, they always throw in a line like that. They take someone who fled and then try to make the culture and place they fled from seem like some sort of advantage. And yet these much ballyhooed Caribbean values weren't enough to keep both Jamaica and Haiti from becoming, well, places where literally everyone is fleeing. Before the white media or any of their surrogates go dragging out that old saw about how great this or that culture is, they need to look at whether that culture created a place that people are running to or a place that they tend to run from. And this Buteau woman also attended Florida International University. You know, the place where those racist white Latino students were threatening Black people's lives. This is where she graduated from. And this website reports on that like it's a plus. So this Buteau woman did what that other immigrant, Quinta Brunson, did before the white media gave her that Abbott Elementary show. It's about dressing up and cosplaying as a foundational Black American. And of course, they make sure to act out the most ridiculous hoochie mama stereotypes that they can. That's the job. Everything she does is a perverted distortion of foundational Black American culture, even the title of her show, using our slang, our verbiage to describe herself. Because they're lampooning foundational Black Americans. This is what the white media set them up to do. This is all meant to be a joke at our expense. And of course, there's more. Buteau brags about how her so-called comedy advocates for marginalized groups. There's one of those words you look out for. And yet when this website talks about who these groups she's advocating are, it talks about LGBT people.
Are you ready? Can you two Black Judi Denches wrap this up?
And allyship. Now, there's another term that we need to eliminate from our vocabulary, allies. And what's another word for ally? Friend. Well, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke explained, we don't have any friends. And now you know why this woman has a TV show. Because the white media seeks out people like this who it can put in front of the cameras and use them to ridicule us. This show and its creator are yet another example of why delineation was way overdue and why we need to intensify it. You have these clowns running around with nothing but contempt for us, and you have white power using its media monopoly to promote them, to make them prominent, to put these asinine images in front of people's eyeballs and then say this is who we are. White supremacy is all about choosing who the winners will be. And then these same tethers, foreign flags, and hangers-on, having been selected by white power to be given a TV show or a movie, they have the nerve to tell you and me that the reason that they're in so many of these TV shows and movies is because they have more talent. Talent to do what? Imitate us? Now, since when is an imitation of a thing treated as more valuable than the genuine article? Only under white supremacy. All right, that's the bad news. Now here's the good news. You and I, we are not helpless bystanders in all this. True, we cannot control whether or not the white media tries to put out this kind of garbage, but we can definitely control whether or not we give any of our attention to it. After all, who do you think the white media tries to target this content towards? Whether it be Abbott Elementary or Survival of the Thickest or whatever, it's a Black audience that they're going to try to make this appeal to try to tell us, see, this is the show for you, dumb Negroes. That's what they're hoping for. And whether you or the people you know watch this kind of garbage, that does matter because you give power to the things you devote your time and attention to. Your attention, your energy sustains them in ways you may not even be fully aware of. That's why for so many years I've told you that it's your eyeballs and your ears that the white media has been fighting to control, and to never underestimate how important your attention in specific is. In the white media, not all viewers are created equal. It's not enough to simply have a TV show that brings in big ratings. The white media is advertiser driven, so they require that you bring in the right kind of viewers, ones who are most likely to be influenced by advertiser commercials to buy their products. That's why the 18 to 45 demographic is so all important to the white media, because research has shown them that those are the main ones who advertising is most likely to persuade. Lots of people watch this or that show, but most of them don't even realize that the people who make these shows and the white media companies who put them out are more interested in some viewers than others. And the same goes under white supremacy in the realms of politics, too. Foundational Black Americans have the pulse. We're trendsetters. We're the ultimate tastemakers. Everyone wants to deny it. They resent it. They hate it. But they're also jealous as hell of it, and they go right along with it because nobody else has created a culture that's as dynamic. Now, that's not to say that other cultures from, say, Africa or the Caribbean are not as vibrant as our own. But it is to say that there's a reason why you see people from outside the U.S. imitating FBA culture and not the other way around. There's a reason that Quinta Brunson didn't make her show about a teacher from her own immigrant background. And there's a reason Michelle Buteau didn't make her show about an obese woman in Haiti trying to start a fashion brand. How come this show didn't come out of Jamaica either? This is why we have no patience for the tethers and foreign flags who infest the comments section saying that, well, you foundational Black Americans, you didn't blaze any trails for us, and that they could have done what we did. Well, if that's the case, why hadn't they done it already? Dennis Richelieu wasn't able to build his fortune in Liberia, and he damn sure didn't try to build any sort of essence fest in Africa either. He came here to get both his money and to try to get himself some sort of stake in our culture and misuse it to promote his own. You always have these people on these white media websites, many of them tethers themselves, who love to say that, well, these places in the Caribbean, their values are better. Well, if they are all about hard work and education like they say, then why is it that these places in the Caribbean that have the most Jamaicans and Haitians aren't producing these kind of TV programs themselves to show the world how great their values are in Jamaica and Haiti? If people are going to try to big up whatever country in the Caribbean or Africa they or their parents came from, as if it's a place that produces so much greatness, then at the very least, shouldn't it be true? It reminds me of that line from the movie The Departed where Martin Sheen says, "We deal in deception here, but what we don't deal in is self-deception." I have no problem with people who want to see their home country and its values as being better than, but the problem is that they're always saying that from over here in another country, never their own. And when you bring up that fact, they get combative or they want to change the subject. Until they're finally ready to have that conversation with their countrymen and to ask why it is that fleeing has become the national pastime, nobody's going to take their tough talk seriously. And yes, when these same individuals call themselves getting on television or in movies and claiming that apparently they portray a foundational Black American better than we do, that apparently they're better at being us than us, then yeah, people are going to ask, what the heck have you been smoking? The white media will enable this stuff because it's in their interest, trying to find a way to derange our internal politics. That's the purpose that propaganda serves. Social conditioning takes place in a number of ways. It can be done heavy-handedly through government policy, but it can also be done more subtly through government-adjacent actors, like these white media companies. Again, this is part of the evil genius of white supremacy, and you need to be aware of it. Too many times when challenged to reject the white media vampire, too many Black people make excuses for why they shouldn't have to, usually because they claim that they're bored or what have you. Let me tell you something. Giving your attention to these white media vampires is good for their business, but it's catastrophic for your mind. There was a time when we understood that when you look into the abyss looks back into you. That's what the TV is. The reason it's called the idiot box isn't just because of the people who watch it. There's pretty much nothing but idiots on that screen when you turn your TV on. And the main reason for that is you're not the one on that screen. A large part of the reason for that is because instead of you making the kind of content that you ought to see, you're too busy watching someone else's. Yes, it's important to unplug the television, but it's far more important that you unplug yourself. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Jacques Hargett, William Ross, Abram Pruitt, Johnny Johnson, and Jesse Gibson. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Let's stop pretending. What are your thoughts on that?
That's what I be talking about all the time. Just a plug you can go and touch grass. Shit's completely different than it is on the internet. That's all I always just say. Other than that, it's pretty good. Just like Truth's voice be having me knocked out. I was gonna say this. I got like maybe two more in me. Cause I have to get up early tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow, big day.
All right. Yeah. So we got to take control of the images that we allow to be shown of us.
Did you hear what I said though?
Yeah.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That's what I said. I got like maybe two topics left. But go ahead. Yes. Just I want to just make sure you heard me.
Yes, I can hear you. So,
Okay,
like
go ahead.
the great Dr. John Hunter Clark said, whoever controls the images controls the people. It's on us to control the images that we want to see. And not these goddamn tellers. Or these OTBs. Or these damn Nabiscos. It's on us, FBA, to promote the images. This is why we promote Hidden Colors 6 so heavily, because it's on us to promote the image that we want to see of our people. Period. So, Professor is right. All right. So, moving along. Is Shabaka going to come up here? Shabaka, are you going to come up here, or are you just going to be in the chat? In other news, hundreds of thousands lost SNAP benefits on May 1st. So Lisa's going to give us an update on that. This queue is obviously out of order.
Yeah, I read about this in the newspaper.
Oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend,
hundreds of thousands of people have been kicked off of SNAP, and they are no longer eligible to be on there, and more are to be kicked off as of today. So, the food banks around this country are about to get bum rushed for real. I actually feel bad for a lot of these people because many of them are unemployed. Some of them can't find work, and they were relying on SNAP. And yeah, we know there's always people taking advantage because we've seen them videos of folks on there 10, 15 years, and they want to stay on it for the rest of their lives. But now, y'all, it's a lot of people off, and they can't even reapply anymore because the way Donald Trump, had it in his big, beautiful bill, a lot of people that were once eligible to be on SNAP are no longer eligible. So, boy, it is crazy around here. I don't know if any of you saw, the Florida Everglades is on fire, and some people have lost their homes. I can't believe people live around there, but they do. And the Florida Everglades, it is just crazy because you know how wet those lands are in the Everglades. Only the Most High can put a fire in the wettest land on the face of the earth and burn the whole thing down. he's the only one that can pull that one off, man. And Donald Trump, on my last live today, will be on Donald Trump having poll workers arrested. I tell you what, Donald Trump, if you can't win an election fair and square, and you got to do all this redistricting, maps, and arresting poll workers, then you truly are the one with the low IQ. If this is what you got to do to win, you're the one with the low IQ. So y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen. And do you know, Donald Trump had written in his big ugly bill that if you have the internet, let's say you got SNAP benefits. If you got the internet at your house, you can no longer have SNAP benefits. If you have the internet at your house,
Hell no.
and you have SNAP
That part's been
benefits,
going
you
on
get
for a long
kicked off
time.
for having the
No,
internet.
it's pushing that.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
Yes. Or if they find out you have the internet when you're applying, you are not eligible to get food stamps if you got the internet at home.
Wow.
Well, does Donald Trump realize that damn near everything is done on
It
the
has to,
internet?
because then they want to
Like
offer you
applying
internet
for
just
things,
because you got stamps. So
you
it's
know what I
like,
mean? And even getting things that you need done, schooling, work, a lot of things are done online. Okay, so what if somebody is a part-time worker, their job requires them to be online, but this person is not making enough money, so they want SNAP benefits. According to Donald Trump, they can't have it because they got the internet at home.
That's ridiculous.
Oh boy. And y'all, we still got what, 3 more years of this hell? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen. And that's just
Thank you.
Let's see what's having technical difficulties. Let me fast forward.
Well. Apparently, if that big, beautiful, belligerent bill up there on Capitol Hill gets passed and gets signed into law and all of that, I think you should know that you will no longer qualify for EBT if you have access to internet in your home.
Wow.
That's right. That's right, baby. The Republicans have decided that if you have internet, you are not qualifying for any assistance with food.
That's stupid.
They view, I guess, internet access as a luxury. And if you have internet, then obviously you can afford food.
Oh my God.
I guess nobody told them that a lot of people get internet for free because of poverty and necessity. Yes. These days, internet is necessity. I thought we all learned this during the flu-apocalypse.
Right.
Remember? All of our children were going to school from home. over the internet. Yes. So you got a little peek in
Christina,
how important internet is if you are a parent
she showed up
during
on
a
my
crisis.
YouTube earlier.
But I guess the Republicans don't care about disabled children. That's right.
I think her name is Christina
A
Shabbat.
lot of disabled children across the USA attend school at home via the internet. You try to survive these days without access to the internet. I mean, isn't this current administration telling us all of the joys and wonders around AI and technologies and investments in that? Hell, they even had that provision in the bill before it got removed,
Carolyn Bryan is
taking states' rights away
Oh.
around AI. I mean, what is really going on? It's cruelty is what it is. It's cruelty. It's like it never occurred to them that you could have internet and still need assistance with your food because your internet is probably free.
Y'all, didn't they say they want to switch us all over to digital money?
Yep.
Didn't they say that? That they want us to become a digital society where all of our money transactions will be digital? How do you do that with no internet?
Exactly.
I'm just asking, how do you do that with no internet?
You can't, Lisa. You would think, Shabaka. But
I think this is the reason why you don't want people too old in your Congress, your Senate, and as president.
Right.
Because these old ass people don't know the significance of having the internet.
Right.
All right. See, when you're too old, you probably think people should go get a notebook and a pen. We supposed to sit like that all day in our houses instead of being on the internet. But y'all, this just goes to show you how aged the politicians are, where they think being on the internet is a luxury and they don't see all the business transactions that you have to do are online. Many people pay their bills online.
Mm-hmm.
Many people do their banking online.
Yep.
Many people take classes online, including college students.
Yep.
Many people use the internet to communicate with family and friends,
Mm-hmm.
but they see it as luxury.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about out of touch.
Right.
Definitely. Let's go on.
Or through your phone carrier. I mean, what's next? What's next? What's next? I know a little something about applying for food stamps. I've been on food stamps before. It's not easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy. And you don't get much. You don't get much at all. If you're lucky, it will feed you for a week.
Right.
If you're lucky. Nobody's really lucky. I'm just going to go on and say that. Nobody is that lucky. Just for an example, when my children were younger, I was a single mother with 2 children. My daughter suffers from rheumatoid arthritis. Yes. She was born that way. She can't help that. It's autoimmune disease. So a lot of the times she couldn't attend class in class. She had to do it from home. So we had to have internet. I was also on food stamps and SSI for my PTSD. I could not go out and work amongst the public like a normal person. I was struggling at one time. That was around $900 a month. And then $80 a month in food stamps.
So I've been dealing with this all morning. I am angry and I know that I know that it's people who are not as diligent as I am who are probably losing their minds right now. Basically, y'all know I lost my job like almost 2 years ago now, and I've been trying to get back at the same salary point. Really, it's impossible at this point. Y'all know what Black women are going through trying to get back in work. Regardless, so I'm on SNAP benefits. The letters just came out today that everyone who has not met the requirements for work requirement are being kicked off May 1st. If you're being kicked off of SNAP May 1st, please check in, double tap, leave a comment. Please let me know. I just went off on the caseworker, right? Because she's like, did you get all of these 20 notices? I got every notice telling you that you need to do work requirement. Yes, we got the damn notices. Y'all keep sending them, right? But y'all send these notices with this boilerplate language. And it's basically like the way that you go and fulfill the work requirement is you either go online, you manage your case online, you go to a local office and you talk to a case manager, or I don't know what the other bet. So I'm going online. I done completed the mid-year report. And for me, it's just like, I know I have a master's degree, but I know it's people who receive a SNAP who barely could read in the 1st grade education level, 5th grade education level, whatever. So I go on there and I complete the report because they tell you on this website, they give you hyperlinks telling you, go here if you need to complete this, go here if you need to upload this. God, during this whole process, I don't see nothing on the website saying this is how you submit your work requirement, or click this link to submit your documentation for work requirement. Now, as someone who goes through certification, who has been through certification for unemployment, what I don't understand is how are these agencies so different? Why is it so much easier for me to complete certification, quick little questionnaire through unemployment, Department of Employment Security, but where there's a monthly benefit requirement for food stamps, there is no explicit instruction in the notices. There is no explicit hyperlink or web page for people to submit for their work requirement. I'm saying this because it is clear and apparent to me that these people they hire these people at the agency who are like, we sent you the notice and the notice says ABC. I almost said the B word. Don't you think I read that? I'm a master's degree candidate. Not even a candidate. I'm a master's degree person. I read the website. I know what it says. And I'm telling you that your notices and the website are intentionally withholding and omitting information so that they can accomplish the agenda of President Trump. The goal was always to get people off of SNAP benefits. This is the way they're going to do it because there is no one who is as diligent as someone like me who has sat on the phone for 4 hours today. I've been on the phone 4 hours. Nothing has been resolved. I am so angry right now. And it's not even because I'm in a position where I can't afford food. I probably got 3 months worth of stamps saved up. But the issue that I have is that I'm the person who is like, talking to this lady and she's up here arguing with me like I don't know what I'm talking about. Again, the notices that have been sent out are telling people that they have to complete and comply with work requirement to continue to receive their SNAP benefit. Their notices for you to complete your mid-year redeterminations, all of your redeterminations are much more explicit in their instructions than the work requirement is. This matters because the work requirement is a monthly certification for a person to keep their benefits. If they fail to certify, they lose their monthly benefit. I don't have children. So for me, the money that I have still, the benefits that I still have access to can cover me for a few months until this is handled. This attitude I have is for the mothers and for the women and the families, the people who are not as educated and diligent, who are getting these notices. They're expecting instruction. They are not receiving anything. And now they have their benefits removed for 3 months. This is adding and feeding the agenda that the president wants to kick people off of benefits. And on top of that, feed his war chest. Wake up. So apparently, and I still need confirmation on this, I'll let you know, but apparently the way that you complete the work requirement is that you put in the days, every day that you've worked and the income that you receive, the hours that you work. You could do it on spiral sheet of paper, a piece of paper, construction paper, notebook paper, take a photo, upload it as a document. That's all you do is click the upload document and put that this is for your SNAP work requirement.
So this Friday, May 1st, many people in this country could actually be at risk of losing SNAP benefits again. Remember when food pantries were overwhelmed, churches had to step up, and there were long lines wrapped around buildings because people were facing food insecurity. And now on Friday, if you're between the ages of 18 and 64, you actually have to prove all of these documented hours just to qualify. So think about this. Just say if you live in a food desert with no public transportation, no jobs nearby, no training programs, that requirement is obviously going to put you out of touch. It creates a barrier. These decisions have actually put people in real danger, and that danger is food insecurity. And hunger should never be a punishment. My name is Dr. Terrence Lester. I'm a writer, public scholar, and community leader, and I just want to keep you informed. Peace.
Tonight, food pantries across the Chicago area are racing to prepare for an increase in demand as changes to the SNAP program are set to have a major impact starting May 1st. New tonight at 10, our Victor Jacobo shows us how a West Suburban food pantry is getting ready.
At the West Suburban Community Pantry in Woodbridge.
I sort, I shell. On Thursday nights, I help with our online market, onions and oranges.
Volunteers like Joan Ruth say they take pride in serving the needs of people facing food insecurity in DuPage and Will counties.
The big, beautiful bill cut SNAP benefits. 39% of recipients are children. Another large percentage are elderly people, people on Social Security. Another large percentage are elderly and disabled. Because a Trump supporter will comment that I want benefits, no, I'm not on SNAP benefits. In fact, I pay double digits in tax dollars. I warned about this last year, the big, beautiful bill. Not only will people be going hungry in the richest country in the world, the Medicare and Medicaid cuts are going to start to happen as well. As a friendly reminder, the US economy brings in about $5 trillion a year. We spent about 25% of our budget last year on deporting brown people and the military, and they want more for those two services. We are also $39 trillion in debt. We simply are spending money on everything but people and services. I want to remind you that those elderly, those disabled, they may have worked their entire lives and paid in taxes to maybe get a benefit at the end of their life for food. Now they will be going to food pantries, or they will be starving unalived. Get ready for more fallout from the big, beautiful bill. Also, I want to remind you that our government is now working on the next year's spending. They want almost double for military and a catastrophic amount for the Department of Homeland Security. We simply have to keep cutting social programs for people in the United States to afford all of this. Either that, we have to raise taxes as well. Get ready for catastrophic consequences to the most poor, vulnerable children in the richest country in the world. And remember, folks, when they say they can't afford it, they can. They just spend it on other things. All right. Do you remember the cut in SNAP benefits, which are also called EBT benefits? Now we have 11 million seniors now using SNAP benefits. EBT programs are going to be cut for poor, starving, elderly people. If you did not know, 39% of people that get SNAP benefits, EBT, are children. Another large percentage like this are elderly. Another large percentage are disabled. In fact, less than 1% is fraud or was fraud. People have to qualify twice a year in order to get food assistance in this country. So 11 million Americans who are
Okay. You know, Donald Trump has been on this for a long time, even during his first administration. If some of y'all remember, Donald Trump wanted people on SNAP to get drug tests done. And they found that I don't even think it came up to 1%, okay, of the people were even doing drugs. So he's been trying for a long time to get people off of the food assistance. And I know a lot of people say things like, oh, well, don't tell you. That's easier said than done. Times are hard. There's millions of people in America right now that cannot find work. So they have no real income coming in. It's easy to say people shouldn't be on assistance, especially if you're the kind of person that are not going through financial problems. Yeah, it's easy to sit around and say that. But there are, because I see the videos all the time of people been out of work for 2-3 years, putting in hundreds and hundreds of applications and still can't find work. So of course they're going to go on assistance. You know, most people are not inclined to sit there and starve. If you don't have to be on there, by all means, yeah, don't go on there. But if you need it, that's what it was there for. So you can use it. Your tax dollar goes into these programs. So if you need it, you use it. The hell with what these other people are saying. So anyway, y'all, you know, the economy is getting worse. And Donald Trump knows it. That's why he's trying to do everything he can to redraw maps and cheat his way into the midterms and cheat his way into office again. Because he knows he can't win with this war going on and all the stuff he's done prior to the war. People ain't feeling Donald Trump. They're not. And Donald Trump is not for the people. With all the stuff he's sitting there doing, he's definitely not for the people. And he's showing it every single day. All right.
And follow for more.
It is May 1st. A bunch of people are going to lose their SNAP benefits today. The homeless population, the addicted population, and some families are going to lose access to food. This is important. If you can think to carry some snacks and water in your car and you see someone who's in need, help them. If you can think to donate to some food pantries, great. But here's the other flip side of this, is that stores that are not going to be getting the income from those SNAP benefits are going to now charge people more money for groceries as if we aren't paying enough. On top of that, it may cause some grocery stores to fail and to have to shut down. So prepare. Stock food for yourself. Help others where you can. Everyone deserves the bare minimum and basic needs, no matter what. Be kind to your neighbor.
The impact of last year's sweeping cuts to food stamps are starting to be felt across the country, including at this food pantry I'm at today in Phoenix. They have seen a surge in demand after hundreds of thousands of people in Arizona have lost their food stamp benefits because of new requirements and changes in documentation people have to submit under this new law. I have talked to dozens of people who have been coming through food banks in Arizona. Many of them should still be eligible for food stamp benefits because of how low their income is, because they're seniors, because they have young children at home, or they're disabled.
Close to my heart, I can only eat certain foods. I can't do that if I don't get food stamps.
As a result, people are flooding into food banks like this one that is seeing record demand of people seeking a box of groceries to try and get them through a period of time.
So we've worked really hard to fill the gap for folks as they need more help. But the reality is, St. Mary's Food Bank and the other partners that we have across the state, we can only fill a small portion of that gap.
As a result, people told me they're eating less healthy. They're having to give their kids processed food and fewer vegetables and packaged snacks that they would not like to be giving their kids but they feel they are forced to because that's all they can afford or that's all they're able to get at a food pantry like this one.
Imagine being the agriculture secretary and bragging that millions fewer Americans can afford food. That's exactly what happened this week. Trump's agriculture secretary, Brooke Rollins, celebrated that more than 4 million Americans were removed from SNAP food assistance. She posted 4.3 million off SNAP and counting. Counting? Like it's a scoreboard? Like families losing grocery money is some kind of victory lap? And here's the part that isn't being said loudly enough. Experts say this wasn't mostly because the economy suddenly became amazing. A major reason was new Republican restrictions and work requirements that made food assistance just plain harder to get. Food prices are still high. Millions of working Americans still struggle to buy groceries. And fraud in SNAP. Well, according to the USDA data reviewed by AP, it's already extremely low. But politically, this is the point. Turn poverty into moral failure. Turn hunger into a PR campaign and convince struggling people that compassion is weakness. This administration keeps talking about dignity, but there's nothing dignified about politicians cheering because fewer poor families can eat. And the real question isn't whether they're cutting programs. It's why they seem so proud of it.
Charges announced tonight after more than $1 million in SNAP benefits were stolen in Minnesota. And according to those charges, 60-year-old Abdeed Wahid Muhammad used other people's EBT cards to buy products from Walmart, Sam's Club, and Costco, and then sold those items at his own grocery store called Minnesota Food Grocery. From March to August of 2021, he purchased $1.1 million. This is in products through various EBT cards. And an investigation found he promised payment and even free groceries from his store for people who gave him those cards.
It just feels like we are finding out about all of this fraud, and it is coming from every single angle that you could possibly find. Any little corner you could commit fraud in, it's happening at levels we can't even imagine. So, and if you look at the numbers, you'll see a big increase. Obviously, fraud has always existed, but under the Biden administration, it increased exponentially. So not only did they allow millions of people to come into our country, fly them to wherever they want to go, give them hotels, gift cards to go get food, give them free healthcare, anything you could possibly imagine, even an apartment and an allowance in some areas, Massachusetts.
$400,000 people just lost the ability to eat, and y'all still clapping? So Arizona just cut off SNAP benefits for 400,000 people. And not because the need disappeared. It's all because that big, beautiful budget bill that was passed showed up with a bill of its own. See, everybody loves the idea of being self-sufficient until self-sufficient means figuring out dinner with no help, no cushion, and the price is still climbing. Now, folks are being told to go work more while jobs ain't paying enough. Gas still high, groceries are disrespectful, and applications are getting denied even though people qualify. So let me connect the dots for you. Your country got money for bombs. Your country got money for bailout. But somehow it ran out of money for food. Okay. And see, here's the part that people don't want to hear. Arizona ain't special, y'all. It's a preview. So I need to know for millions of Americans out there, when your safety net disappears, what's your plan? Because this ain't the first time and it ain't going to be the last.
Y'all, I want y'all to think about something. This country is absolutely pathetic. This country don't want to help the people in need have food, and this country don't want to feed the military. Now, how pathetic is that? You won't help the people that are struggling out here, and they need SNAP benefits because they may have a job where they don't make enough money, or they don't have a job at all. You want to cut them off. And we already know you don't feed your military out there in the Middle East. Y'all just don't want nobody to eat but you, I guess. So, y'all, this is something else. America is, just when I thought America couldn't sink to another all-time low, she always showed me she can definitely do it. So, y'all, I will be back a little later with my second live at 1:45 today. And then I have my last one at 3:45. So we're going to be talking about, number one, we're going to be going over the fire in the Florida Everglades that is spreading and getting bigger and bigger. And we're going to talk about Donald Trump wants poll workers arrested. Poll workers.
Oh my God.
So you can't even do an honest day's work because the president might have a problem with you as a poll worker, and he's going to lie and use fraud. Poll workers are not committing a lot of fraud in this country. That you virtually never hear about stuff like that. And if it is, it's a rare thing. Definitely not common. So I will see you at 1:45, everybody. Have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. And shalom. Oh, never mind. Hold. Cyberdyne 100. Thank you for the super chat. Good afternoon, Lisa Cabrera, mods and chat. Happy anniversary on your hair care products. And thank you so much. I deeply appreciate that. And I appreciate your support for my channel. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Yeah, this is fucked up, y'all. Yeah, I got my paper too. They tell me I gotta recertify. You gotta do it twice a year now. I'm in a program, so they make us get on stamps and other services while I'm in this program. But yeah, I've noticed that too. Like, how do you submit those work requirements? How do you do all that stuff? Like that sister was saying, making it really hard to survive out here. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I agree. I think they've been trying. Well, at least in this season with Trump, he's been after everything. So, but the thing is, like, if there's so much fraud and waste and shit in all these programs, where's their check? You know what I mean? Gutted
Right.
a lot of programs, and they have no backup plan. Democrats have no backup plan for this. For the loss of stamps and whatnot. She's not lying. That shit is true. She's very true. It's very disrespectful, but also too, as they're making it's becoming intentionally harder now to get on them or keep them, and that's because of the whole Doge thing. That it happened.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have them, you're lucky to have them. You can retain them, but the moment that you get a job or some sort of income, they're gone. And that's just like experience. Excuse me, her experience. That she's not lying. That's the truth. That shit is really happening. Um, Everything that it's almost like all the stuff that poor people can rely on, just being sucked up, and there's no backup plan for it. So it's leading very civil warish in the United States dystopian-ish. You know what I mean? It's not suspect. It is really happening. It's just right there. You know, the stuff you didn't think was happening is going to happen. It is happening. So yeah. I have to go, Jesse. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Better keep my eyes open. But I have to go. I'll talk to you in the morning. And thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you guys probably when I get a chance to do the argument. Hopefully tomorrow sometime or later on. What is it? Later on today, I mean. later on today. I'll hit me up later. Hit me up later when you wake up or whatever.
All right, will do, Lady K. Thank you for joining me.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me. Peace.
All right, so in other news, actually, I gotta go back to this reparations. So the real reason neither party wants to pay reparations. So Torian Rain's gonna give us an update on that.
Let's stop pretending. Because when it comes to reparations for Black Americans, Democrats and Republicans argue about everything, such as taxes, crime, education, foreign policy, but suddenly become very aligned when the conversation turns to one thing, and that's paying a debt. And that's what reparations are. Not charity, not a handout, not free money, but a debt. A debt built over centuries: slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration, labor theft, land theft, and systematic exclusion from wealth building. So if both parties claim to care about justice, equality, fairness, and the American dream, then why do both parties consistently shut the door when it's time to actually pay up? This isn't confusion. It's not oversight. It's intentional. And once you understand the incentives, the power structure, and the political math, it becomes very clear. Neither party wants reparations, not because it's impossible, but because it's inconvenient to their power. Reparations are dangerous, not because they will harm the country, but because they would force the country to confront itself honestly. America doesn't like honest mirrors, because if reparations are justified, then you have to admit something fundamental: that the wealth of this nation, its institutions, infrastructure, and global dominance was built in large part through the exploitation of Black labor and Black bodies. And that's not a minor detail. It's not a side note. That's a cornerstone. Both parties depend on a version of America that is flawed but fundamentally good. One party leans into patriotism while the other leans into progress, but both rely on the idea that the system, while imperfect, is legitimate. Reparations challenges that legitimacy, because if you admit that a massive debt is still owed, then you are admitting that the system didn't just fail, but it succeeded at extraction. And that's a much harder truth to sell to voters. Let's be direct. Republican opposition to reparations is not subtle. It's rooted in a few core beliefs. The government should be small, individuals, not systems, are responsible for outcomes, and the past should not dictate present policy. On the surface, that sounds consistent, but it falls apart under scrutiny, because the same political movement that opposes reparations has no problem supporting military spending in the trillions, corporate bailouts, subsidies for industries, and tax breaks that disproportionately benefit the wealthy. So the issue isn't the spending. The issue is who the spending is for. Reparations would require acknowledging systemic injustice, and Republicans have built much of their modern political identity around rejecting that idea. Because if systemic racism is indeed real, then their framework collapses. You can't argue everyone has equal opportunity while also admitting that Black Americans were deliberately locked out of wealth building for generations. So instead, the argument shifts to, I never owned slaves, my family didn't benefit, and why should I pay? But that argument ignores something critical. You don't have to personally commit injustice to benefit from a system that was built on it. And acknowledging that doesn't challenge policy, it challenges identity. And political movements will protect identity at all costs. Now let's talk about the Democrats, because this is where things get more complicated and more frustrating. Democrats don't outright reject reparations the way Republicans do. They acknowledge racial injustice. They talk about systemic inequality. They campaign in Black communities. They say all the right things. But when it comes to reparations, they stall. They study, they commission reports, they form committees, they promise conversations, and then nothing comes of it. Why is that? Because Democrats benefit from a very specific position: being seen as allies without having to deliver structural change. Reparations will force Democrats to move beyond symbolism and into action, and action comes with risk, because reparations are not universally popular, even within their own voter base. So instead, they pivot to diversity initiatives, social programs framed as race neutral, and incremental reforms. These are easier to pass, easier to defend, and easier to repackage. But they are not the same as reparations, because reparations are targeted, reparations are specific, and reparations are direct. And that specifies makes politicians very uncomfortable. Reparations are politically explosive, not because they're unjust, but because they force a zero-sum conversation in a country that hates feeling like someone else is getting something that they are not. Politicians understand this. They understand that supporting reparations could alienate white voters, create backlash narratives, and be weaponized in elections. And in politics, perception often matters more than the truth. So both parties calculate, is the potential gain worth the political cost? And the answer as of right now is no. Because the people most harmed by the absence of reparations, being Black Americans, are not seen as a decisive voting bloc that can swing national elections on this issue alone. So the incentive isn't there. And without incentive, there is no urgency. Let's cut through everything else. At the end of the day, this is about money. Real, tangible money. Generational money. We're not talking about symbolic payments. We're talking about closing a racial wealth gap that was intentionally created over centuries. And that's not cheap. And both parties know it. Reparations would require massive federal investment, redistribution of resources, and structural economic change. And that threatens powerful interests because wealth in America is not just economic, it's political. And the people and institutions that benefit from the current system have influence over both parties. And those interests are not eager to support policies that could shift in the balance. So even if individual politicians express support, the system they operate in discourages it. One of the most common excuses you will hear is this: reparations are too complicated. Who qualifies? How much should be paid? What form should it take? And yes, these are actual questions, but let's be honest. Complexity has never stopped the government before. Now, when it comes to tax codes, thousands of pages that are long, military logistics across the globe, and emergency economic stimulus packages, the government is capable of handling complexity when it wants to. So when politicians say reparations are too complicated, what they really are saying is it's not a priority, because complexity is not a barrier, it's an excuse. Another reason neither party really pushes hard for reparations is because it disrupts a carefully maintained narrative. The narrative that progress has already solved the problem. The civil rights legislation, quote unquote, fixed inequality, that any remaining gaps are due to culture, behavior, or individual choices. Reparations contradicts that narrative. They say, no, the harm didn't end, it evolved. And once you accept that, you can't easily dismiss disparities as a coincidence. That's uncomfortable, not just politically, but also culturally. Here's something both parties understand very well. Division is politically useful. Reparations could unify a conversation around accountability, but instead politicians, or as I like to call them, politricians, often lean into division, framing the issue as Black versus white, turning it into a culture war and reducing it to talking points, because divided voters are easier to manage, easier to mobilize, and easier to distract. A united demand for reparations would be harder to ignore, so the conversation is kept fragmented. If reparations were ever going to become a reality, a few things would have to change. The first thing would be public understanding would need to shift. People would need to see reparations as a legitimate debt and not a controversial idea. The second thing that would need to happen is political pressure would need to increase, not just during elections, but on a consistent basis. The third thing that would have to happen is economic arguments would need to be reframed. You have to show how closing the racial wealth gap benefits the entire economy. And the fourth thing would be coalitions would need to expand, because no major policy shift happens without broad support. And right now, none of these conditions are strong enough, and both parties are responding to that in reality. Reparations are not impossible. They are not unrealistic, and they are not unworkable. They are, however, unwanted by the people who currently hold power, because paying reparations will require admitting the full truth, redistributing resources, and challenging entrenched systems. And that's not something political parties do willingly. They respond to pressure. They respond to incentives. They respond to power. So the real question isn't why don't they support reparations? The real question is, what would make them have to? Because until that answer changes, neither party is going to move. Not out of fairness, not out of morality, and not out of principle. But only when it becomes politically unavoidable will that actually happen.
Thank you, Torian, for breaking it all down. That's exactly why we're having such a hard time getting reparations passed.
Oily goodness with the
done, Black family. We just got to keep applying that pressure, like Torian said. We got to keep applying that pressure. So that's what we're doing. And if we're running our own candidates, such as myself, we'll get it done even quicker. All right, so moving along, we got the convicted suspects in the Foolio case. They cry in court. Oh, which I wasn't crying when y'all killed them. So Tariq gonna give us an update on that.
That's Mr. Murphy when he was arrested. You will see tattoos. You see many on his neck and chest. He has a 1200 tattoo on the back of his neck. He has the name of people from 1200 who have been murdered tattooed on his body. And in this video, you will clearly see in the evidence
Lady Chase,
Mr. Davion Murphy taking full credit for his role in this shooting. That is just after his arrest when he is left alone in an interview room.
Based on Mr. Gathwright's age, physical abilities, things like that, do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
I say yes. With my experience, not only just in classification, but as former ward and even as a jail administrator, he's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we will put him out there to work because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration. We have that. So we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them since they are young and actually can do the work.
And then we talk about life without parole and death row, but for our jurors' education in Florida, what does a life sentence without parole mean?
A life sentence in the Florida Department of Corrections means from the minute they're brought in, they're assigned an inmate number. He will be assigned an inmate number, and when he dies and leaves in a body bag, he will still have that inmate number. An inmate serving life will never, ever get out. There is no parole in the state of Florida, and they're not ever allowed outside the razor wire and the fence of a secure facility.
So the only way that an inmate serving life without parole would leave is when they die by natural causes.
Ms. Gathwright, you have characterized your and your brother Sean's childhood as a good, nice, loving childhood growing up. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that both of you had wonderful, loving, supportive relationships. Isn't that true, ma'am? And specifically when talking about male role models, you said that he had a wonderful relationship with his stepdad, Brian.
Yes.
He also had a wonderful godfather. His grandmother, Lisa Gathwright, you both had wonderful relationships with her as well.
Yes.
And her husband, before he passed away, your grandfather, both you and your brother Sean had an amazing, loving, supportive relationship with him as well. When you all were living in Japan, you said that Sean was had a lot of activities. He was very good in karate. Isn't that true?
Yes.
So good, in fact, that he got a blue belt in karate.
Yes.
So he was able to participate in a lot of activities. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Very supportive family, both your mother as well as his grandparents.
Yes, ma'am.
Made sure that he was active and had lots of activities, including sports.
Yes.
Traveling.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Before we get started, don't forget we have a Memorial Day weekend event at the Hidden History Museum. That is May 23rd. Ladies and gentlemen, that's next week, not this coming Saturday, but the Saturday after. So I want to see you in the building, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see y'all in the building, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a stone blast. So get your tickets at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yeah, May is flying by, ain't it? Yeah, the ticket's only $29. Yeah, very, very reasonable. Very, very reasonable. The dates, May 23rd. Saturday, May 23rd, 7 p.m. All right. All right.
That's next Saturday.
Let me get into it. Now, you know what we got to talk about? The first thing I want to talk about, have y'all been following that trial down in Florida? The case of the rapper, the former rapper who's got unalive, Foolio. For those who don't know, there was a rapper named Foolio down in Florida who was beefing with a lot of cats down there. They were just doing a lot of street beefing. Were they in Jacksonville? Where my Florida people? Were they in Jacksonville?
Yeah, I think so.
I want to say Foolio and those cats were out there in Jacksonville. All right, my Florida people, right. So Foolio was very disrespectful when he was alive. Boy, he would write raps about unalived ops and go to the graveyard disrespecting, doing music videos and, you know, just going out of his way to be disrespectful, you know, playing with the streets. And you know how the streets do, unfortunately. You know, everybody, they got their lick back. There was a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them plotted and planned to get him. They caught him at his birthday party. Some of his ops were tracking him. And some girls were giving locations to where he was going throughout the night. He had like a birthday party where he was kind of popping up in different locations. And there was some chick on the inside, basically, from what I understand, kind of giving up some locations. So they were planning and plotting. Yeah, he was acting a fool. He was acting a fool out here. He was baiting the streets, and the streets answered. He caught what he was looking for, unfortunately. And now the suspects, well, they hit him. They drilled him. They got him. And how many defendants is it? It's about 5 or 6 defendants. Boy, they throwing them all under the bus. All right? They are throwing them under the bus. They're on trial. They've been convicted. They're all guilty, basically. And some of them are up in court crying on the stand. The little light-skinned one, well, a lot of people are focusing on him. I forgot his name. The little light-skinned one. And he's like part Jamaican. Didn't they have his Jamaican grandmama up there? Bumba Clyde. So he's like mixed with something. He's non-FBA. But yeah, they're getting cooked down in Florida. Oh, they're getting cooked. And they're talking about the one little light-skinned dude. Oh, he was a good student. He grew up in the suburbs. He wasn't really a hood dude. And he's in there crying. And I know they were doing some cross-examinations on him. The prosecutor was lighting him up. They were like, yeah, is this you with the AK, sir? With smoke still coming out of it? Were you remorseful then, sir, when you had that AK? Yeah, they're lighting him up. So yeah, he was basically trying to get some hood stripes out here playing with the streets, and that's not what he was really about. All right. See, that's why, man, if y'all ain't about that shit, man, get up out the street shit. Y'all don't know the ins and outs. Cats be sitting up here watching movies, doing reckless ass nonsense. That's why real hustlers don't like all that old reckless nonsense. I understand, you know, street rules are street rules. Sometimes you might have to clap back on ops. I get it. I'm not saying I'm not condoning it, but I understand how street rules are. That's the nature of the beast. I understand that. But some of these guys, y'all so damn reckless and emotional, you know, just let it go. Get up out these streets. You don't know what you're doing. You're going to get yourself hemmed up.
Right.
You showing out. You letting these little hood rats talk you into drilling because you're trying to impress them. And they're sitting right up there on the stand with you. You understand? But listen, listen. Thank you. Y'all say my wife is beautiful. Yes, my wife is fly. That is my FBA queen, Miss Alexis. Yes, indeed. Checkers, they try to lie on my wife. They say she's all types of shit. They say she's Jewish, Haitian, Dominican, Puerto Rican. She ain't none of that. That's an FBA queen right there. Well, she's not Caribbean, and shout out to the Caribbeans. There's some lovely Caribbeans out there. My wife ain't one of them. She's an FBA. You know? But listen, excuse me. I want y'all to understand something. When y'all try to get out here in these streets, that pride, ego, adrenaline, all that runs the show with a lot of these new dudes, man. Y'all start feeling invincible. You're riding around with your little clique. You're drilled up. You're fueled by a beef. This dude is disrespecting your block. But listen, your street cred is going to vanish when you get up in that courtroom. Understand that. You better be able to stand on it. Don't go into court crying. Right. When you choose that street shit, hold your head up. It was one of them dudes in there. He's in there all laughing. It was one of the suspects. Did y'all see that? One of the suspects, he's in there. He already knows what it is. He's accepted it. He's in there giggling and laughing. He already knows it's a wrap for him. He's accepted it. Yeah. He has accepted that. Yeah. And listen, you don't get in there crying and boo-hooing now. I want y'all to understand something. Listen, you can't operate on the streets like cats did back in the day. Y'all trying to move around like it's 1995. Now, the days of you out here just doing these blatant drills and all that shit, man, ain't no shadows out here no more, man. We live in a whole different world of Ring doorbells, Tesla cameras, traffic light sensors, license plate readers, cell tower pings.
All of that.
Boy, they had every inch of that crime caught. Do y'all know that? When they were showing, dude, it was like a reality show. They had so much footage of them damn dudes. They had license readers following every move them dudes made. They had footage of everything. Do y'all understand that? Hotel cameras, Ring cameras, they showed them ditching the car, getting the car. I think one of the dudes, they used his mama's car. They showed him loading the pew-pews up in the car at one location. They had everything on film, dude. Damn. Yeah, y'all should have did like CHUD and just made a reality show out of it because there's so much damn footage of y'all ass. Like, damn. They had footage of those dudes from the beginning to the end, dude. From top to bottom. Yeah, we live in a whole different world right now, man. There's dozens of digital eyes watching from every angle. You're not just fighting the police, man. You're fighting a high definition reality of technology. Yeah, there's a network of cameras out here. So cats got to be cognizant of that. And understand how law enforcement, they allow some of the bullshit to go on. You understand? They know Foolio was out here baiting people and all that stuff. They know that. But they don't intervene. They just sit here. Okay, God damn, hold on. I'm sorry, these people keep making these damn requests, messing up my focus. I'm trying to focus and chop it up. But listen, man, law enforcement, they could have stopped this stuff, but they don't want to. I want y'all to understand something. See, y'all think y'all slick because y'all getting away with certain things. You planning and plotting and you're getting away with the planning and plotting. They're watching your ass. They're still watching. They're just letting it happen. They don't step in because they see it boiling over on social media. They see y'all beefing with each other. You understand? Law enforcement stays on social media.
Stays on.
The feds, look at TikTok, all the feds that be on here whining about our lineage. That's fed shit. But law enforcement stays on social media, instigating beefs, documenting beefs, watching the back and forth go on and on. And in their mind, they're going to let the streets clean itself up.
Pennies.
So in their minds, they're like, why intervene for a single altercation when you can just wait and let all the bodies drop and then get you a nice big RICO? You can get the whole pond, not just a couple of fish. Get the whole pond.
Yep.
Yeah. You hit the whole surviving crew with a massive RICO. You let all the players take themselves off the board and just sweep up the rest. That's exactly what they did. Yeah. And also what they want to do is feed the prison industrial machine right now. Right now, the jails are struggling. They they need young folks in there. They were saying this in court, by the way, because they're trying to decide whether to give old boy, one of those cats, the death penalty or to give him life. And they had a warden up in there who was saying, yeah, give him life because we could use them in the jails. We need bodies to do work. We're gonna put them to work when they go to jail. They're saying all this in the open. Yeah. They're like, yeah, we can get some sweat equity out of them. It sounds like Django or some shit, dude.
That sounds like slavery, right?
Man, did y'all see that? Man, they were saying the quiet part out loud. They were like, no, don't unalive him. Oh, he's young. We need young prisoners. Oh man, it was deep. It sounded like some slave plantation stuff. Like, yeah, we're gonna work him. Yeah, he's gonna come in with an inmate number, and he's never gonna leave until he's gonna leave with an inmate number. He's never getting out. He's gonna be working for us forever.
Forever.
Yeah. See, a lot of people have a fundamental misunderstanding of how the system works. Jails and prisons are massive institutions that require bodies to justify their budgets.
Yep.
And they're profit centers, basically.
Yep.
So when you get into these deadly, senseless beefs, you ain't act like no boss. You're being an unpaid recruiter and inventory for the prison industrial complex.
Yep.
They want you to make mistakes like that. And a lot of these cats, man, they got a real disconnect between acting this stuff out and the consequences. I think a lot of these dudes watch movies. They think you can drill on people and then nothing happens. It don't work like that. It don't work like that at all. Pulling the trigger, that takes a fraction of a second.
Right.
Especially if you don't know what you're doing. You ain't no real hitter. Now, you got some real hitters out here who know how to move and shake. But these are little goofy internet thugs who try to take that shit to the streets and then get hemmed up. You make your whole block hot.
Yeah.
Your hood gave you up, by the way. You better believe, y'all internet thugs who try to take it to the streets, your hood gives you up. Because when they start knocking on doors, asking questions, snooping around, what happens is that slows the money down on the streets.
Yep.
And the real street cats, they don't want them knocking on doors, coming down to the trap, asking about your dumbass unaliving some goofball rapper. That's bad for business. Don't nobody want you to come down to the trap. Nobody wants you to come down to the chop shop with that. Nobody wants you to come down to the blade with that bullshit.
Right.
You're messing up money.
Right.
Yeah, that's how the streets think. You make the whole hood hot doing all that shit. A high profile rapper and y'all do a brazen hit like that with all them people involved. Boy, your hood is hot as hell. They went up in y'all hood and shook the tree and everybody gave y'all up. They started giving y'all up left and right. Yeah. Let's be real, man. There's a lot of clout chasing and self-snitching out here, man.
Too much.
You see, a lot of these situations are fueled by internet culture, diss tracks, Instagram live taunts. You're trying to treat life and death situations like reality TV. So law enforcement don't even have to work that hard to piece together a timeline no more. So you're documenting your own downfall in real time.
It's all on the account.
You understand? It's heavy stuff out here. So you got to be very careful. We'll say that the tethers are jealous of me. Oh yeah, the tethers, they hate that I get the level of respect that I get. 18. Birdie, what you talking about over there, brother? Speaking of tethers, man. Oh man, you see my lovely queen right there, Miss Alexis. today, and I'm a little tired because I had to get up early because she drops the kids off at school early in the morning. Because y'all, I'm up here with y'all asses late at night, so I sleep in. So she takes them to school in the morning, and so she called me after school. She's like, I got in a car accident. Somebody hit the damn car. She was parked with the kids in the car, and luckily nobody got hurt, but somebody hit the front tire of our Suburban and just knocked that shit off the axle. You know how the tire is like dented in? Oh, it's janky as hell. How did y'all know? Somebody said African. How the hell did y'all know? Yeah. How did you know? Yeah. Y'all, how the hell did y'all know? It was a damn African woman. How did y'all know? But y'all knew before I could even say it. Right. How the hell did y'all know? Y'all already damn knew. A damn African woman ran into the car and then started acting like it wasn't her fault.
Of course.
Yeah, she was like, yeah, this woman started yelling at me. Ooh. She's like, yeah, why didn't you move? She's like, bitch, I'm parked. What are you talking about? Yeah, the African woman had a damn attitude.
Yeah.
No, it was a woman whose kid go to the school. Yeah, her kid goes to my kid's school. Yeah. Now, she did have insurance level. We thought it was about to be a hit and run, but I think she went around the corner because there was already a school. The school police was there. So everybody saw what happened. It was very loud. Everybody saw what happened.
Yeah.
So she gets back up there acting like my lady hit her. What is this shit? Nigga, you hit me. You did not move out their way. And everybody was like, no, ma'am, no, we saw you. We saw you, right?
Right.
Even the police was there, like, you bitch, we saw you. She's sitting there acting like she's the victim, and you hit a parked car, Umchuke.
Right.
You hit a parked car. You know? Dude. So yeah, I was all day. So we were towing it, getting the car towed. Then I had to tow it to the house, and it was real janky. The tire was all janky. They had to put it on a flatbed and
have a camcorder.
Then I had to call my insurance company. Then
I remember that
with her insurance company. Yeah, it was a whole thing. So it's getting taken care of. But yeah, this damn African tether hit my lady and my kids today. That's funny. Y'all already knew what it was. Somebody said it was a win for tethers. So was it the tether trying to get back? Was that what it was? Man. Yeah, no.
The cameras incriminating.
Yeah, just the audacity. The woman had an attitude.
Taking pictures, all that shit.
You know? Man. And yeah, my lady said her car was already dented up, like she's already been in a whole bunch of other accidents. You know?
Yeah, she went.
So it looks like she's been in a whole bunch of accidents already.
Yeah, the tether.
Yeah, and her insurance company is real janky. It's like a real janky ass insurance company. Like one of these old no name, low budget ass insurance companies. They're like Hot Pockets insurance. It was some real janky ass insurance she got. Some old bullshit ass insurance. Like, man, come on, dude. Yeah. The wife, the kids are fine. Yeah, everybody's fine. Mateo's ass was like, so we ain't got to go to school? Well, no, get your ass in that damn school. my son, he be trying to get his ass up out of school. He trying to finesse himself up out of school all the time. Like, no, well, get your ass in there. Yeah. Man. But that is what it is. I got it. Y'all hear, I hear the chirping in the background. One of my alarms, my house sounds like Rohan's house. One of my smoke alarms is beeping. I don't know which one it is though. Because every time I go upstairs to try to wait for it to beep, it won't beep. But when I come back downstairs, it just starts beeping like crazy. So I got the hood rat alarm chirp going on. I'm like, Rohan.
If you're not, it's gonna get on you, Tariq. You better get that.
Yeah, we bathed the dogs. We got the skunk scent for the most part off the dogs. We gave them a skunk bath. Yeah, the skunk escaped. The skunks put that ass spray on my dogs and got the hell on up out my yard. But I did give them a skunk bath today. So they're in the house now. They're over here chilling right now. All right, let me get some of the family in here. All right. Let me check your ADT app. Okay. Time the beeps. Like right now, it's not doing anything right now. It's not consistent. Man. All right. Let me see who's in here. Let me talk to the family in here.
Video on that.
I see Juan. Let's get Juan in here. I'm just getting random people. Let's get random people in here. Mr. Juan, you in here?
Yo, what's up? Tariq, what's good?
I'm good, Mr. Juan. How are you, sir?
I'm well. Just on my job, man. On my job.
Oh, how's
Not too
everything
much.
how's everything at Amazon?
Oh no, I ain't at Amazon. I'm on the ship right now. Hold on.
Oh, cool. Oh, you work on a ship?
Yeah, I'm working on the ship, man.
Oh, like is it a cruise ship?
Nah, it's a ship, a Navy ship.
Oh, you in the Navy?
Something like that.
Not with that hair.
Independent contract.
Yeah, not with that hair.
Tomato juice for
Yeah, man. Yeah. The FBA brothers is in it.
They let y'all get in the Navy with the hair?
I heard that before that you use
Oh, what happened, brother? Oh,
juice.
okay. Oh, what happened, brother? Oh, okay. I don't know what happened to the brother. Oh, there you go, Juan. There you go.
Yo.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you like a contractor or something?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay. How long you been doing that, brother?
6 years, going on 7.
Love that. Man, so what's going on? Your name is Juan. Where's your family from, Juan?
Yeah, my mom from Virginia, my dad from Virginia, everybody from Virginia.
Why they name you Juan then?
My name Kowan. I just go by Juan on the internet.
Kowan. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
Kowan.
My brother, man. How's everything over there on that ship?
Man, it's all right. It's a lot of rainy. We out in Singapore. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty rainy, but it's cool though. You know what I'm saying? I can't complain. The money good.
Yo, yeah.
No. Oh yeah.
You keep breaking up, brother.
I did.
Oh.
Last night I definitely did.
Oh yeah. That reception is bad. He's all the way up there in Singapore. Yeah, the ship receptions, a lot of those ship. Oh, there you go. Oh, okay. Let me.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Just kind of going in and out. How's everything in Singapore?
Yeah, it's real good. It's real cool. It's real cool, man. It's a lot of hard work. I'm working every day. Working
good.
every day, so
I love that.
12
man.
hours. I'm
Keep your money.
Yep.
trying to hold it down, man.
That's exactly what ended up happening.
My man, keep doing your thing, man. Get your money up, man. Respect to that. Yeah, let me get it. The reception is bad. All right, that's good, man. Brother out there doing his thing. That's what we need. All right. You don't judge a book by its cover. He's out there getting his paper. I love that. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah, a lot of these cats who are not in the military, they contractors for the military. One of my cousins do. He's on that. My cousin has told me 1,000,000 times what he does for a living. He says he's a contractor, engineer, and he does stuff for the military. I don't know exactly what it is, but his ass be traveling. He be traveling and balling out. So, yeah, shout out to them brothers. Okay, who is this, man? Come on. Man, what's up, dude? Nothing. There we go. Get out of here. Stop requesting. Shit. All right. Let me see who else we got.
Oh, okay.
Hell out of here.
Yeah, I seen her. She was in this.
All right. Let's see who we got, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all raise them hands. Let me talk to the family. Y'all raise them hands. Let's see. We got Huey. Let's try Huey. Let's see. She Supreme. Just get a bunch of y'all in here. Huey.
Hey.
That's She Supreme?
Yes.
How you doing, beloved?
I'm doing good. I'm just laying in the bed. It's like 3:10 in the morning.
Oh, where you at? Baltimore somewhere? Where you at?
New York.
New York, man. How you been, dear?
I've been doing good.
And
I
who's
had
in
just
that
gotten
bed
up to
with
get a
you?
glass of water.
Oh, you one of them
And I
late
just
night
came on
thirst?
TikTok to be right. I
Up there
just
with your
came on to be
bonnet.
nosy and I saw you were on. I said, let me go see what Uncle Tariq is doing.
Up here chilling. Up here chilling. What time you got to get up?
I have to be at work at 5:30, so I have nobody's
Damn.
business being up right now. Nobody's business.
Man, you better get in there and put that bonnet on and roll over. There you go. Thank you so much, She's Supreme. All right.
All right, so yeah, the moral of the story is don't do the crime if you can't do the time. You sitting up there crying on the damn stand after you and your homeboys went and killed this rapper. That, mind you, was being very disrespectful. But yeah, you not in 1995. You damn sure ain't in 1985. There's cameras every damn where, like Tariq was saying. There's Ring cameras, there's Halo cameras. They got goddamn. Everybody got a goddamn camera now, so everything's being recorded. Like you said, you not only fighting the police, you fighting against all the surveillance. They got license plate readers, all this stuff. This is not the era to be doing any kind of crime and think that you're gonna get away with it. Them days is long over. So moving along, Supreme Court delivers fatal blow to Democrats in Alabama. Great news, great news, great news. The Democrats going to have to compete now, Black family. That's all this means. They're going to have to compete for your vote. They don't have it in the bag no more. They're going to have to actually compete for your vote. So TD Media Group will give us an update on that.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We're here, we're alive. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new.
And make sure y'all do the same for Frontline Black News.
To the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out the way, let's get the show started. Give me just a moment while I switch this setting up on the microphone, just in case. Okay, boom. We should be good now. So let's get the stream started. And I have to say this first, and I really don't need to, but I kind of do need to, just for myself. If you're new to the channel, you know, I'm just letting you know right now. Like I said, this isn't really important, but it kind of is to me. If you're seeing me for the first time, you know, and you see like this kind of stuff on my face right here and right here,
yeah,
it's gray hairs coming in. Why does that matter? I'm just self-conscious, man. It looks dirty. I didn't have an opportunity like to pluck those two gray hairs out, and I'm looking at my reflection in the video, and I'm just like, it just looks bad. It looks like I have food or string on my face that I didn't clean up before I went live. I promise you, it's not string. I'm not dirty like that. Just gray hairs coming in. I didn't get an opportunity to pick out of my mustache. You know, I didn't had a chance to get the tweezers out and you know, take them out. You know what I mean? Gray hairs are forming here in the chin. I don't mind that. I like it actually, you know, but there's not enough here in the mustache yet for it to make sense to leave it in. Anyways, I digress. I just wanted you guys to know, if you're new to the channel, I'm not dirty like that. Okay. In case I was looking a little dirty. I don't know. Like I said, you guys probably don't care. But it was bothering me. It was really bothering me. Like, anyways, let me move on. Let's move on and let's get into the show. Let's get the show started. So big news coming. Don't laugh at me, fat boo. Like, I'm self-conscious. Like, I just feel like I look dirty. Look, Solo said TD is age shaming himself. I'm not age shaming. I actually see, now we're going all way off script right now. I don't have a problem with getting older and having gray hairs. I actually like the idea of gray. I like having the gray hairs. I actually like it. But there's just not enough, you know, so it looks bad when it starts growing in, particularly in my mustache, right? We're going to move on. 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 If you're brand new to this channel, you probably clicked off already. Like, what is this guy talking about? Anyways, so let's get into it, man. Big news coming out of Alabama, right? Via the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court handed down a devastating blow right? 6-3 decision on Alabama that has Democrats shook and rocked to the core. But before we get into Alabama, I really, really, really want to discuss and touch on this first concerning Justin Pearson, right? He is the representative out of Tennessee, the state representative out of Tennessee. The reason that I want to talk about him very quickly is that I just really want to take a moment to highlight how fake, phony, and fraudulent this guy is. When you see him with the big afro and he's holding up the fist like this, I really want to prove to you guys that he's just playing a character, very similar to how Jasmine Crockett was playing a character, playing a role with the whole kind of ghetto and all that kind of stuff. That's not who Jasmine Crockett actually is. Many of you know that already, so we don't have to go down that road too much. But this is the same thing with Justin Pearson. What he's attempting to do with the big afro and things of that nature, you know, he's attempting to tap into the nostalgia, you know, of the late 60s, early 70s, you know, when it comes to the Black Power era, post-civil rights movement, concerning that Black Power era look. And I want to play this video clip for you here of him from 2016, right? I want to show you how he was representing himself in 2016 when I believe he was in college, versus the character that he's playing now. Once again, he's playing a character. Look at this here.
Yeah, look at this shit, yo.
Pearson, and I'm running for president of BSG. There are a few reasons that we're running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent all voices in a conversation? I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Bowdoin Democrats to the Bowdoin Republicans. I want to bring together different voices, dissenting voices, voices that may be more liberal or more conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle.
Okay, so as you can see in the very early days, 2016, he was very much so coming off as a moderate Democrat. He seemed relatively kind of like a common sense guy, right? But he knows, and he found out very quickly, that in order for him to survive and thrive in the Democrat Party, you have to become significantly more radical in your approach to things. And specifically when you're a Black Democrat, more and more they're showing and proving that you have to assume kind of a character, right? You can't come off as a Black Democrat who has common sense and articulates himself in that manner and fashion, right? You have to put on a show and kind of become a caricature of yourself, right? So look at this here. We saw the before. Now let's see him now, right? Look at this. Look at him now.
You've had 3 strikes laws, mass incarceration, denied us of who we are, and we are still here. And today you'll take the only majority Black district from us. But I want you to know, and I want my nephew, sons, and the future to know, no matter.
That's enough. There's more that I can play with that. I don't want to hear any more of that because it's fake. Wow. You saw how mild-mannered, I believe the word is that I'm looking for, the term is, that he was back in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Very well put together, soft-spoken in his approach. And then he assumes the character of the post-civil rights movement, Black Power era guy where you're screaming and yelling into the microphone with the gigantic afro. You know, this is the change that has happened to him, in which once again he's playing a character. And I want to play some more too. This is a clip of him recently. I believe he was at a graduation that was held in a church. And I just really want to show you guys how much of a clown he is. This guy's a clown who's not to be taken seriously at all. Look at this here.
I remember this video.
For as much as Democrats love talking about racism and things of that nature, I find it just absurd and just ridiculous how much they have Black Democrat politicians playing essentially minstrel show characters, because that's what this is. This is a minstrel show. Here's a close-up version of the same video that I just showed you. It's just clown stuff. It's embarrassing, man. This guy is a clown and just simply an embarrassment. Anyways, we can move on from him. I just really wanted to take a moment to highlight that point to you guys, and to stress the fact that he's playing a character. He's playing a role. The man that you see today as Justin Pearson is not the man that he was yesterday. Right? He was very much so a mild-mannered individual, human being, spoke well, good diction, soft-spoken, and now he's honestly a minstrel show clown, if you ask me. So let's move on, though. I want to move on over to Alabama. All right, let's go to Alabama next. Like I said, huge Supreme Court decision came down, 6-3 decision concerning, Alabama and their inability to, use racially gerrymandered maps. You can't do that anymore. Look at this here. Let me pull this video down and pull this article up next. And while I'm doing that, please make sure you hit the like button. I would really appreciate it, and it will help out this channel a lot. Okay, so look at this here. Supreme Court allows Alabama to eliminate congressional district held by Black Democrat. And you see a lot of the liberal media today, when this news broke, they're all running with that type of headline. As you can see here, I believe this is from NBC. Supreme Court lets Alabama speed up adoption of congressional map, eliminating a majority Black district. Ooh, we can't cheat anymore, but let's play it up on the Black part of it to make it seem like there's something racist going on. When in actuality, you're seeing fairness being put in place. That's what we're seeing here. Check this out. I want to go through this article relatively quickly. Then I want to get into what Hakeem Jeffries had to say, and then we can follow up with what's going on in South Carolina with Jim Clyburn, because it's looking like Jim Clyburn is going to get Jasmine Crockett. Okay, he's going to get Jasmine Crockett. All right, but let's go into this first. Allow me a moment to scroll down.
That was Justin Pearson and the other one.
So this is from CNN. The Supreme Court's conservative majority on Monday allowed Alabama to revert to a congressional map with one majority Black district in a sudden ruling that drew a dissent from the court's 3 liberal justices. State officials in Alabama had rushed up to the court late Friday, asking it to halt a lower court ruling that has blocked it from using a map it enacted in 2023. It did so based on the court's blockbuster decision in late April dealing with Louisiana's congressional map that severely weakened the scope of the landmark Voting Rights Act of 1965. Why do I have that highlighted in blue? Because normally when it's highlighted in blue, that means...
So you got Justin Pearson and Justin Jones. Justin Jones, the one that represents Nashville, where CHUD the Bussy was doing all that nonsense. And then Justin Pearson, he represents Memphis.
It's important to me. It didn't weaken the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It strengthened it, because now it prevents Democrats from abusing it. All right, that's what happened. But I digress. The Supreme Court's order, which included no explanation, tosses out a lower court order that blocked the use of the 2023 map. No vote count was released. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, joined by the court's other 2 liberals, said the decision was inappropriate and will cause only confusion as Alabama begins to vote in their election scheduled for next week. There's no confusion that's getting ready to happen in Alabama. What we see happening in Alabama is just the balance of powers, the scales of power balancing out. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing it balance out. But, obviously Democrats don't like that. Now, what's important about this decision here from the Supreme Court is that this is probably, I want to say, the first of many victories that's going to happen for Republicans across the country as they begin to redraw their congressional maps. This was the first big test. All these maps are going to get challenged, like the ones in Florida, as well as in Tennessee and everywhere else. But the fact that Alabama was able to survive the Supreme Court ruling and reign supreme and win, right? It went in the favor of the Republicans. It really goes to show that the ruling that came down concerning Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is ironclad. it's definitely in place here to stay. And there's nothing that Democrats can do as it pertains to other states like Florida, South Carolina, and the likes that are now redistricting their maps and preparing to redistrict their maps as well, right? So like I said, this is the first big test, and it's good to see that Alabama passed the test. Now, let's shift over to what Hakeem Jeffries had to say, right? Because Hakeem Jeffries was very upset, as you would expect him to be, big mad. And it makes me happy. But listen closely to what he's saying, because to me, it says a lot as to what's to come whenever Democrats get back in power, if they're even able to get back into power. Now, I don't want to get too ahead of myself when you say things like that, but it is a big if. It is definitely a big if. But check out what Hakeem Jeffries had to say. Let me pull that up for you guys next.
I think he's still in.
We do have these structural problems.
Let me rewind it back just a little bit. Take it from the top and action.
In period of time, we do have these structural problems that need to be addressed. We've got to, for instance, make sure we pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. So
I can't
stop right there. Democrats had 4 years to do that, especially particularly the first 2 years of the Biden administration, right? When they had the majority. Democrats didn't even attempt to pass that. It's a do-nothing act anyways, but they were talking it up about this John Lewis Voting Rights Act. I remember coming off of, the George Floyd and everything like that. There was something else called the George Floyd Policing Act or something like that, George Floyd Policing Reform Bill or something. They didn't even attempt to pass these things, right? And these are bills that they dangle in people's face, particularly Black voters' face, to say like, hey, if you want to get this stuff passed, you got to vote us in. And then when you voted Biden in, they didn't even attempt to pass these things. But now here they are, 5 years or so later, and Hakeem Jeffries is waving that bill in your face again, knowing good and well that they don't have any intentions on passing it. It's just, as you say, I think the term is like red meat for the dogs. I'm horrible with sayings, but you guys know what I mean. You're just teasing folks at this point. But let's carry on with what Hakeem Jeffries is saying.
we can end the era of voter suppression in the United States of America once and for all. We have to end Citizens United, dramatically reform our campaign finance laws to stop the ability of these deep-pocketed special interests to intervene. And we are going to have to explore massive judicial reform, state by state and at the federal level, and everything should be on the table as far as I'm concerned.
So when you listen specifically to what he's saying at the end, it really brings me back to something me and my wife were talking about, I want to say about a little over a week ago, maybe a couple of days ago, maybe not a week. But we were talking about how when the Democrats get back in power, if they're even able to, especially if the SAVE Act passes, coming off of the Supreme Court ruling on Section 2 of the Civil Rights Act. Whenever they do get back into power,
ain't trusted.
If you thought the Biden administration, Biden and Harris, was bad, we haven't seen anything yet. These folks are going to go scorched earth. Okay, they're going to go scorched earth, the Democrats. They're going to nuke the filibuster, and they're essentially going to go haywire when it comes to passing all type of foolishness. I dread the day, honestly, that Democrats get back into power, if they're even able to, because once again, if you thought Biden was bad, to simply put it, man, we haven't seen anything yet. We haven't seen anything yet, and these people are going to go completely nuts. So this is why I personally want Trump to hurry up and nuke the well, it's not up to Trump, but Senate Republicans to stop being cowards and to nuke the filibuster in the Senate, right? And just pass the SAVE Act, because essentially that's what's going to save our elections and keep the lunatic wing of the Democrat Party from being able to take power in between both the Supreme Court ruling and the SAVE Act, right? So now what I want to do next, as we're rounding the video out, I want to go over to this right here in South Carolina. Because once again, it's looking like
Clyburn's done.
Jim Clyburn is going to get Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crocketed? Jasmine Crockett. She's going to get Jasmine Crocketed. You know, if I'm saying that correctly. They're going to get him out of here, right? Look at this here. Let me pull this up for you. Look at this. Just in South Carolina Legislative Committee passes a resolution that paves the way for 2026 redistricting and eliminating Jim Clyburn's racially drawn seat. Jim Clyburn is on his way out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Lord willing, fingers crossed. If you've known me for a long time and you know how much I despise Jim Clyburn, let's go. We are full steam ahead right now. The resolution will push back U.S. House primaries to August to ensure enough time to redistrict if and when fully passed. The final map likely ends up with 7 Republican seats and 0 Democrat seats. All right, 7-0, which is not uncommon because, like I went through, I want to say last week, the Democrat states, there were numerous, I want to say there's about 6 or maybe 7 Democrat states where it's the opposite. You know, Democrats, like in Massachusetts, I think it's 9-0, Democrats 9 seats, Republicans 0 representation. So, I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You know, Democrats can do it, Republicans can do it too. The only difference is that, you know, Democrats were cheating when they were doing it, engaging in racial gerrymandering, where now you're just seeing a balancing of the scales of power. But let's hear what Jim Clyburn had to say. I didn't get to listen to this clip yet. He did respond to this. So I want to see and hear how Jim Clyburn respond to the possibility of him getting the boot, just like Jasmine Crockett did. So let's check this out next. He was on, what was it, the State of the Union on CNN. I believe it was Sunday. I believe this was yesterday. So let's check this out here.
So let's talk about the redistricting wars, the gerrymandering wars more broadly. President Trump kicked off this battle by urging Texas to redistrict and create more Republican-leaning seats last year. Then Democrats decided to fight fire with fire. California came after that, Virginia, and more. After redrawing maps in 6 states, Republicans now have approximately an 8-seat advantage in these gerrymandering wars. What do you think this might mean come November? Might Republicans hold the House?
Well, they might, and they might not, because I do believe that the voters in this country are watching very closely, and they are feeling emotionally what the threat is to our future. And I do not believe that the majority of the voters in this country condone and will agree with what President Trump is doing.
Pause. This is the reality. The majority of the voters in this country, if we're being honest, are conservative. The overwhelming majority are conservative. But it takes a tremendous amount of cheating coming from the Democrat Party for them to win elections. And the way in which they cheat and how much they cheat and all the different ways they do it, it's surprising that Republicans have even been able to win elections, right? But it takes stuff like the racial gerrymandering that we see and the lack of oversight when it comes to voting in blue states that we see, how they're opposed to voter ID. It takes all of this cheating, essentially, for them to win. But the reality is if you balance the scales of power and everything is truly even, the country is actually very conservative. Very, very, very much so conservative. And Jim Clyburn knows that. Let me rewind it back just a little bit, and we're going to round this stream out.
With what President Trump is doing. South Carolina, our delegation, our House, talked with him, the Senate, I guess, on the day before yesterday. But the Supreme Court, 2 years ago, spoke to this district and said it was not unconstitutional. But the president says he wants them to redraw the lines anyway. All I'm going to say to that is be very careful what you pray for. Because what I do believe is that when they finish
with the redistricting, there will be the possibilities of at least 3 Democrats getting elected here in South Carolina to the United States Congress.
Oh, so you think that the redistricting they're doing in South Carolina could not only dilute your Democratic-leaning district, but other Republican-leaning districts so as to make them more competitive? That's interesting.
Wishful thinking, but it's not going to happen.
Right.
But I guess these are the things that you got to tell yourself. You know, you have to lie to yourself when you're reaching the end of your career, finally, and hopefully, once again, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but hopefully, fingers crossed, because I mean, come on, man, we really need age restrictions or, you know, limitation or just term limits in general. Term limits. You shouldn't be allowed to have guys like Jim Clyburn. This guy's like 80-something years old, and he's been serving in Congress, I think, for as long as I've been alive. The guy's been in Congress for like 40+ years already, doing absolutely nothing but taking up space and supporting horrible policies. People like him shouldn't even be able to stick around in Congress for as long as he has. So seeing him go, if he goes, fingers crossed, which I believe he will, it'll be very invitable, very much so invitable. I'm sick of seeing his face and hearing his voice.
Right.
And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel.
Do the same for Frontline Black News. All right, so Supreme Court is not playing. These Democrats gonna have to actually compete for your vote now. They don't have it in the bag no more. These districts where they thought that they had it in the bag, they had it all sewn up, them days are over. They're gonna actually have to compete in these Republican states and locales. So yeah, they're gonna have to actually compete now. Majority of the Republican states are in the South. They're going to have to compete for the black vote. So, on this topic, Blaccs call out Hakeem Jeffries in the Congressional Black Caucus. So, our brother Water God TV going to give us an update on that.
Because we know this unprecedented assault on Black political representation.
Because the Congressional Black Caucus is not a threat. Inside that institutional channel, with all the symbolism of Black political representation, but none of the substantive disruption of Black autonomous power, the Congressional Black Caucus is exactly the kind of formation that the power structure is happy to host. They're happy to host that. It doesn't build cooperative banks that route Black wealth around the asset management oligarchy.
Talking to Roland Martin on the phone. And
in chorus,
it's saddened. I'm really saddened by this, to say this. Black people, we gotta wake up.
Shut up, Ricky.
We gotta wake up.
Shut your cool.
We don't vote.
Feel like another man.
We didn't show up for Kamala Harris.
They are running around here, yelling and screaming, acting like a fool. The Black Caucus.
Yeah, he is ignorant.
Who is all immigrants, y'all. Those are all immigrants.
Yeah, I'm beyond.
They're not you. They are getting paid to bring you down and put you in last place and put their people before you.
Might have to drop a dime on this.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, now we do always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So check this out, y'all. In this video, we're going over how Black Americans are going off on the Congressional Black Caucus, the Democrats, and all of the Black organizations that's supposed to be helping Black people. Now, it's been a lot of controversy on voters' rights, and I don't know where it's coming from, but we always hear the Democrats, the left, they always strategize to just only talk about what Black Americans can't do. Like we don't hear them saying, The Chinese can't vote. Immigrants can't vote. It's just they always point it to us. But then when it's time for us to receive something, it's always the black and brown. They always joining us up with somebody. So we just tired of these games, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. We tired of these games when they use us when it's beneficial to them. But when we're screaming about what's beneficial to us, we hear crickets. So I'm gonna play y'all some clips, and in these clips, you're gonna see how some of our people feel about how these politicians moving and how they direct their messages to us on situations that they want us to do something, but they bring it together in other situations. It's just, you can't make this stuff up. But I want to know what y'all think in the comments. I'm gonna give y'all some more commentary. Let's get it.
Because we know this unprecedented assault on Black political representation, the likes of which we have not seen since the Jim Crow era, the ghost of the Confederacy has afflicted the United States Supreme Court majority and is invading and haunting the nation right now, and we take that seriously.
Fuck the CBC.
And we know it's going to continue.
Those immigrants.
Which is why Democrats are committed to launching a decisive and overwhelming response in advance of the 2028 election to ensure that it's the American people who are the ones who get to decide who's in the majority in the House, who's in the majority in the Senate, and ultimately in 2028, who gets elected as the next president of the United States of America.
Look, I don't really know what to say to some of my Black American people no more, because your eyes are so wide shut. They are running around here, yelling and screaming, acting like a fool. The Black Caucus, who is all immigrants, y'all. Those are all immigrants. They're not you. They are getting paid to bring you down and put you in last place and put their people before you.
Yeah.
How can you let them tell you that you have no rights here to vote, but they have rights to be on the ballot and they wasn't even born here?
Right, down.
These are immigrants on the ballot. How did they even get voted on?
Right.
And then they're going to tell us that only Black Americans now can't vote. They lost their rights. They don't tell the Chinese that. They don't tell the Arabs that, the Latinos, the Hispanic, the Jamaicans, the Africans. They don't tell them that.
Right.
They don't tell people from Russia and India and all these other places they can't vote. Why are they only saying Black American only?
Martin, too.
Pay attention.
Roly-poly.
And then you got them yelling, we won't go back. Where did they go? Where did they come from to go back? They wasn't in these civil rights streets without parents and grandparents.
Right.
When they got here, everything was handed to them from the racist white man that wanted to see us go down.
Mm-hmm.
They spend more money for them to bring us down.
Yeah.
That's where they get their money from, y'all. They are not us. Pay attention. They use our ancestors, keep us in that victimhood mentality so they could get paid.
Oh, that's right. Now,
so now it's all over. And now you see the attitudes. These people came here to ruin Black America and America.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all don't see it. Ain't y'all tired of them using our ancestors, talking about the shit that they've been through, but they never went through that. They never been in shackles, chained up, slaves for 400 years, Jim Crow. No, but they'll talk about it like if it happened to them and they get the benefits from it.
Mm-hmm.
What is wrong with y'all? They are using you. Democrat Party are using you.
Yep.
Damn, when y'all gonna say enough is enough?
Right.
And these are the same Black folks, fake Black people, because they are all immigrants, is the one denying your reparations. And you don't even see that.
Yep.
They the ones that keep voting no for your reparations because they don't want you to have it. And the white man that signed their check don't want you to have it.
Right.
And they use them.
Mm-hmm.
Wake up, y'all. Please wake up.
Look, you have the Black Caucus, right? Think about this. You have the Black Caucus, the Congressional Black Caucus. That's, I think, 55 years old. It's like my age. It was founded in 1971. I was born in 1971. Has anyone ever bombed their offices? Has anyone ever firebombed the CBC conference? Has any sitting member of the Congressional Black Caucus ever been assassinated by COINTELPRO style state operations the way that they assassinated Fred Hampton? No. The Congressional Black Caucus has been allowed to operate in the United States Capitol for over half a century. Its members have acquired seniority. They've chaired committees. You understand? They've held annual conferences with thousands upon thousands of attendees. They've been received at the White House by every sitting president, every president since Richard Nixon.
Yeah.
And we already know how he felt about black people. They've been protected. Understand me. They have been protected by the same state that murdered Fred Hampton in his bed.
Yep.
Well, ask yourself why. Because the Congressional Black Caucus is not a threat. Inside that institutional channel, with all the symbolism of black political representation, but none of the substantive disruption of black autonomous power, the Congressional Black Caucus is exactly the kind of formation that the power structure is happy to host. They're happy to host that because it absorbs black political energy. You understand? And it absorbs that, and it produces nothing but speeches and resolutions and press conferences and so forth. It doesn't feed children outside of the state's permission, outside of the system. It doesn't run schools outside of the state's curriculum. It doesn't build cooperative banks that route black wealth around.
Is it an Arab or white? I think he's white. But it could be white passing Arab. But yeah, he is speaking truth, Nabi.
Around the asset management oligarchy. It doesn't establish endowments like Waqf networks that escape federal taxation. It doesn't organize international black solidarity in ways that will bypass dollar hegemony. No, it operates completely inside the institution, inside the system, on the system's own terms. And the system has correctly calculated that nothing it does will ever damage the system. So it lives for 55 years. It has lived untouched. Like I say, now compare that to the projects that we've been talking about. Compare that to the projects we've been talking about. Greenwood, Black Wall Street, destroyed.
I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but Lady Che did. I think Lady Che played this clip on the RBA a few weeks back. I remember she covered this like, I said about 3 weeks ago, 3-4 weeks ago, maybe about a month or so ago. She had covered this. She had played this clip on the RBA.
Wilmington destroyed, Garvey imprisoned and deported, the Black Panthers assassinated, infiltrated, dismantled, moved, actually literally bombed from a helicopter in the middle of the city. The pattern is impossible to miss once you see it. It's impossible to not understand what that pattern means. The institutional black formation that operates inside the political system is left alone. But the autonomous black community formations that operate outside the system, they're targeted. The same power structure that murdered Fred Hampton protected the Congressional Black Caucus, and for the same reason. For the same reason. So now look at the historical record.
Thank you, Corey's. I thought you were talking about Water God. Okay, got you. So his name is Shahid, which is Arab Bosun. Okay, thank you. That's all research here, right? She did. I was impressed then. I was in her chat on that part. Okay, got you.
Good. Look at the historical record with this manner of thinking. The fact that they burned down what they burned down is evidence that what was being built was correct and was working. Voting, the institutional, the Congressional Black Caucus, the symbolic representation, those are the activities that they offer to your grandmother and to your generation instead of the things that your grandmother was actually fighting for. And they offered them precisely because they had already calculated that that would not endanger them in any way, that that wouldn't threaten their power and their control and their domination. They burned what was dangerous, and they tolerated and they rewarded what was harmless. The historical record of what they burned and the historical record of what they did not burn is the most reliable map that you have of what's worth trying to build, of what's worth standing for, especially now when Uncle Sam's lighter is running out of lighter fluid.
Talking to Roland Martin on the phone.
Here we go.
And
him and Roly Poly Martin. How about that?
It's saddened. I'm really saddened by this to say this. Black people, we gotta wake up. We gotta wake up.
Yeah.
We don't vote.
Vote for what?
We didn't show up for Kamala Harris.
Oh my God.
To the Black American community, y'all better start claiming yourselves as what y'all are, because a lot of these politicians, especially a part of the Blue Party, they're rushing to the top. A lot of these people who are descendants of immigrants or who may be of immigrant or who are immigrants, they all keep trying to get jobs in government because it's a wealth transfer and it's a destiny swap. This has been in the making and in the plan for 200 or 300 years now, and I'm gonna let y'all know this now. Honestly, it seems like this administration is trying to slow it down.
Only thing they needed was just a little bit more than 10% to doubt Kamala Harris.
Like, to hell with that college
and not show up and vote.
I'm an Indian.
If anybody ever watched Roland Martin's show and watched Joy Reid,
no,
the numbers don't lie. The numbers are there.
None of that garbage.
You know, it showed a huge drop off. Remember, y'all, Barack Obama won Florida twice. He won Pennsylvania twice. I think he won Ohio once. He won Michigan. Listen, we're not turning out. We don't vote. And now that they're doing redistricting, we don't show up in governor's races. We don't show up in mayoral elections. We don't show up in state house elections. We're state senators and state house seats. We don't vote. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I was watching Roland Martin video. 16% of people in Memphis
showed up. Ali, right.
16%.
Well,
16%.
We built.
If you go to Roland Martin, look at Roland Martin's latest video.
Right.
And I think he was doing a speech in Memphis asking them what happened.
I know that's right.
All these people, man, if you see what's going on in Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee, it's going to get worse. While we out here having a good time, I feel bad about performing tonight. I'm just performing because the show's already booked. But I really feel bad. I really wish I was down there in Montgomery, being a part of a protest. And it just don't feel like people are concerned, and it don't feel like people care. Man, this is about to get bad. We about to get ourselves in a position where your voice is not going to be heard, like for real, for real. Donald Trump said, even when he was running, he said, hey, if we get in there, you'll never have to vote again, folks. He said it.
Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
He said, if we win, you will never have to vote again.
Yeah.
He said it.
I know you do.
I remember making a video about it when he said it. We are in some scary times.
I went in so hard on her, they kicked me off of Facebook. They deactivated all my accounts. This is 2 years ago. They didn't like that I was going in on Kamami. So they had my page just shut down. So what the hell with Kamami Harris? We've been going in on her since we was on Blog Talk Radio. We've been going in on her. So that goes all the way back to 2016. We've been going in on that broad. So when she called herself running for president in 2019, we shut that ish all the way down. Then she called herself running again in 2024. We shut that ish all the way down. Now she's going to call herself running again in 2028. We're going to shut that ish all the way down. So they just need to give up running her. She's not going to win. Newsom's not going to win either, because we're not going to forget what he did in California in regards to the reparations and AB 3121. Democrats is running out of people to run. Now they talking about AOC might run. She's not going to stand a chance either. They just need to give it up already. But let me finish this bull crap from Tricky Smiley, as Nobby called him.
He is emboldening white supremacists. White supremacists bothering and attacking black people. And I'm telling you, man, it's we about to go into some dangerous time.
Oh, I remember you now.
The only difference between the civil rights movement and right now, during the civil rights movement when Dr. King was alive, Lyndon B. Johnson, John F. Kennedy, and Lyndon B. Johnson was in office. The difference what we're facing is Donald Trump is in office. Lyndon B. Johnson was in the White House, and I remember him sending either him or John F. Kennedy sending federal soldiers down for the Freedom Riders to protect them and the kids that
either showing your age, Ricky Smiley, or you don't know what the hell you talking about. He got to be in this, like, how old is Ricky Smiley? Is he in his 60s? He must be in his late 50s. He was a child when that shit happened, so he don't even know what the hell he's talking about. That's like me talking about the Clinton days. I was a child. That's like me talking about Reagan days. I was a child then, but okay. So Lyndon B. Johnson said he was going to have niggas voting Democrat for the next 200 years by passing the civil rights legislation. Okay, so what have y'all done in 60 years? Nothing. Democrats ain't done nothing. But y'all want to still go out and vote blue no matter who? To hell no. Hell to the no.
I was trying to integrate the schools or whatever, but you got a president that is promoting and will pardon anybody that go to jail for their racist act.
How old is this Democratic shield? I think he's in his late 50s. Talking about something that happened in the 1960s. Only Shabaka can talk about the 1960s because he actually lived that shit. This dude ain't lived no damn 1960 nothing. Let's see, Ricky Smiley, how old are you, Ricky? Democratic Shield Smiley. How old is this dude? How old is this dude? He's 57. He was born in 68. Oh my God, he needs to stop. He was born after all this stuff was passed. Like, dude, stop it. Just stop the bullshit.
Supremacy is real, and these laws were based on white supremacy and white men being, like that guy said in the video, just awful. And to the point where they had to create laws around awfulness. And now we're in a bad position, and I'm concerned.
Now we in a bad.
I'm concerned. A lot of people gone.
When the hell have we not been in a bad situation? Like, what? These damn Democrats kill me with this. Oh, we're in a bad situation. We've been in a bad situation for 400 plus years. What is he talking about? Oh God.
Gonna suffer. The way this country is being ran and the attack on black people is unreal. And for a long time, these people are really their grandparents. and their great grandparents. And what I'm seeing and how they move into redistrict and cut out almost, if I'm not mistaken, the way they split Memphis up where their voice won't be heard in the state of Tennessee. And I don't know what they're going to do in the state of Alabama and Mississippi. But yeah, we are living in a modernized Jim Crow. It's on the way. It's here. And it's going to get worse.
A modernized Jim Crow. Like, yeah, they just don't want to have to compete. That's all that means. They just don't want to have to compete. They think they just going to get the black vote just because, and them days are over.
It's going to get worse. So, y'all please tell people to be aware and share the videos, everything you see that's going on in these state houses, and to get out and vote and to let your voice be heard. We are concerned. Only thing we can do in the media is report it. And that's it. So y'all be safe out there. And God bless you. And I know everything that Dr. King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Rosa Parks, Ralph Abernathy, all these people fought and died for. Everything that they stood for, fought for, and died for. Almost like it happened, like the death was in jeopardy. And so I'll be making more videos.
So ignorant. You mean you talking about they fought in vain? You said they fought in jeopardy. Oh my God. I don't take nothing serious this clown has to say.
I'll be making more videos, man. Thank y'all.
Oh my God! Put the fist down. Just stop the theatrics. Just stop the tricky smiley. Just stop the bullshit. You sitting up here putting up the black fist like you ain't about that. You ain't about none of that. You're not black first. You're Democratic first. The hell out of here. You see this shit? He putting up the black fist. Come on, man.
Like the powers that be. God bless y'all. I appreciate y'all.
What's up, y'all?
Oh, Lord. Don't play that thing again.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Right, he just needs to stop. All right, thank you, Water God.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Bullshit. Ricky Smiley, Tricky Smiley. I'm going to start using that, Nobby. Thank you. Tricky Smiley. That was some bullshit, Tricky Smiley. And we're not losing our voting rights. None of that is happening, Black family. All it means is that the Democrats are going to have to actually compete for the black vote now in these districts where they thought, oh, I just got it in the bag. They just going to vote blue no matter who. Them days are over. So another thing that's been going on, Lady Chay's been touching on this quite extensively, but I was watching Democracy Now! Yesterday, and I was like, oh yeah, I should put this on the topic list. Astra Taylor on AI data center resistance and fighting billionaire big tech agenda. They try to put some data centers up here in Denver. One in Aurora, Swansea, which is a predominantly brown, so-called brown. I just use that so-called brown, Latino, Hispanic neighborhood. And there's been pushback behind it, but they're still going to go through with it. They put a moratorium on data centers throughout the rest of the city for a year. We'll see how long that lasts. And yeah, they moving in. They're gonna mess up the water like they're doing in Memphis. You see, Pearson ain't saying nothing about that either. He ain't saying nothing about them data centers that's going up in Memphis, where they're killing the people and they draining all the water. So, Amy Goodman gonna give us an update on what's happening with these data centers.
I'm Amy Goodman. Calls are growing across the United States for moratoriums on new AI data centers over their impact on energy costs, water and land use, the U.S. economy, greenhouse gas emissions, and democracy. In Maine, state lawmakers recently approved the first statewide moratorium, but the governor, Janet Mills, vetoed the legislation. A new Gallup poll released today shows 7 out of 10 Americans oppose data centers being built near them, and the opposition spans the political spectrum. In Utah, residents are fighting plans to build what would be the largest data center in the world in Box Elder County. If built, the facility would generate and consume more energy than the entire state of Utah. The proposed complex would cover an area more than 2.5 times the size of Manhattan. Estimates show the project could increase Utah's greenhouse gas emissions by 50%. On Capitol Hill, Vermont's Independent Senator Bernie Sanders and Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have introduced legislation to impose a temporary national moratorium on new artificial intelligence data center construction.
More than 100 local communities across 12 states have already enacted local moratoriums on data centers, and Congress itself has a moral obligation to stand with them and stop big tech from ruining their communities. Our legislation in the House and the Senate would hit the brakes on construction of new data centers until we address several of the key areas of harm AI poses.
We go now to North Carolina, where we're joined by Astra Taylor, writer, organizer, co-founder of the Debt Collective. She co-wrote a new piece for The Guardian headlined, "The fight against AI data centers isn't just about tech, it's about democracy." Astra Taylor and Naomi Klein's forthcoming book out this September is titled End Times Fascism and the Fight for the Living World. Astra, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you start off just by talking about what these AI data centers are, this largest one in Utah. I was just in Middleburg, Virginia last night. Every other person was raising this issue with me, very critical issue in Virginia right now. Explain what they are.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, data centers are essentially the backbone of the AI revolution. Data centers aren't new. Every time you use the internet, you're using data centers. So they've been around for a while, but they have been supercharged by the push towards artificial intelligence. Virginia is indeed the data center hub in this country, but they're spreading rapidly across the United States. Sam Altman, the head of OpenAI, has said that perhaps we'll have to cover the entire world in data centers. And it's about the drive for computing power. And they are often on an absolutely enormous scale. Like you described the data center being proposed in Utah, which would actually use twice as much energy as the entire state. There's one being proposed in Michigan that is going to be as big as 32 NFL football fields. And they use incredible amounts of energy, often gas, fossil fuel. They're being used as an excuse to put even old coal factories and coal production back online. And there are many negative consequences for communities, from emissions. Often they are powered by temporary gas turbines that are being used almost on a permanent basis. So there's air pollution, carcinogens, there's light and noise pollution. People are absolutely tormented by the sounds of these huge warehouses of whirring computers. There is water use issues depending on where it's located. And then there's just the question of what are people getting in return? Because these are massive, quote unquote, factories, but there are no jobs and a lot of harms for the people who live near them and larger harms for our society.
But explain why it requires so much energy. What does it have to do with AI? Why does artificial intelligence require this, Astra?
Just the nature of what they call compute, right? The computers themselves require an incredible amount of energy to run and then to be cooled. So they have to be kept in a stable temperature setting. So there's just energy to cool these machines because they produce an enormous amount of heat, and so that's another problem with them. And this is helping to blow through whatever now long gone climate commitments we had, but this drive to AI has been, when you look at Silicon Valley, they say the drive to AI is why we can no longer meet our climate commitments, right? All of these companies, Google, Meta, presented themselves as climate champions, and AI has caused them to throw those ideals out the window.
One of the primary investors of the proposed mega data center in Utah is Kevin O'Leary, better known as Mr. Wonderful on the reality TV show Shark Tank. This is O'Leary defending the project and dismissing the protesters.
Well, I'm actually the only developer of data centers on Earth that graduated from environmental studies. So I'm pretty aware of what these concerns are. They are around air, water use, heat, noise, pollution. So sustainability is at the heart of what we do in terms of all these proposals. We're not just Utah. We have 10,000 acres in Alberta, Canada, with the same concerns. And so we search for the best technology. There's many air-cooled turbines now. So you're blending in air-cooled versus water. I mean, there's so many different ways to generate power. We can also put a percentage of the power generation to solar, wind, and batteries, because the battery technology is 10x more efficient than it was just 5 years ago. So that's very helpful because it makes the cost of energy lower. So no one, if you're an environmentalist and you don't care about that stuff, of course you protest, and that's what happens. I noted what's happening in Utah right now is we think over 90% of the protesters are actually not people that live in Utah or Box Elder County. They're being bussed in.
That's Kevin O'Leary, better known as Mr. Wonderful on the reality TV show Shark Tank. Your response, Astra Taylor.
Well, he should be called Mr. Full of It. I mean, that his claims are absolutely absurd. You could build data centers that were connected to sustainable renewable energy sources. That is not what these tech companies are doing, because they are rushing to compete to be the company that controls this industry. So, take somebody like Elon Musk, who has built 3 data centers, supercomputers around Memphis, Tennessee. One of them, for example, the first one uses enough energy to power almost 300,000 homes. He's using these very high polluting gas turbines. Colossus 2, as the second supercomputer is called, uses enough energy for 2 million homes. This is a guy who presented himself as a green champion for many years, but he has not built these computers, these supercomputers, these data centers in a way that reflects those values at all. And absolutely the point about this protest movement against data centers being, not grassroots, being paid is absolutely absurd. What's incredible about this movement is the grassroots nature of it and how it's bringing together people from across the political spectrum. It's bringing together folks who live in Memphis, Tennessee, rural farmers, just concerned citizens who are saying, what are we getting out of these? There used to be a bargain when a factory came to town. You would get jobs, even if maybe it emitted some pollution or had tax breaks. These massive warehouses maybe produce 30, 50, 100 jobs at best, often low-wage jobs doing things like security or sanitation. And now there's even companies who are saying that they are going to actually provide security services with robot dogs, right? With robots. So it'll be robots guarding the computers. And so people are rightly saying, why should we support this? And that is what is causing this amazing movement to rise up and to block these developments across the country.
Astra, the University of Buffalo professor in environment and sustainability, Holly Buck, recently wrote an article in Jacobin headlined "Democratic Governance of AI is the Real Solution," in which she argues against the idea of a moratorium on data centers. She writes, "A moratorium on AI data centers is a terrible idea, one that poses serious equity concerns. A moratorium springs from the desire to stop the concentration of wealth, but ironically, it's likely to exacerbate it. It's a massive strategic blunder for the left, and we should think through the global justice implications and follow-on effects. We should be wary of proposals that would send burdens elsewhere. Under neoliberal capitalism, industries offshore environmental harms to places with weaker governance, cheaper labor costs, and fewer environmental safeguards, unquote. Blacc says AI should be regulated as a public utility. What's your response to her argument on a moratorium?
Yeah, the Guardian piece I wrote with Saul Levin was a response to her criticism of this movement, which she said was a dead end, and her criticism of the idea of a data center moratorium. First, I want to say that I like the idea of democratic governance of AI, but you need to have leverage to have any kind of democratic control. I think it's important to pause and just note how undemocratic the rollout of AI has been so far. Nobody has asked for this. You cited polling. This is incredibly unpopular technology. Even 80% of Republicans and independents, of people who voted for Donald Trump, say they want more regulations on AI, even if it slows things down. Last year, there was a poll that said only 10% of people are excited about where this technology is going. And that's because the people who control it, who own it, have been very clear that they don't have democracy in mind. They define AGI, artificial general intelligence, this is OpenAI's definition, as autonomous systems that can do essentially do human work. And so this is a human job elimination machine, and maybe a human elimination machine in the sense that AI is also, it is not just automating workplace labor, but also, you know, impersonating human beings and trying to be your best friend and your companion and sort of take over human life. So this is not, and this again is not something that people have wanted. You know, the Silicon Valley has gotten very aggressively behind Donald Trump, who has said, you know, he's going to block all attempts to regulate or control this technology, that we're in an accelerationist mindset. So you only can wield democratic power in opposition to that if you are you know, an ordinary citizen who doesn't have a direct line to Donald Trump or millions of dollars to buy him off, by engaging in protest, by engaging in disruptive action. And data centers provide local focal points, local choke points where people can come together and push back on the billionaire big tech agenda and say no. And it has absolutely changed the terrain, I think, of the political conversation. That's critical. I think there are some people, a good faith critique is, well, is this the most tactical thing that people can do? And I would say it is tactical because it provides, again, people a place to meet locally and a way to make their discontent known. But I think where I have another disagreement with Blacc is, you know, I think there's a question about how much we want AI in our lives, right? You know, I think part of her argument is that it's a bit Luddite to resist this technology. It's inevitable. It's the future. Everyone should have access to it in every facet of their existence. And I think that many people are more skeptical than that. We're saying, do we really want AI in our schools, teaching our children? Do we really want AI talking to our children? And do we want AI to be our boss at work? You know, and there is a deeper debate there about where we want to allow this technology to be. And to me, that's part of what it means to have democratic governance over AI, is to say, no, we don't need this technology to take over every facet of our existence, from the industrial to the intimate.
And finally, very briefly, can you explain the tech sector fighting back against the anti-data center movement? You write, quote, about concerted PR efforts flooding elections with dark money or even shadier tactics in this last minute.
Yes, you know, Bernie Sanders recently said that by his estimate, the AI sector has put $400 million into elections already in 2026. They are also trying to use other tactics, PR tactics, to smear protesters. For example, that idea that this is actually a paid movement, is not a grassroots movement, is part of their campaign against the data center uprising. And, you know, it seems to not be working at this point because there is such grassroots momentum. people are coming together from all walks of life and realizing they have more in common around this issue. They might have voted for Donald Trump. They might be a Democrat, but they're saying this is not the future that we want. We want a future where we can breathe the air, we can drink the water, where we have jobs, where our kids have jobs, where we have a livable future. Naomi Klein and I, in our forthcoming book, call this a new pro-life movement. We don't want to be subjected to robot overlords. So there's going to be pushback, undoubtedly more pushback to come from the tech sector. And I hope that people who are sympathetic to the idea of regulating this technology can appreciate what a strategic movement this is. The data center fight is giving us leverage to create the conditions where hopefully the Democratic Party can come in and seize the moment and propose not just smart regulations, but things like a jobs guarantee, insisting that this technology is tied to green energy and the like. This is creating conditions for the changes that we need to push back on Silicon Valley and its authoritarian agenda.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make...
Subscribe to Frontline Black News. Yeah, man, this definitely going to have to be regulated. Like my brother Corey said, it's Skynet, open global prison. That's what we're moving into. They definitely need to have regulations on this. We definitely is going into Terminator time. Everybody remember the movie Terminator? That's what we're living in. And that was created by a Black woman, by the way, too. The same one that created The Matrix. Stewart, what was her name? Sophia Stewart? Yeah. So, yeah, we're moving into that time. So they definitely need to have regulations on AI. I don't support these data centers at all. So moving along, we got the illegal migrant news, the unhoused neighbor news, and the local Denver/Aurora news. That's why I was playing that Jasmine Crockett song. These mothers is turned up. It's 2 a.m. and they is turned up outside my window. So white Republican agrees with Latino radio host who called Black Democrat a cotton picker. So Demetria K gonna give us an update on that.
Hello, everybody. I am Demetria K, and I hope that you are having a great day. Thank you for joining me here on the African Diaspora News channel, where it is my pleasure to have this great conversation with you. I'm going to be talking about a white Republican agreeing with a Latino radio host who called a Black Democrat, Hakeem Jeffries, a cotton picker in a sense, right? So we're going to get into all of that. Who do we have here so far? Tyrone, what's going on with you? King Noble in the building. Sister Shirley, hope you're having a fabulous day. I should also say, too, that when I read the comments, y'all see my sweat rings already. When I read the comments, I start at the top, but now I'm going to start at the bottom, if that makes sense, because by the time I get through talking, I'm reading comments that are, regarding things that I had already spoken about. So I'm just going to start at the bottom. And if I did not read your comment, it's not because I didn't want to, it's just for the sake of time. So please do not be mad at me. Mike, how are you doing? I hope that you're doing well today. So anyway, let's go ahead and get into it. So I think it was like a day before or so at this point. It's now going viral. A conversation got recorded, but it also got deleted. Now, it was between that of Representative Jen Keegans from Virginia, and she was on a radio show with a conservative host by the name of Rich Herrera, who is Latino. And they were discussing all the things that were going on in Virginia regarding the redistricting. And they were also talking about Hakeem Jeffries. Now, I'm going to read to you in short what happened, right, before I show you the video. Now, the Virginia redistricting fight became a major national political battle because Democrats were trying to counter Republican-led redistricting efforts happening in states like Texas, Florida, and North Carolina. Now, Virginia Democrats passed the mid-decade redistricting plan and placed a constitutional amendment before voters in 2026. Voters narrowly approved it. The new map would likely have expanded Democrats' advantage in Virginia's congressional delegation from 6-5 to potentially 10-1, helping Democrats in their fight for the control of the U.S. House. Now, Republicans sued and argued Democrats violated Virginia's constitutional procedures when they approved the referendum process. Republicans said the legislature acted improperly after election procedures had already begun and accused Democrats of partisan gerrymandering. The Supreme Court of Virginia sided with Republicans in a 4-3 ruling and struck down the Democrat-backed maps. The court said that the constitutional process had not been properly followed, making the voter-approved referendum invalid that restored the older congressional maps. Now, after the ruling, Democrats discussed several responses, including trying to win Republican-held seats under the existing maps and exploring aggressive legal or legislative options to restore the map. Now, as for Hakeem Jeffries, he became one of the biggest national Democratic voices supporting the Virginia effort. Jeffries argued Democrats were responding to what he called Republican attempt to rig the 2026 midterm elections through aggressive gerrymandering in Republican-controlled states. He said Virginia voters understood the assignment and were trying to protect a free and fair midterm election. Now, Jeffrey also reportedly said Democrats would do whatever it takes to pass the Virginia referendum and viewed the state as a part of a larger national strategy to regain control of Congress. Now, after the Virginia Supreme Court struck down the maps, Jeffries participated in a private discussion with Virginia Democrats about possible next steps, including ways to continue fighting for new maps despite the ruling. Now, that's where this conversation comes in, where again, Representative Keegan's, or Keigans, I think that's how you say it, was having a conversation with the conservative radio host, and this is what she got caught agreeing with.
Hakeem Jeffries wants to be involved in Virginia politics, then I suggest he does what a bunch of New Yorkers are doing. Leave New York, move down here to Virginia, run for office down here. You can represent us. If not, get your cotton picking hands off of Virginia.
Oh, that's right. Ditto. Yes. Yes to that.
Okay. So again, that was her agreeing with Rich Herrera. Now that's the Richmond's morning show. That's what he is on in part. But she was agreeing that, because you heard all the things that he said. And I'm going to play it for you again, just so there's no confusion, so we can all be on the same page. Here it goes.
Hakeem Jeffries wants to be involved in Virginia politics, then I suggest he does what a bunch of New Yorkers are doing. Leave New York, move down here to Virginia, run for office down here. You can represent us. If not, get your cotton picking hands off of Virginia.
That's right. Ditto. Yes. Yes to that.
So cotton picking.
Okay. So she ditto means agree, right? Same. That's what ditto means. So he basically said he can move from New York and run for public office there in Virginia, or get your cotton picking hands, basically out of their business there in Virginia. So of course, there's been a lot of back and forth as to, was it racial? Is it anti-Black? And all of those other things, right? So what we do know is that cotton picking, right? Yeah. It means offensive. The offensive origin is the phrase stems from the difficult forced labor of enslaved people and later sharecroppers, primarily Black Americans in the southern United States during the 18th and 20th centuries, right? So we're
and my family descends directly from that. My great grandparents were sharecroppers. And all I remember hearing growing up was, you must be out your cotton picking mind. So that's where that came from. So that's definitely true.
We're not confused about that. I think any of us that have heard that term cotton picking, we know what it means now. Of course, growing up, we've heard the term in cartoons and, things like that. I remember one time, a friend of mine was in class and he had touched something on a white teacher's desk or something. She says, get your cotton picking hands off of my desk. Right now, my friend is Black. And my friend, he was aware, even in high school, he was like, do you know what you said to me? Right. You called me a cotton picker. You told me to get my cotton picking hands. He says that's racist. And the lady, she just started crying like, oh my God. I didn't know. I didn't mean it. It's like,
Yes, you did.
now, lady, you too old to be talking about you don't know what it means, but we're not confused, okay? So again, a lot of people, that's not what it means. Oh, it means that I'm angry, I'm annoyed. That's what people are trying to say that it means. But anyway, we'll get into that in just a bit. Okay. So Representative Kygans, she was like, this is precisely what's wrong with the Democrats. Every lie and distortion is intended to distract from getting their hats handed to them. And the Virginia Supreme Court's clear message: stop trying to rig our elections. The radio host should not have used that language, and I do not and did not condone it. It was obvious to anyone listening that I was agreeing Hakeem Jeffries should stay out of Virginia. Democrats are trying to destroy Virginia's court because they disagree with it. That is the real danger in our country. Okay. So she's saying, I wasn't agreeing with the cotton picking. I was agreeing with, him staying out of Virginia. Okay. Maybe she was, but lady, you said ditto. I agree. Right. To all of that. Right. So and now how are you cherry picking what you agree with?
Right.
You said you did, but it should be said that they tried to scrub this stuff all off of the internet. But when people heard it, they made a bunch of copies and stuff. That's how I have it, right? But she's saying that's not what I was agreeing with. But Hakeem Jeffries' office, they in part released a statement saying Jen Kygans had her chance to disavow the vile, racist, and dehumanizing comments from far right talk show host Rich Herrera. Instead, she doubled down. Then Jen tripled down and attempted to blame partisanship in a pathetic follow-up statement. It was a stunning failure of judgment and leadership for a so-called moderate member of Congress representing a large, vibrant African-American community in Virginia. So basically, Hakeem Jeffries' office is saying, yeah, right, we don't buy it. You had your opportunity to say, wait, whoa. I don't agree with the cotton picking stuff. Now, all that other stuff, yeah, he can move here. And I agree with that. But cotton picking, I know. I don't think we should say those things. But she didn't say that. And I agree with Hakeem, and I rarely do, but I agree with his office that, yeah, she missed her opportunity to do it. And if you are indeed representing a large Black American district, yeah, that's probably not a good look for you. Right? It sounds like maybe she was going to be caught up in the redistricting things and all that other stuff. But yeah. But you know what, though? I'm not necessarily surprised about her, right? She's a white woman. And I'm not surprised that she would agree with that type of language, calling the Black man, in a sense, a cotton picker. Because when you say, somebody might say, well, he didn't call him a cotton picker. Well, if you tell me that I have cotton picking hands, what am I doing with when I'm picking cotton, right? So doesn't that make me a cotton picker in your opinion? So what we're not going to do is try to, finagle our way out of what it is. It indeed is a very anti-Black thing to say. And again, a lot of times things just roll off of people's mouth and tongue without them really thinking about it. But anyway, but what I am really more so surprised at is, Rich Herrera. That's him. Okay. He is a big time Trump supporter. I don't know what that means in a larger scheme of things, but yeah, he doesn't bite his tongue about that. But he was the radio host that said that. Okay. And he was very vehement about it. His cotton picking hands, So when I say I'm a little surprised, I'm not surprised as much as I would have been, because back in the day, yeah, we're more surprised that it's not surprised that white people say those things, but we would have been a little bit more surprised that Latinos are saying these things. But nowadays, we're kind of being reminded that, hey, no, they with the stuff, right? They with the stuff when it comes to being anti-Black. So I just kind of wanted to show you what he looks like, because as I was reading more into it, I said, okay. No, this has a different angle here. That was a Latino. He's a Mexican-American. Should say that he was considered to be one of the first MLB, Major League Baseball, Mexican-American announcers. He worked there for a while. He works at Newsmax and some other things, right? So he's very right-wing, okay? And it sounds like he originates from California. Now, moving on to us learning more and more about the Latinos and their anti-Blackness, I want to take you back to 2022. Now, this is a very small audio, rather, from Nuri Martinez, who was at the time the first, as they say, Latina, in a sense, president of the city council there in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
It's like the oddest thing. It's like black and brown on this float, and then there's this white guy with this little black kid who's misbehaved. The kid is bouncing off the effing walls on the float, practically tipping it over. There's nothing you can do to control him.
Okay, so again, that was a small snippet of Nuri Martinez along with her other Latino homies that were sitting on the city council there in Los Angeles, 2022 or 23, I think it was. But anyway, they also, had some very anti-Black things to say about that Black child, likening him to a monkey. They had some things to say about the darker Mexicans, the Oaxacans, about them being dark-skinned and, all this other stuff, and talking about the white guy that has the Black child for whatever reason and saying he's with the Blaccs and, all that stuff, right? Now, it took them a while to resign. They didn't want to resign because they were like, well, kind of in the sense saying, that's not what we meant. I overspoke and you misinterpreted the things that I was saying. And it was like, how do you misinterpret calling somebody child a monkey?
Right.
Right. But nevertheless, they did step down. And it sounds like Nuri there had some hardships after that. Sounds like she lost her house and just a lot of things, But it also said that you couldn't even help yourself. I know behind closed doors, people say different things, but I don't know who was recording it, but whoever did, it sounds like it was, a closed door meeting, but somebody probably, like Omarosa when she went to the White House.
Oh, yeah.
And she was, with the Trump administration, she put her iPhone on the table and press record. So somebody clearly did that. And my thing is, they probably did it because they had already heard some things that was kind of janky coming from them anyway. And so they was probably like, okay, here's my opportunity to bust them. So again, that's one example of the anti-Blackness. Now, a lot of people were kind of shocked when they heard that, like, what? Because what do they tell us? They tell us, oh, there's this Black and brown unity. Oh, all this Black and brown unity, the Black and the brown, the Black and the brown get down, right? But then when you start to hear those things, it's like, so you don't really like Black people like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were also talking about, redistricting during, that particular meeting. They wanted to kind of keep, I guess, a portion of Los Angeles to the Hispanics because they felt like we have, fought so hard for this, right? So in a sense, they wanted to disinclude the Blacks and the Oaxacans who are Mexican. They're just dark skinned, right? And they have Black Mexicans as well. But, Nuri, who's a fair-skinned Latina, and the rest of them, I guess they can't sit with us type of thing. So a lot of people were shocked at that. Okay, well, goes the chipping away of the Black and brown unity. Then, of course, y'all all heard about this lady here who happened to be back in the news as of yesterday and the day before. That's Ashley Gonzalez from Houston, Texas. She was a police officer. Sounds like now she's trying to appeal her termination. And as of this moment, she still has her license to be a police officer. That has not been revoked because they said the Houston Police Department and the organization, I think it's called TICO or something like that, that would take her license. And they're basically saying, well, she hasn't been charged with a crime. So we really don't have a reason to take her license at this moment. So she can, in fact, go and apply at a different police office if she wants. But right now she's kind of fighting to stay in Houston. Will she stay there? I don't know, right? It remains to be seen. But of course, y'all know last month she got busted. She was on her private Instagram where I guess she had a select group of anti-Black people that she was talking to. And she called us the ERs and she used the A as well. And she was mad. Apparently somebody went off in her friend's purse or something like that. And she also talked about what she was going to do as a police officer. The next Black person that she arrested, they was going to jail. And she talked about some things she may or may not have done while she was enlisted in the Marines. So, from that point, she got fired. But there's a lot of people, believe it or not, that agree with her. You know, they call her Queen Ashley. You know, she spoke the truth and all those other things. And so, again, it's not becoming surprising to us anymore that the Latinos really ain't, you know, messing with Black folks like that. And of course, y'all know, I always talk about, and as a lot of people do, the leadership of the Latino community, LULAC, and the things that they've said, that we are not interested in aligning with the Blacks, let them fight their own battles. They say that we are white, that they are white. We know that the Negro, they do not have the things that we have, but we don't care. We're not interested in civil rights and things like that. And so they basically have decided to align themselves with whiteness, and some would say white supremacy, right? I mean, if you're a Latino, why are you even using that word? Right. I can't even remember the last time I used the word cotton picking, right? You cotton. I don't remember the last time I used it. So why would you have that in your vocabulary, right? Why would you be using that at all? And I wonder if he has said that about anybody that's been discussed white on the show, right? Has he said that about a white Democrat or anything like that? No. Now, some people say give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. You know what you're saying, right? You know, you should anyway, because a lot of those people claim to be so intelligent, right? They know everything, and you don't know that that's a derogatory term for Black folks. So it's something that we're learning. But I would say really more so now they understand, or they should, why a lot of Black folks are like, I'm not getting out in them streets. I will not put feet in the street to march against ICE or nothing else that benefits you. Because y'all have been very clear that we ain't trying to hang out with y'all. There is no Black and brown unity, right? So again, especially when Trump got in office the second time, we're like, nah, we're not going out there. We got things that we need to be doing, right? And if we get out there, it's only going to be for your benefit. Y'all not going to lace up your boots and say, okay, Black Americans, come on, now let's go help fight whatever it is you're trying to fight. Let's go get reparations, because I've showed y'all a million times of them, especially in California, getting together with the Asians and saying, no, we don't want them to have reparations. We don't want them to have it. What about us? We're taxpayers and they don't deserve all of that, right? So Black folks have just learned and are learning that there is no Black and brown unity. Should there be? Yeah, there should be Black and brown unity. But we're also, especially hearing from the Black misleadership on the Democrat side. They're the ones that's trying to ram this Black and brown unity down our throats. And Hakeem Jeffries, man, if that don't show you right there that that doesn't exist, that man called you a cotton picker, and that white lady agreed with her. If that don't show you that they don't care about you at all, you know, and I know that Latino, he's a conservative. I don't even know what that means in the larger scheme of things, if he's more racist, right, than a Democrat. But there's the brown part of the unity calling you a cotton picker. And we always talk about it. There's a lot of things we couldn't say about them and get away with it. Can you imagine, you know, if that was somebody Black saying something, don't say it in the comments, y'all, but somebody derogatory about the Latinos, about what they picking, you know, or what they may be eating and all. Imagine if that happened. Everybody and their mama, including the Democrats, oh, well, we denounce that. That's aberrant, you know, behavior. Oh, no, we got to stand with our Black and brown. We got to get in the back alleys with the Black and our brown, right? You know they would have. But I've seen people like Gavin Newsom. He denounced it. He was like, hey, you know, this is racist and this, that, and the other. I've seen some people, but you couldn't do that to them. That wouldn't be able to roll out of your mouth but for 5 seconds before everybody and their mama come running to the defense of the Latinos. Now, there's another issue to me that's going on, and that's the deducing, if you will, of racism when it comes to us, right? Yeah. Of course, we've heard the conversation a lot. Yep. Oh, well, the word, right, with the ER. Oh, it's just the word. They like to say it's the freedom of speech, right? Even with the Ashley Gonzalez, I've seen a lot of her people, and a lot of them people agree with her. It's just the word. They just they're so sensitive. They need to get over that word, right? And the same thing with this cotton picking. That's just the word.
Our people was lynched behind that goddamn word. Our people was lynched, killed, maimed, etc., etc. Fuck out of here with it. It's just a word. Yeah, you got freedom of speech, but you ain't got freedom from consequences. And it's time we start putting these consequences on these anti-Black bigots.
Word, it's not meant for Black people. Oh, it means when you're annoyed. It means when you're angry. It's like, oh, what's going on with the hijacking of things that are indeed anti-Black, right? It's the hijacking of the narrative and trying to turn it to something else. But again, how many things can we turn around that's negative and derogatory about them and say, well, I mean it as a term of endearment. I don't mean it to be negative. Oh, just get over it. You'd be as I always say, go out into the public. Don't do it. But I'm just saying, if you did, right, go out into the public square and call somebody else, say an Asian something, like he said it, right? Do you think you'd get away with that?
Nope.
You know what the conversation would be? The conversation would be, oh, that's a hate crime. Oh, you said some, you know what I'm saying? Because we know that they have a hate crime bill. You can't do that. But it seems like for us, we're supposed to say, well, you know what? You're right. Sticks and stones. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Go ahead, let it rip. Use the ER if you like, and it's just a word. I'm just gonna, grow some thicker skin. No, we're not growing no thicker skin. Again, that word don't belong to us. We don't have a pink slip to that word. That word was never fashioned by us, okay? It belongs to them people. We don't think you should say that to us because, yes, we have seen, as I said the other day, even some of these white women getting rolled up in the public square behind letting that roll up out of mouth, right? Now, we ain't on that type of time where you could just say those things to us and we'd be all right with it, but we don't own those words now. As the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and even Brother James Baldwin said, yes, we did not create that word, but sometimes we act like that word, right? And we didn't create what they deemed to be that is something that was created on the plantation. Again, they didn't go and kidnap and put on those plantations the ER. Okay, that's not what they found when we were minding our business wherever we were. Now, in a sense, and not even in a sense, that's what not all of us, right? But that's what they turned us into, okay? And I would say even back then on the plantation, our people had dignity. There was things that we didn't see ourselves as, right? Now, I always tell y'all, people on my show, I've read a lot of the slave narratives, right? Y'all familiar with that? That the Smithsonian, they went and got the testimony of slaves who were freed off of the plantation, like back in the day. Yeah. And one of the conversations that they were having was about Christianity. And a lot of the slaves was like, we didn't believe in Christianity. We knew it was a lie. Because per what we were being taught is if you do something bad, you're going to, right? You're going to plummet to hell. It's bad. You can't do this. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, right? That's because, they didn't teach them the whole part of the Bible, hence that of Nat Turner, okay? Because when he learned the other parts and all of that, he was like, word, I've been lied to, right? So they taught him, you must obey. When you go to heaven, you're going to be washed white as snow. Don't do anything bad. But that was really taught to them from leave massa alone, okay? I know y'all outnumber them on this plantation, but don't you get no ideas of running up into the house and doing a Nat Turner.
Yep.
But what they said was, we knew all that was a lie. And we knew that massa didn't believe in that because if they did, they wouldn't be doing the things that they did to us, right? Because it's not going to be us that's just going to hell. If you're saying this God is, this all-knowing and blah, 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 then doesn't that include you? Right. So they said we obviously just went along with those things because duh, right? We ain't trying to have a foot chopped off or be whipped or all the other austere things that happened to us. But they said we knew that their version, especially of Christianity, wasn't the truth. So what I'm saying is our people were not stupid on those plantations and that they always subscribed to the things that were being put on them. The question is, and this is a different conversation for a different day, why do we do it now, right? Different conversation. But Again, what we ought to do is fully reject those things when we hear that coming from, regardless of whoever it is. We should never get used to it's just the word, because sometimes you even see and hear people who look like us. You know, oh, it's just the word. We should not, hell no. It ain't you. See, I'll be on the energy of I wish you would. I really hope you don't, but I wish you would. Right? And my thing is fair, right? In regards to the hijacking of narratives. Because when different Black folks from around the diaspora were trying to hijack Black History Month, we was about that life, wasn't we? Yeah. As I said, I didn't even know y'all wanted Black History Month like that. Wow. You know, because the conversation was, oh, that's about us too. You know, and it's like, come on, stop it. Okay, that was not about you.
Right.
Y'all got Black History celebrations where you're from, right? Whatever. So we did not let that ride. We did not let them hijack, you know, or what was the term people were using? Or erasure, right? We did not let people erase our history and then rewrite the narrative, and we can't let them do it. Whether they white, Latino, or whatever, we need to be outspoken about it. But surprise, never that. We're not surprised if it comes from the white folks, if it comes from the Latinos or whatever. That's just how they get down. Yep. But more importantly, because the direction I wanted to kind of go with this until I kind of delved a little bit more into it is, yeah, that's a terrible term to use about anybody. But when we do get ourselves together a little bit more, we're doing it now, right? We got to give ourselves some credit. We hear those things and we just shoulder shrug. So what? You know, because let's keep it a buck. There's a lot of things that we say about them. Now, we don't say them here, at least I don't. But man, if there was a hot mic in my house, oh, they'd be upset.
Yep.
And often it involves, you know, mayonnaise and a whole host of other things. Right? So, you know, we get ourselves together. They don't have an effect on us like that. We say, so what?
Right.
Right? We don't care what you call us because we got our money. We circulating our dollars. We got our Black towns and, you know, all these other, we don't care. In fact, those things will never make it to our Black-owned media airways, right? Because we don't discuss y'all. You're not important to us. What's important to us is us, okay? I don't care if they run out of mayonnaise where you're from. It would never affect me. That's on you, okay? So we got to get to that point. So anyway, before I jump into the comment section again, I'm going to start at the bottom, y'all, okay?
Okay, thank you, Demetria, okay? What's your thoughts about that cotton picking? Oh, my God, these damn Latinos are something else. So moving along, we got California mayor pleads guilty to being a Chinese spy, y'all. So our brother Water Guy TV gonna give us an update on that.
A Chinese spy was operating as a mayor in Los Angeles County, Arcadia, California.
Wow.
Elaine Wang and her then fiance were given directives from the Chinese government to spread anti-America propaganda.
We're suing San Francisco because of its reparations plan, which would unlawfully give residents priority access to housing and employment opportunities for being Black. The city might even give each qualifying resident $5 million.
Might have to drop a dime on this. Sure. You know what I'm saying? You gotta stop it. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So, Elaine Wang. Now, this video was about the Chinese spy, and y'all know I did a video. It's in my members only, but I did a video about the Woos. One in Boston, and one was in Texas. One's a mayor, and one's just a congressional guy. I said that they're moving as agents or spies to me because they on the Democrat Party and it seems like they're trying to start chaos. Okay, and this is why we can't really trust nobody from another country to be in our politics. And we've been saying this. This has been FBA talking points for the last 2 years. We've been saying this online, and it's crazy that now all of this stuff is happening. It's like they listen to our talking points and putting it together. And I ain't just making this up. But let's go over some of the article. This article is from CBS. Looks like the former mayor of Arcadia was expected to plead guilty after being charged with acting as an illegal agent of the People's Republic of China. But what was she actually doing? Eileen Wang, who was elected to the Arcadia City Council in November 22, reached a plea deal with the federal government after she was accused of doing bidding for the Chinese government via news website. So what kind of stuff, are they doing? That's what because, we call out certain agent behavior that we see that, kind of deals with our community, but we gotta more understand the situation of why are these agents here? Why are these people in our country? And like, what are they doing? Okay, so it says here, Wang 58, as well as your name Mike, son of Chino Hills, allegedly worked at the direction of the People's Republic of China and operated U.S. News Center, a website that purposed to be a news source for the local Chinese American community between late 2020 and through 2022. So just like we see with the CBC, and I guarantee you, she was in the Democrat Party. I'm almost certain, but politics, they all the same. But anyway, the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, the chairperson in there is a Jamaican immigrant, and she started this Congressional Caribbean Caucus. And it seems like it's the same ties to other country. I feel like anything that's associated with another country, you can't be in politics. All right, so we're going to keep going. So the DOJ said Wang and the son received directives from Chinese officials to post content that's favorable to the Chinese government and spread propaganda on behalf of the People's Republic of China. So I guess they're basically trying to shed some good light on them. But my point is, how can someone from China make it as a mayor? Like, we could never go to these people's country and be running stuff and be telling them, like, this is crazy. This is crazy. And this shows us that we don't run America. It's another country that's in control of here. And until we cut ties, we just going to be, we just going to be the dude, kind of like we ain't even the pimp, they the pimp. We're kind of like a prostitute. And we just get screwed. Okay, so the DOJ said Wang and son received direct orders from the Chinese officials. It is deeply concerning that someone who previously received and executed directives from PRC government officials is now in position of public trust at all, but particularly so because that relationship with that foreign government had never been disclosed. Assistant Attorney General for National Security John A. Eisenberg said, in one incident, the pair received an essay draft from a Chinese official via the WeChat encrypted messaging app in June 2021, being given a directive to push back against a LA Times article about Xinjiang, the Uyghur heartland in China. Within minutes, Wang and son published the article on their website, claiming they were no forced labor, including cotton production in Xinjiang. That's the name of the country. So they were basically trying to, keep everybody spending their money over there and getting that propaganda. Nothing crazy, but I mean, they ain't gonna tell us everything, but it don't seem like it's nothing really like too crazy. But here's some clips of what some of the people are saying. I'm gonna play out some clips. Salute to everybody who subscribe to the channel, who hit that like button, man, who always been tapping in. We is gonna start going back live, y'all. We trying to get that live situation together right now with, you know, and as soon as when we get that up and running, we looking for most likely Thursday. Okay, if everything go well, we'll be back up and running live. And yeah, check out these clips, man. I'll get back at y'all.
A Chinese spy was operating as a mayor in Los Angeles County, Arcadia, California. Elaine Wang and her then fiance were given directives from the Chinese government to spread anti-America propaganda, United States propaganda, on their website that they both ran. Now, she was the mayor and she just resigned. She could be facing 10 years of imprisonment running a city in America, Arcadia, California, Los Angeles County. And this population, I want to say, is 60% Asian, right? So these enclaves, you never know what's going on in these enclaves or who's in these positions. And she stated that China was her priority, not US, not the United States. China was her priority all along. Her and her fiance spreading anti-America, anti-United States propaganda on their little website.
We're suing San Francisco because of its reparations plan, which would unlawfully give residents priority access to housing and employment opportunities for being Black. The city might even give each qualifying resident $5 million. To make all this happen, San Francisco created a fund to implement the reparations plan, which will be handled and managed by a taxpayer-funded agency. The reparations plan is intended to address the impact of racism, but is really just a city-sanctioned form of discrimination. When the government wants to make a law that considers race and ancestry, it must meet two core criteria or risk violating the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. First, the government must prove that the law serves a narrowly defined governmental interest. Second, the law must be narrowly tailored to achieve its goals. San Francisco fails both requirements. Meanwhile, under California's Proposition 209, the government cannot give preferential treatment or discriminate on the basis of race. San Francisco fails this too. That's why Pacific Legal Foundation is suing San Francisco. Our lawsuit argues that San Francisco is prohibited from managing the funds to implement the reparations plan because the reparations plan violates the Equal Protection Clause and Prop 209, and that every San Franciscan deserves equal treatment under the law, regardless of race.
Well, we have another traitor amongst us in our great nation, our great country, that the Democratic Party have allowed, for whatever reason, to be leader amongst our people. Former mayor of Southern California, go figure, Elaine Wang, who just pleaded guilty for being an agent of the Chinese government. I repeat, for being an agent of the Chinese government. Prosecutors right now is basically saying that she helped stir up some propaganda in years between 20 and 2022 with the fake news, thrusting out propaganda. Go figure, people. You know, I get so sick of this BS because as of right now, it seems like every freaking week we are hearing people from the Democratic side, whether it's politics or activists, that are coming out that are either misusing funds, stealing funds, or some type of damn agent from a different country. A foreigner. And this is happening on a weekly basis. And you all are still trying to convince us that the Democratic side, who, mind you, who is allowing this to happen. Make no mistake, people. If the Trump administration was not in office and, I don't know, maybe Kamala would have won, we wouldn't have heard anything about this. The Democratic Party want this country burned. They want it burned. Look, Gavin Newsom, this happened under Gavin Newsom watch. Now, it happening in California doesn't surprise me at all. As a matter of fact, I expect it. These people don't want to help us. These people want to capitalize, at least the ones that are born here want to capitalize off the ones that are not born here, that is coming over here, destroying our country. Destroying our country. How dare she? And why the hell did it take this long? Why did it take this long? It's been almost 4 years. These other countries, they wanna destroy us from the inside. You best believe that she ain't the only one. Oh, she ain't the only one. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. This shit is crazy, man. What the hell are we even living in at this point? Look, I get it. I understand America is a corporate country. Corporate, I guess. That's what they say. But I'll be damned, man. I'll be damned. Our own people is selling us out on a weekly basis, on a daily basis. And that's not going to be no consequences, not going to be no punishment. She'd probably be shipped back to wherever the hell she came from. With the gold star. You tried to do this.
Yep, they do.
But it just didn't go through.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
And this is the same party that was calling us a bunch of agents and disinformation agents and Russian bots. And they had a whole mayor that's a damn Chinese spy. These goddamn Democrats is something else. All right, so in other migrant news, while more Americans are moving to Canada right now, what? Lisa gonna give us an update on that.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. All right, y'all. It's a lot of Americans fleeing up to Canada. And my melanated brothers and sisters, I want you to know racism exists in Canada too. So if you run up there, you're not going to escape racism. It's in Canada as well. Remember, this is all North America. All of it. So my question is, why is MAGA leaving the country? How are you going to make America great again in another country? And y'all should be the last ones fleeing. Aren't you the ones talking about taking your country back? Well, how are you going to take it back if you're in a different nation trying to live there? Y'all so full of crap, it ain't even funny. It's just more evidence that you're full of crap. Folks ain't worth a pile of dog do. So anyway, y'all, they have been fleeing. I think over 100,000 have left and went up to Canada since Donald Trump took office in 2025. And the number is growing. It is growing. But what are you really escaping? Because I heard the job market. In fact, I did a live. The job market up in Canada is horrible. Even Canadians right now can't even find work. And you can find their videos all over TikTok. Many of them have been unemployed, some of them for a few years, and they can't find work. So if the Canadians can't find work, what are you Americans up in Canada going to find? Seriously, what are y'all going to find? So no, they can't escape judgment. That's why the ones that look like us are still being met with racism, because no, you ain't going to run from that judgment. That judgment is on you no matter what nation you flee to. But Canada, going to Canada is not going to save you. And the cost of living in Canada is high. It is not cheap to live in Canada. Let's just make that very clear. I've been to Canada twice. And I can tell you, when I was up there one time, I even looked at the price of housing and everything. The cost of living, even long before all this stuff went down with Donald Trump, it was even high in the past. It is not cheap to exit America and go to Canada. And a lot of Americans are finding that, how they are struggling to stay afloat in Canada because it is just as bad or even worse than it is to live in America. And some of them are actually coming back home because they can't cope up in Canada at all. So, y'all, we're going to get into it. Before we do, I just want to make another announcement. Today is the final day of the sale. So if you want to get that 35% off, you definitely want to get over to the shop. And remember, the promo code is second year, 2ND YEAR. Type it as one word. And you want to put it in as your coupon code during checkout, or you can use the link that will take care of everything for you. And then you can do your shopping and you'll get the discount. So y'all, thank you so much. I did do pretty well this weekend during my second anniversary, and I couldn't have done it without you. So thank you, but there is still plenty left. I made a lot of the Botana oil, shampoo, leave-in, and deep conditioner. So there is still a lot available. All right, y'all. We're going to get to this video on these Americans that fled to Canada. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
We are just literally minutes away from the border to Canada as we flee the U.S. Who would have thought at age 60 that this would be in our plan, in our actions?
Yeah, crazy times. Well, since you're moving to Canada, let me be your liaison de Canada. And let me show you what you're in for. See, here, our house prices are twice as much as yours are. What the fuck? And incomes are 30% lower. Where our unemployment is 6.9%, yours is 4.2%. Where our economy is the worst in the G7, yours is the best. But hey, healthcare is free, right? Although it really isn't. And if you have a serious emergency, you're probably gonna die in the emergency room. And I know you like our prime minister, right? Well, he's an investment banker, the top of the elite, and he hasn't even lived in Canada for the past 10 years. In fact, he's lived in your country. And this is where it gets really bad. If you make $150,000 a year in Canada and you really go for it, you're going to pay 40% in taxes. Whereas if you made the same $150,000 in Texas, you'd only pay 27% taxes. And in Ontario, it gets even worse. With those after-tax dollars, you think that money is yours, right? No. Because here comes HST, water tax, rain tax, sewer tax, luxury tax, carbon tax. You're not keeping any of your own money. You know who gets all the money? Other countries.
I'm sexy and I know it.
No, God, please, no, no. But hey, welcome to Canada where you're freezing your ass off for like 8 months a year. That's always fun. But hey, I'm a Canadian going the other way with my money. See, I had a business in Canada renovating properties. We bought and sold over 150 properties, made a lot of money and paid a lot of taxes. And now we expanded that business to the US. But hey, if you do choose Canada, I'll purposely bring you to the best first spot. It'll really show you where Canada's going. It's called Hastings. It's a great place. You should check it out. For every other rational Canadian watching this, if you want to follow a Canadian's journey on building a business in the US, give me a follow. I'm going to teach you a lot of stuff.
Yes, absolutely. And when my family and I made that decision to leave the USA and come here to Canada, I had these mixed feelings of like guilt, like, why would you, your ancestors fought for this country and, so many of your people are buried here and their blood, sweat and tears, went into this country. But you know what, y'all, our mental health matters. Our mental health matters. Our money matters. And you can put yourself in an early grave just fighting and fighting and fighting. And when you look at, as far as the African-American community and the incidences of heart disease and all of these things, a lot of this stuff is triggered by stress, lifestyle. What I found with Canada is that it's not only ranked number 5 in the world for racial equity, but the food here, you don't see the chemicals and things in the food. Like the food tastes different. I've lost weight since I've been here. So not only my mental health is improving, but my physical health is improving. Other things that Canada has that America doesn't have is universal health care. And, in America, we had so many bills. We were paying $1,600 a month for Blue Cross Blue Shield premiums and still getting large bills when we had to have MRIs and stuff done. And so racial equity, food, and healthcare. And also I want to mention the USD goes further. So everything that I'm buying is at a discount. So absolutely, people are understanding that we really need to find another country to have that dream that we all been dreaming. And this is why I put this guide together on how to exit the USA. Now, you don't have to come to Canada. I have highlighted over 8 countries that the top places where people are moving. I give you step by step, getting your passport, understanding the visa process, schooling. If you have kids, how are you going to school your kids abroad? And so much more. You can click the link in the bio to get your copy today.
All right, so this woman's running from America because Trump's president. She comes up with this great idea to move to Canada. That sounds like a very stupid decision. Turns out Canada's racist too. Check this moron out.
Most of you guys know, ever since this election with Rump, I'm the 92% that didn't vote for him. My family and I decided last year that we would start traveling abroad, looking for a second home. Our primary home is in Montana on 46 acres, but we said we were going to start looking for a second home out of the country because we have no idea where we're headed with this guy in leadership. So the first country we chose to explore is Canada. That one of the main reasons is because we live close to the border of Canada. We're about 5.5 hours from Calgary. And so we said, we've been there a lot and we kind of liked it, but we've never spent time. We said, okay, let's use the 6-month tourist visa. They give Americans 6 months. Well, we've been there. You guys know I've been posting on TikTok all the positive experiences. Canada is winning in all the ways that matter, in my opinion, right? Canadians are kind. I've talked about that. So this last Sunday, I prepared to drive through the border, as I always do, nice, kind, courteous to the border agents. gave him my passport, and he starts, asking different questions. And I'm like, that's not the regular questions they normally ask. Then he tells me to pull over, and I'm like, okay, are you not letting me in? And he said, I didn't say that, with an attitude. And then he said, an officer will come out and talk to you. So I'm like, at this point, I call my husband on the phone so that he can listen. So 2 officers come out. They're like, oh, get out. Don't touch nothing. They got my purse. They're looking through all my personal things in my purse, and which I don't mind them searching the car. They have a right to search the car. I already knew that. And they're going through all my credit cards, all the stuff that's in my purse. And then I'm sitting on this cold bench for 45 minutes. They're searching my vehicle. Now, while this is happening, a white lady also gets pulled. They tell her they want to, they got to search her. Y'all, she was gone in 2 minutes. She was not asked to get out the car, anything. She was gone within 2 minutes. So I'm still wondering what has triggered such a deep search. What is going on?
What triggered is that bonnet on your head. Yeah, and you're black. You see how they treated the white lady. It's racist. What else could it be?
So he finally brings me inside of the station, and he's like, oh, did you apply for permanent residency? I'm like, yeah, last year, but that didn't work out. It wasn't approved. He's like, yeah, well, we want to make sure that you're not trying to you're trying to stay in the country illegally.
Come on, I don't think he ever said that. Yeah.
These people.
That it could have been handled differently. They kept me. I was out in the cold, and
how are they going to handle it differently?
Yes. Oh my God, these clowns. Oh God.
Any parts you make?
Part series about how I ended up moving to Canada. The update since we saw you last was we rented an RV, packed it up with all of our belongings. There's a rented RV from Cruise America. Shout out to Cruise America. And we traveled from Oakland, California to Nanaimo, British Columbia. I then returned the RV the next day to Everett, Washington. In that RV was our 2 twin sons who were headed to universities in British Columbia and Toronto, and our 3 pugs. It was quite the time. It took about a week. The Border Patrol officials on the Canadian side of the border were so professional and nice. They helped us understand our options for crossing the border, given that our permanent residency paperwork had been approved but had not arrived yet. And they were just wonderful. This was at the Black Ball Ferry crossing between Port Angeles, Washington, and Victoria, British Columbia. It has been stressful. It's been 6 months of traveling from Airbnb to Airbnb while we sold our house, while we tried to look for housing. We lost a house that we made a bid for in Nanaimo and had to regroup and bid on another one. Nanaimo is every bit as beautiful as we remembered it. It's so wonderful to be here. I cannot wait to see what happens next.
This is the headline today. Over 105,000 Americans want to move to Canada. But here's the actual data. The National Post published this last month. Americans aren't heading to Canada, and in fact, it's actually the other way around. And here's why. Since 2015, America's GDP per capita has gone from 108 to 126. Canada's has gone from 106 to 107 in 10 years. Here's why this matters. When GDP per capita stagnates, wages stop growing, housing becomes more unaffordable, and your standard of living quietly drops. Not because you're working less, but because the country that you're working in is producing less opportunity per year. If you feel it and can't explain it, that's what this chart is showing you. We're a family of 5 moving from Canada to the United States, and this chart right here is a big part of that reason. Follow along if you want to learn more.
Who is moving from the U.S. to Canada in 2026? I'm a cross-border tax CPA who released a book about 6 months ago about the financial and tax aspects of moving from the U.S. to Canada. Since then, I've been very busy talking to my readers, and I'm always curious about why they're moving to Canada. So here are my completely non-scientific anecdotal findings of who these people are. Number one, people who are Canadian citizens due to Bill C-3 that passed in December 2025. These are people who have some Canadian ancestors, such as grandparents or great-grandparents. And now, because there are no generational limits with claiming Canadian citizenship by descent, these individuals apply to get proof of their Canadian citizenship, and they're able to sponsor their spouses for PR. They're moving to Canada because their values seem to align more to Canada than it does to the US. Number two, healthcare workers. Especially here in British Columbia, there is a huge push to recruit healthcare workers, such as doctors and nurses. So I am talking to lots of physicians and nurses. Now, naturally, a lot of people say, well, can't they make more money in the US? Well, potentially, and they probably pay more taxes here in Canada. Let me tell you what, money isn't everything. Practicing medicine in the US versus practicing medicine in Canada is completely different. In Canada, you are not beholden to the insurance companies who may dictate how you practice medicine. That is just what I've heard from doctors. And of course, quality of life, work-life balance, these things are quite different in Canada than they are in the US. And these particular subset of people have decided that Canada makes more sense for them at this point in their life. And number three, people who are Canadian citizens born in Canada who have lived in the US for a number of years, perhaps a couple of decades, if not more, and they are coming back to Canada to retire, potentially be close to family. And a lot of this is really lifestyle and alignment and values focused. They are just more aligned with Canada at this point in their life. Do you fall into any of these categories? What are your guys' thoughts? Leave a comment below. Have a good day.
I'm going to do something that I've never done before on TikTok, which is tell you where I'm located. I'm a scholar of the far right who has fled the United States to Canada, and I need help. But the situation in Canada is absolutely dire. For Americans who don't know, the housing crisis here is worse than in the United States. I lived in LA for 6 years, and I have not faced rent as bad as here. When my partner, our cat, and our dog fled the United States, we headed north with the goal of being close to where our families are located, which is on the West Coast. So we are now in British Columbia. More specifically, we are in the Sea to Sky Highway in the Greater Vancouver area. We are attempting to find housing in this, the western side of this region. My partner and I are here on a visitor visa, which is a 6 months possible stay for Americans. But while you're here on a visitor visa, you can't work. So we are currently surviving off of what savings we could get together before we fled the United States. And that's not terribly much. And in Canada, I think it's actually the cost of living crisis is worse here, especially when you are shut out of the healthcare system, when you can't access any of the resources that Canadians have access to. And that's understandable. You know, I'm not a citizen of the country, but it is making the financial situation dire because we can't work. Because there are 2 adults, a cat and a dog, we are looking for more than a room, but 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom for free or below market rates. And I know that's a huge ask, but that's what we need. Canadians have been asking where I'm located and what I need because y'all are such lovely human beings. This is the ask. If you could help me by interacting, reposting this video, I would very much appreciate it to get this out there. As horrified as I am to be revealing my location, because I'm trying to find a way to get us housing. So if you are on Vancouver Island, if you are in the Vancouver or Surrey area with a 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, let us know. We can pay rent, but it would probably have to be below market rate. Please let me know if that's possible. You can leave a comment and I'll get in touch with you, or DM me. I will be checking my messages regularly. I will be paying very close attention to this post. If we can't find housing, we're going to have to leave, and I don't know where we'll go. So I hope that this works. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Well, first of all, I don't know why you would leave the US and go somewhere, and especially like Canada, where you're going to ultimately pay more money. You're going to pay more for housing. You're going to be taxed at a higher rate. And, you know, the cost of living there is terrible. You know, I've even heard that from Canadians over the years that, you know, that's why so many of them are here in the US. And you know what, y'all? Many of these white Canadians are here illegally, and many of them have been here for decades. I worked with some of these Canadians that were here illegally. They don't bother them. They don't bother them at all. But they sure do if you're Latino. They'll come and bother you any day of the week. But these white Canadians that are all over this country, they don't even bother them. So, y'all, it's amazing. Don't white people have all the opportunities that most of us don't have?
Yeah.
And y'all still can't be happy, and you're fleeing. And she said she was somebody from the far right, so more than likely voted for Donald Trump. And now she's fleeing. No, you should stay and clean up the mess you made. What you fleeing for? Y'all created this monstrosity, and now you're trying to run from it? I just find that funny. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I do have one more live. Donald Trump was on a serious rant last night that went on for probably about a good hour and a half. And a part of his rant, he was ranting that Barack Obama should be arrested for treason. He wants him arrested for treason. Now, this does not make any sense to me, Donald Trump. Shouldn't you be arrested for the Epstein files?
Right.
How is it that you are not being arrested, but Barack Obama should be arrested? Now, you tell me, what's worse, treason or the Epstein files? You know, just like you were trying to get all ornery about the First Amendment. Well, what's worse, the First Amendment or somebody burning a piece of cloth or the Epstein files? Because this man keep trying to implicate that what somebody else does is always far worse than what he's done, which is downright laughable. So we will talk about that at 4:45. I will see you then. And don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
Only on Fox 11 tonight, irony on the streets. A massive and growing RV encampment right outside an LA housing agency building. The street is now lined with dozens of people living in RVs, cars, and buses. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf is reporting live tonight from Gardena.
Well, Christina, it's very eye-opening to see this. We're right outside the Housing Authority building for the city of LA. And then look at this, just dozens of people living in RVs and buses. Only feet from an administrative building for the Housing Authority of Los Angeles. Hello? More than a dozen RVs, cars, and buses now being used as encampments. How long have you been out here?
This about 3 months.
3 months? Some sleeping here for months. How long have you been here?
This time, a year.
Others even longer. While you've been out here, has anyone come out and checked on you from the city or county?
Not this time.
Hamilton Avenue in Gardena, full of no parking signs, says no one can sleep within 1,000 feet of this building. And this, posted 4 years ago, Section 4118, a city ordinance that's supposed to prohibit camping.
4118 is not being enforced, and right here is the Housing Authority. So why are these RVs out here?
This fence separating two very different realities. On this side, we've got people living in those RVs. And then on this side, they open up 25 parking spots every night for people to come in and legally sleep.
They're able to get dinner, case management services.
Is it all related to the RVs that are parked right outside the gate?
No.
The Watts Labor Community Action Committee essentially borrows 25 parking spaces a night through LAHSA for registered guests to park and sleep here, each space costing about $40 a night, totaling around $365,000 a year. What's it like to see that there's other people in need right outside the fence?
Well, we've talked to them many times, and they definitely have the opportunity to come out. There are times where they might come in and use the restroom or something like that, but they have chosen to stay outside.
Those not part of the safe parking program still right outside Hawkwa's gate, living in need. What does it say to have these right out their front door?
It says that we have a broken system. They're just like, well, it's my shift, and I did what I could do, and that's it, and then they go home.
County officials tell us tonight that they're aware of this issue and will be sending out outreach teams. We're live in Gardena. Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
We are no longer going to tolerate people on our streets. I'm not going to tolerate it as a father, and I'm not going to tolerate it as the mayor.
So, big changes are coming to San Francisco, and that is going to be terrible news for the homeless industrial complex, which for years has gotten rich off the backs of the less fortunate, using them as an excuse to get endless public money without solving any of the crises they exist to fix. But now the mayor of a city synonymous with this issue wants to do something about it, which is going to involve doing the one thing that might actually help those in need.
A major homeless shelter in the heart of San Francisco will soon close its doors, but advocates warn the timing could make an already strained system worse. Closure is part of a larger trend with 2 other sites that recently shuttered. The city is on track to lose more than 450 shelter beds citywide.
Now, why do they come here? Why not go to Des Moines or someplace like that? Because the city of San Francisco and the state of California gives them money.
There's a body business where they bring homeless people to the city to make the money off them. They're from all over the country. They're brought here because this is the epicenter where they're making all the money.
New city data shows some parts of San Francisco are seeing a sharp drop in tent encampments. Mission saw a 17% drop since June. In the Tenderloin, it's down 67%.
The street conditions in San Francisco have improved all over. We still have a lot of work to do. We've just seen improvement that we haven't seen in years.
Back at Nasser's store, she says sales are down at least 30% in recent months.
Set up shop here, and I don't want to have to keep calling SFPD and saying, hey, I need help. You need to clean up the area.
Look at this. Certain cities in California are at an absolute breaking point. This is insane. But these crackdowns on RV encampments and the closing of unproductive homeless shelters, that is going to put cities like Los Angeles and also New York on notice, because it's going to do something which the ever-growing homeless industrial complex will not be too fond of. At the exact same time, with San Francisco now making an effort to clear its sidewalks of encampments, this is also going to bring about changes cities like Los Angeles, which don't do this, aren't going to see, while they march down the path of an irreversible outcome that may change their cities forever. But at the exact same time, we're still talking about California. I mean, this is a sanctuary state. We've got cities that think the best way to help someone is to let them live on the streets without actually helping them. And what that means, sadly, is that if there is a ban on encampments over here and there's not over here, guess where people are going to go? A conundrum that recently popped up when RVs were banned in Northern California, forcing those who choose to live off the grid without knowing there's a better option to move south. And now locals are sounding the alarm, saying that this, in fact, could cause another migration of encampments, as well as those resistant to outcome-based assistance programs sadly walk a path that leads them away from a better future. And here's why this is a massive problem for the status quo in California. That status quo, as we've been learning all year, exists on fraud and on spending the public's money on things that don't necessarily benefit anybody except the people who get the money and the politicians who support these programs. And once people start to see real results that cost them less, there could be a tide that turns in California in a way the powers that be never expected. Because as people get the help they need and businesses bounce back and the affordability crisis in these places declines, the whole reason for stealing from the populace of California is going to go away too. And we've also been able to pinpoint on video the very moment the mayor of San Francisco realized something had to be done.
I want to show you that. You can see the mayor's security detail already locked in a struggle with a man. The mayor close by, you can see him walking away. The man eventually taking the officer to the ground and then tries to get on top of him.
So if the bodyguards of the mayor, who is the top local official in a city, are not safe, are you safe? Am I safe? Is anybody safe walking on the street? No. This is a big problem. Something's got to be done. And now the mayor sounds a lot different than the socialists we've been hearing from about this crisis for decades.
We are no longer going to tolerate people on our streets. I'm not going to tolerate it as a father, and I'm not going to tolerate it as the mayor.
That's wild to hear a statement like that from a mayor in a deep blue area of the country like San Francisco that has been synonymous with the problems that are cropping up over there. And now Los Angeles is also on notice. Listen to this.
This is where Mayor Vass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nithya Raman's $3 million mansion sits. They don't have to live in the mess they've created where you live.
So that's Spencer Pratt. He's running for mayor of Los Angeles. He sounds a lot different than the current mayor they've got over there. And some people think he's got a real chance of winning. But the scary thing about this for the status quo is that it's being exposed as being a scam. This started with interviews done by journalists like Nick Shirley, who went out there and exposed what a scam this was. And now people are starting to realize, gee, I'm living with an unaffordability crisis in my own household, and I'm spending all this money. There's people on the streets. They're not getting any help. Where's it all going? People are starting to wonder where the money's going. Why aren't there any results when we're all going broke here, being told year after year that we got to do more, that we're not doing our fair share? That's what the status quo is telling people, and they're sick of it.
We didn't get into this position overnight. It took us like a decade for San Francisco to literally slide to rock bottom, which we hit in 2024.
Wow.
Right. And so there's really kind of nowhere to go from there but up. And we can't forget the billions of dollars that the city wasted on flawed ideology, on radical harm reduction.
Right. So the city has been declining and spending armloads, truckloads of money on stuff that does not work. And people are like, why? And one of the scams that we're talking about here, these radical initiatives, as they're called, is this idea of a housing first model for tackling homelessness. And the way that this works is it says that before you look at the underlying reasons for why someone might be homeless, you need to get them a permanent place to live. So what happens? This public grift springs up where politicians dole out money to build homes for people who are unable to live in those for a variety of reasons. And that's very sad. But this disastrous progressive idea results in lots of money going to waste and nobody getting off the streets. But that's about to change. Watch this.
But advocates warn the timing could make an already strained system worse. The closure is part of a larger trend with 2 other sites that recently shuttered. The city is on track to lose more than 450 shelter beds citywide. Jennifer Friedenbach is with the Coalition on Homelessness.
It's really unprecedented. This is now the 3rd building in this administration that is being shut down solely because of neighbor complaints.
Well, why are they complaining if it's helping?
At the same time, San Francisco Mayor Daniel Lurie is bringing in new leadership to reshape the system. Mike Levine, a healthcare policy expert from Massachusetts, has been tapped to lead the city's homelessness department.
The key metric, no matter whether you're looking at our prevention efforts, you're looking at our shelter efforts, or you're looking at some of the housing work that the department leads, is whether or not we are quickly and sustainably moving people into a stable and independent environment.
So what that means is the local government has figured out that these shelters are not part of a system that moves people from the streets into a stable, independent environment, which is the whole reason these places exist. If a place exists and there's stuff going on there that is not helping this process along, what is the point of having it? Who is it actually helping? Nobody. And now, for the first time in a deep blue stronghold, success will now be measured through visible outcomes, not through dollars spent or homes built that nobody's actually going to live in, which means people are going to start asking the question, are the number of tents and encampments and RVs on the streets growing or decreasing? Are people getting off the streets and staying off the streets, or are they being randomly put into some sort of housing first dwelling, which they then vanish from for some reason? Now, a big part of this was a presidential action a little less than a year ago on ending crime and disorder on America's streets. And this was the executive order touted by the Trump administration that said, look, we're going to defund the homeless industrial complex. Once that started happening, the money for all these programs, which was all of America's money, which was being fraudulently spent on stuff that doesn't work, well, that dried up. And that has forced the hand of some of these city leaders to take another look at a system that's never been working. And it's good that they're doing it. It's just sad that it might have taken this long because the local governments in these places benefit from this.
Sadness should not be happening in the United States.
No.
All right? And it's happening because of one major reason. People don't care about these people.
I know. It's terrible. They don't care.
All right? So every indignation you could possibly imagine happens right out here in full view. So
this is key, because what do we hear from people that are part of the complex that benefits from American money to solve problems like what you see here that just seem to get worse? We hear that anybody who doesn't want to fund them is heartless. But really, it's this complex that gets public money and uses it on itself for stuff that doesn't work while paying massive bloated salaries to people who don't actually accomplish anything. They're the ones that don't care. There's an entire industry here which benefits from the presence of permanent encampments and people in need. That's why there are reports of people actually being imported, as we've heard.
You know, most of these people, which is what I hear the most from law enforcement, are not from Los Angeles. They have been flown in, bussed in, back to the business. There's a body business where they bring homeless people to the city to make the money off them. They're from all over the country. They're brought here because this is the epicenter where they're making all the money.
But think of how you or I would deal with a situation where a relative, a loved one, or a friend of ours ended up living on the streets. Would we do what these organizations that are funded by the public do? Absolutely not. No, we would go out there and we wouldn't do housing first. We would take this person and we would say, look, we got to get you some help. We got to get you fed. We got to get you on the right track. And we would work with that person to stage an intervention in their life and get them what they need to begin living independently once again. We would not allow them to live on the streets. We would ban their ability to camp out on the streets, thinking that that's the best option for them, because it's not. And they may not know or be aware that better options exist. We have to convince them of that because they've got some real problems that nobody's helping them deal with.
progressives don't want to do that, and they dominate the state. They want to let you do whatever you want to do, no matter how much damage you cause.
Right, it's terrible. It's terrible.
So this is happening for two reasons. Progressive virtue signaling. They, I guess, think that they're doing these people a favor, letting them destroy themselves. I guess. All right. And the second reason is their personal behavior. These people have said, hey, blank you, I'm going to do whatever I want. I don't care.
There's no accountability. And you've got people looking at a situation where you have people who aren't being held accountable for lawless behavior, in some cases, which puts other people in danger. And they say, yeah, by not holding them accountable, we're actually helping them. It makes us feel better about ourselves because, you know, these people are victims and we need to protect victims no matter what. There is no personal responsibility that we expect from people at all in any way. That is not the attitude that you or I would have for a friend or a loved one. That is not the attitude we would have if we knew that somebody was living like this. We would behave very differently, but state doesn't do that. And this has grown to a level that is breaking some areas of California down. And while every American is outraged by the idea of one losing their personal freedom, nobody has the personal freedom to break the law or to put other people's lives in danger. And the real way to fix a crisis like this is you've got to have a component that helps people, while at the exact same time, there has to be a consequence for behavior that hurts the general public in some way.
Because most of the people here in the Tenderloin in San Francisco, they want to be here. They want this. And they are dangerous, not only to other people, but to themselves. It's just incomprehensible that the United States.
So the reason it's incomprehensible is because there's this idea in certain parts of America that law enforcement itself is the problem. But law enforcement's a good thing. If you enforce laws and you bring a consequence to bear on activity that is dangerous or is bad for society, that consequence will dissuade people from engaging in that type of behavior. It will help convince them that it is time to look around for another option. And that's what we want. We want that. We don't have to be harsh with folks, but there should be some level of accountability here, because if there's not, how do you stop something like this from growing out of control as it has? We see this in pretty much every city that looks at behavior which is against the law, even if it's something as nonviolent as living on the streets or in the subway. We see this in New York all the time. If you're going to let this kind of thing happen, it just leads to greater degrees of lawlessness, because it tells a person that there's no consequence for behavior that is not supposed to be happening. At the same time, if someone's engaging in behavior that is detrimental in any way, they need assistance. Someone needs to reach out. Someone needs to help them stop doing that. But that's not happening. So in New York, for example, we just let this go. We let people live on the subways. We let people live in the streets. We just elected a mayor who says they don't want to do any more homeless encampment sweeps. What's that going to signal to folks that don't know there's a better option? Certainly not going to help them. Regardless, we've got a desperate situation on the streets in certain places like San Francisco. It's good to see this idea of accountability finally coming into the picture, because unaccountability has allowed endless amounts of public money to be spent on stuff that doesn't work, which has just enriched the well-connected and the powerful and the politicians behind all of this stuff, while giving them a visual that they can point to on the streets that just says, hey, we need endless amounts of your money. We need more of your money. When really that visual, as it is now being looked at, should be seen as failure on the part of people who promote all of these kinds of programs, because this is not how all of America looks. There are certain parts of America that do not have encampments on the streets. And now people are starting to wonder why that is. These are also parts of the country where less money is spent on the homeless industrial complex, if you want to call it that. What do you think about this? Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Only on Fox 11 tonight, there's a growing RV encampment right outside of Los Angeles Housing Agency building.
The street is lined with dozens of people living in RVs, cars, and buses. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf, he is reporting live tonight from Gardena. Matthew?
Yeah, we're just right across from that housing authority building for the city of LA, and there's dozens of people living in RVs, cars, buses out here. Go and take a look at this video. This is earlier today. You can see a closer shot of all of those people living in the RVs and the campers, the cars. We count at least 20 vehicles that people appear to be living in. And again, this is right outside the door of Housing Authority of LA's building here along Hamilton Avenue in Gardena. There's no parking signs lining the street, even a Section 4118 sign that is supposed to prohibit camping. Then right on the other side of the fence, there's a lot used at night to help those accepting services. It's 25 parking spots that cost the city roughly $40 a night, so about $350,000 a year, giving people a safe place to park. But according to officials, that lot is unrelated to those sleeping here in campers. What's it like to see that there's other people in need right outside the fence?
Well, we've talked to them many times, and they definitely have the opportunity to come out. There are times where they might come in and use the restroom or something like that, but they have chosen to stay outside.
What does it say to have these right out their front door?
It says that we have a broken system. We know that everything from Hopex to people assisting the homeless on Madison Avenue at Beverly in Vermont, they have RVs and tents every week, and they loiter around the buildings, even though there is housing right there that's been built. It says it's ineffectual and it's not working, and that they need to change the way they do business.
Now, county officials say that they have this area marked and that they're going to come by and offer those services to people that are living in the campers. But it definitely is very eye-opening to see so many people in need right outside of this building. Reporting live tonight, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
It is quite the juxtaposition, Matthew, and to think that LASA has been separated now from the county and is simply working with the city, and those details still are being worked out, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's still being worked out. And then we're learning tonight that the group that's operating this parking lot is being paid through LASA, which is funded through the city. So it's kind of this big web, right? And for the people that are in this lot, there's 25 parking spots. It seems like this is very helpful for them to get back on their feet. They're offered food and stuff like that every night, but that's only from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. that they can park there for free. And then right outside that fence, all these RVs and buses.
And that obviously begs the question of enforcement.
Yeah. And again, we saw that 4118 sign, which is supposed to prohibit camping. It doesn't seem like they're enforcing that. And that was posted about 4 years ago. And yeah, CHP, obviously, this is outside their jurisdiction, but their office is also right next to this.
Sounds like a cleanup might be coming through after stories like this. We'll see. All right, Matthew, thank you.
Your replacement is here. Look at the business, all owned by foreigners. We have more foreign business than American business in America, in Chicago. Tell me that's justice. Tell me that's the American way. Come on, man. You're giving up your American dream to fund someone else's American dream. Foreigners. What happened to our pursuit of happiness? What happened to our pursuit of happiness? What happened to your kids' pursuit of happiness? That don't matter? Because what? Because on the 5th floor, Brandon Johnson told you it don't matter? Billionaire Prisker told you it don't matter while he's sitting on billions? Well, I'm sitting on billions. Brandon is sitting on billions. Yes. He came in broke, and now he's worth $5 million when he leaves. How does that happen? Yeah. You can't even afford to get an apartment because apartments are now for 1 bedroom, $1,200. And if you wanted to, your credit score has dropped, so they check your credit. You don't even qualify for that. But illegal aliens are in those buildings, and they're paying $9,000 to house down. Yeah, they are. With our tax dollars. And then Prisker right now is trying to figure out, him and Brandon Johnson and Byron Central Lopez is trying to figure out how they're going to squeeze more of our tax dollars to pay for illegals because they're scared to come out their house because of ICE to pay for their rent. But they don't look scared when they be in to pay for them not coming out their house because they're scared because they broke our federal laws. So he want us to pay for them to sit in the house and hide out from ICE and pay their rent. Right now. Right now. Right now. Right now, man shot multiple times in Chicago. Right now. Doing a shooting in South Chicago. Right here, look at it. Look at it. You don't have to listen to me. It's CBS News right there. Chicago, a man shot. Women shot. This right now. Right now. Brian Hopkins didn't even look up today in the public safety meeting. But Brian Hopkins in a public safety meeting, he wouldn't even look up. When we had these public safety meetings, like it was today, the chambers are empty. Where's the outrage for the citizens that's losing their lives? Where's the protest? Where's the protest? We have mass shootings every day on American citizens. Where's the protest? An illegal alien get caught by ICE and deported back to their country. It's a protest. All of you all are right here protesting. Where's the protest? Where's the protest for the mass genocide that's happening in our community? Where's the protest? I just had a lady right here tell me how concerned she is about illegal aliens coming here because they're fleeing from prosecution from their countries. But she didn't even address the act of genocide that's happening right now in her own community, on her American soil. Tell me where's the protest, Americans? For the kids that can't read. For the kids that can't read. Your property taxes just went up. Triple on the south and west side. They just gave $1 billion to CPS. They just gave $1 billion to CPS. And then they came back in the secrets of night and raised your taxes $25 million more The Board of Education did, but your kids can't read. 82% graduation rate. We got a 29% kids that's proficient in reading, 18% proficient in math. And they protested for illegal aliens. What's the outrage for Americans? I'm asking y'all. Look at this. For Chicagoans. Look, everybody just walking around doing their thing. And then they tell you your rights are being taken. They tell you right now the federal government is taking your rights. Everybody right here look happy. Everybody right here still got their rights. They tell you you can't vote, they taking your rights. And right here in Chicago, you can go vote right now without an ID. Without an ID. But they have you moved into thinking your voters' rights are being taken. And now you're just fighting for what? Look at the smash and grab. Look at it. Look at it. But no. But Brandon Johnson told you that crime is down 30%. Come on, look at that. Oh wow, he's walking around. It's happening right now as I'm speaking. Look at this. Smash and grab. A shooting right now. Where's the outrage? Happening now. And Brandon Johnson giving you all in Prisker, giving you all a false sense of security. And look, right now. And he's telling you that, hey, crime is down 30%. Oh, wow, he's walking around with 150 police detail, Brandon Johnson. And guess what? You're paying $30 million a year for his detail to keep him, his black wife, and his black kids safe. Oh, while you out here getting hit upside your head on the trains, getting stabbed, burns alive. Where's the protection for you? You're paying for his protection. But he's a serving elected official, and he's supposed to serve you. He took an oath. First oath of duty is to protect your homeland. It's to protect the citizens. But you all are out here like sitting ducks while he's up there with 150 police details protecting him. And when you go to his kids' school and his wife, they got police details around them. All of your kids are out there getting shot, killed, carjacked, miseducated. And look at you all just walking around. Look at you all walking around and accepting that. Saying it's the system. It's not the system. It's your way of thinking. That's the system. The system is your way of thinking. You must think differently. Want to bring the CNC back. If you won't change, you have to be the change. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting something different. Yeah. You all been doing this and voting blue since 1931. What has it got you? Look at downtown. We have police. Go look at downtown. All the businesses are gone. They're gone. Go look at your community. No business in your community, South and West Side, but you got foreigners that own liquor stores, convenience stores, chicken shacks, and what else? You all don't own nothing in your community. Gas stuff. And who got the gas stations? You don't even own the Dunkin' Donuts, the gas stations, the 7-Elevens, the Subways, Wingstop. They said we like chicken. Why we don't have no fried chicken? Why they own all the fried chicken spots? Come on, guys. Come on.
And I hold on. Change is coming. Hold on.
Peace, family. It's your brother Chase back at you again with another reaction video. And as you can see by the title below, as you know, our good FBA brother Drewski, he has these folks in the diaspora. He has some of their panties in the bunch. Some of them are pretty cool and laughing about it, but others' panties are in the bunch. So as you know, he did a skit talking about how the Black Brits come over here, cosplay as foundational Black Americans, and take the roles of foundational Black Americans. So, of course, the Black Brits had something to say. We broke that down in the last video. A few of them had something to say. But now some continental Africans are jumping in. All right, continental Africans who are here in the United States, they're jumping in. So, you know, we're going to have to do some straightening on that. But before we do all that, family, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hype it up for your boy. And most importantly, go get one of my newest books, When Black Americans Stop Singing and Start Swinging, and also Old Black Money. Because if it's anything we can learn from these situations, it's a must that we, as foundational Black Americans, tell our own story. And with that being said, let's jump straight into the straightening. Now, this is the young lady we're going to be reacting to. And before we even play the video, because we're going to play the video all the way through, then we're going to go back, spin the block, and do some straightening and breaking it down. Let me give you a little context on her. Now, as you can see, this is a screenshot from her TikTok page, okay? I guess she was born in New Jersey, raised in California. But as you can see at the bottom, it says U.S. born, but it has a Kenyan flag next to it, okay? So she's a first-generation Kenyan American. So just to add context on who this woman is and the position that she's speaking from. You dig? But with that being said, let me play the video all the way through. And then, like I said, we'll come back, spin the block, and do some straightening.
Drewski unintentionally started a bit of a diaspora war, but really, I think you guys are worried about all the wrong things. Let's get into it real fast. If you haven't seen it by now, Drewski's latest skit is a parody of the fact that Black British actors will come to America and play American roles. That can include slaves and gangsters and historical Black figures. For a good 24 hours, I think we were just enjoying it, right? People were in the comments talking about some of the Black British actors who are known to do this, right? It's the Idrises, the Damson Idris Elba combo. It's Daniel Kaluuya, it's Chiwetel Ejiofor, it's Cynthia Erivo, and plenty of other Black British actors. But at the very least, over on Threads, a couple of Black people took it too far and started to really, really rail against this idea that Black British people should have any kind of right to tell Black American stories. That is when African and Caribbean people came into the conversation and decided to say, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, because y'all play our people all the time without our consent. They're referencing Viola Davis, Don Cheadle, Forrest Whitaker, Denzel Washington, Will Smith, half the cast of Black Panther. I even saw somebody bring up Taye Diggs because of how Stella got her groove back. And yeah, we don't talk enough about some of those Caribbean accents y'all like to do. Anyway, that's essentially what the whole discussion is. It's African and Caribbean people saying, you guys do this all the time, and Black American people saying, no, but it's different. Because there's some Black American people saying that these are American-made TV and film. They should be able to play the roles because it's an American job. Like, why would they outsource it to somebody from Africa or the Caribbean if there's an American actor who can play that? To which one might argue, well, if you want to hear about our stories, why don't you listen to it when we tell them? Movies do get made in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Jamaica, in all of these other parts of the world. Movies do get made there, and they do talk about their histories and their historical figures. Why don't you just watch our content instead of trying to recreate it for your audience? And that's without me even touching base on how many Black American people had comments like, you guys need to stop coming here and acting in our movies and taking our jobs. Because who else complains about immigrants coming to America to take American jobs? Please don't try to sound like those people. I personally have heard a lot of Black actors complain about some of those roles in general. They don't want to continue doing Black pain. They don't want to be a slave or a baby mama or some kingpin in the hood. They want to be able to tell Black romance stories, Black horror, Black sci-fi. And so they don't necessarily mind as much if some British person, or Caribbean or African for that matter, if some person from the diaspora wants to come and play those figures so that I can go and focus my attention on a different concept. The bigger issue, not just for Black actors, but for all Black people in entertainment, is that Black projects simply aren't getting green lit like they used to, right? Issa Rae has very recently talked about this, and we can't all be employed by her, Tyler Perry, and Ryan Coogler. When the jobs are few and far between, it's very apparent when so many of them are going to people that you don't think should get that job. But the solution is not to cut out Black British actors. The solution is to get more Black people into development, into being producers, and into all of those decision-making roles where we get to actually greenlight projects. Ultimately, most Black people in entertainment are not necessarily bothered by British people coming here to take their jobs. They are worried about our jobs going there to Britain. They are worried about the fact that these jobs aren't getting greenlit to begin with. If you really want to do something to help, you should look at politicians and the federal government, and in particular the state government of California, and ask them what they are doing to keep jobs here in the US for people who work in entertainment. And most importantly, you would show up for and champion smaller Black creators, whether they make content, whether they are working their way up the corporate ladder, whether they are a filmmaker trying to crowdfund. You would support those artists so that they can get to the level where they're able to make bigger and Blacker projects overall. And if you want to leave a comment, particularly if you're African or Caribbean, let me know which portrayal by an American actor offended you the most. Because for me, I will always have smoke for dear white people. How dare y'all hire an American person to play a Kenyan man, but he had a Nigerian accent? The fact that y'all didn't catch that actually really bothered me.
Lord, family. All right, let's spin the block and let's slow cook these talking points. I hope you held in there, family, because I know all the babbling and the bad faith talking points can kind of discourage people and make you want to just tune it out. You did, but let's spin the block and let's go ahead and slow cook these talking points.
Drewski unintentionally started a bit of a diaspora war, but really, I think you guys are worried about all the wrong things. Let's get into it real fast. If you haven't seen it by now, Drewski's latest skit is a parody of the fact that Black British actors will come to America and play American roles. That can include slaves and gangsters and historical Black figures. For a good 24 hours, I think we were just enjoying it, right? People were in the comments talking about some of the Black British actors who are known to do this, right? It's the Idrises, the Damson Idris Elba combo. It's Daniel Kaluuya, it's Chiwetel Ejiofor, it's Cynthia Erivo, and plenty of other Black British actors. But at the very least, over on Threads, a couple of Black people took it too far and started to really rail against this idea that Black British people should have any kind of right to tell Black American stories. That is when African and Caribbean people came into the conversation and decided to say, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, because y'all play our people all the time without our consent. They're referencing Viola Davis, Don Cheadle, Forrest Whitaker, Denzel Washington, Will Smith, half the cast of Black Panther. I even saw somebody bring up Taye Diggs because of how Stella got her groove back. And yeah, we don't talk enough about some of those Caribbean accents y'all like to do.
Let's pause it right here, family. Now, oftentimes, a lot of these non-FBAs, what they do whenever we bring up or push back at the idea of Black British people or Black British actors playing foundational Black American roles, they come up with this whole bad faith, disingenuous pushback that, well, foundational Black Americans have played us in films long before Black Brits have played us as foundational Black Americans. And this is very true, but we have to add context, okay, to this situation. Number one, the movie business is a business, okay? And that business starts with funding. So these movies that you're saying foundational Black Americans are portraying Africans or Caribbeans in, they're either exclusively American funded movies or in part American funded movies. For example, The Woman King was funded by an American film company, okay? Cry for Freedom, which Denzel Washington, our foundational Black American great, plays Steve Biko in, partially funded by American companies. Hotel Rwanda with our esteemed FBA actor Don Cheadle, okay, partially funded by American companies. The Last King of Scotland, played by Forrest Whitaker, partially funded by American film companies, okay? When an American film company funds something, usually they're gonna push an American actor to play that role. And the reason why is very simple. The biggest market any movie can go in and perform in is the United States market, an American market. So whether we're talking about Hotel Rwanda, played by Don Cheadle, whether we're talking about The Last King of Scotland, played by Forrest Whitaker, whether we're talking about The Woman King, played by Viola Davis, none of those movies were funded by Benin. None of those movies, The Last King of Scotland, was funded by Uganda. Okay, Cry for Freedom with Denzel Washington playing Steve Biko, that was anti-apartheid. The apartheid was still going on. So no South African film companies were funding that movie. So it's like the old saying goes, you gotta pay to play. How you gonna wanna not put up any money for the film, but then gonna want one of your local actors to play the role? Speaking of your local actors, let's go to point number 2 when we talk about foundational Black Americans playing other people from around the so-called diaspora. Star power. But she's leaving out when you have movies like, for example, The Woman King by Viola Davis. Viola Davis is the reason why that film was even green-lighted. She worked for 7 years behind the scenes so people could see The Woman King. And I'm not a fan of the movie The Woman King anyway, because the women of Dahomey weren't shit. Okay, let's be clear. They were slave catchers and slave traders. But nonetheless, our foundational Black American sister, Viola Davis, is the reason why that movie got green-lighted. Okay, she pushed that movie for 7 years. She put up some of her own assets in production. Her and her husband had their own production company. They put it up. So the movie couldn't have been made without Viola Davis. And that movie cost over $50 million to produce, which she was going around and really trying to get funding for. Nobody in Benin, no local actors in Benin put up that type of money for The Woman King. She put up that money herself. Also, other cases in point, Cry for Freedom, Steve Biko. Here's the thing, here's a reality check, Continental Africans. No one, for the most part, knows who Steve Biko is. Okay? Nobody really knew who Idi Amin is on a global level especially on an American level when you're trying to get an American audience to get a return on your investment. No one knows who Paul Rusesabagina is in the Hutu Tutsi genocide, which was the center point of the whole film Hotel Rwanda. So what you have to do, because these films don't sell themselves, because people don't know about who you're talking about or what you're talking about, you have to go get some star power to play these roles. You have to get young and up-and-coming star actors like Don Cheadle. You have to get up-and-coming actors at the time like Forrest Whitaker. You have to go get legends like Denzel Washington to play Steve Biko because they bring an audience with it. Because the movie industry is a business and you need a return on your investment. So getting your local chief Umawale to play Paul Rusesabagina, that don't really sell. Not to mention the fact, again, point number one, you didn't put up no money for the film. You want to play without the pay. You want Americans to put up all the money, but you reap all the rewards and the success. This leads me to point number three, family. I hate when they sit up here and they're so hypocritical. They sit up here and get mad at us when we are upset about Black British characters playing our role, like they don't complain when foundational Black Americans play them. She's bringing up all these names like they don't sit up here, whine and complain online, okay, when our actors play them and portray them in films. They're always talking about how we lack the cultural nuance to play it. They're always talking especially about our accents. Oh, you didn't do a good West African accent, nigga. That wasn't a good, that's what's authentic. Oh my God, you butchered it. They're always complaining, even when the place is a fictional place. Like this Negro just brought up, and they love bringing up, oh, half of the cast of Black Panthers was FBA. Wakanda's not a real place, ma'am. Give me the real Wakandan accent, because they love talking about, and rest in power to the good brother Chadwick Boseman, they love talking about, oh, his accent didn't sound African. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was an authentic Wakandan accent. It's not. You just want to cry, whine, and complain. They've been doing this for years now. Even go back, hold on, family. Y'all remember about a decade ago, family. A lot of y'all don't remember this. Our good FBA sister Beyonce. And they really have a disdain for Beyonce on the continent. Something about Beyonce. I even remember when she did that whole film or album release, Black is King. They were complaining about that. Oh, nigga, that's cultural appropriation, nigga. Did she think she's the queen? Did she think she's the queen of Africa, nigga? Okay, they were complaining about that. Remember, our good sister Beyonce was rumored to be playing Sarah Bartman in a film about a decade ago. Rumors had started that she was going to be writing and playing Sarah Bartman. Boy, do you know these South African chiefs came out? Boy, they were very upset about that. Guardian did a whole article about that. They were talking about she was not worthy. Let's read a little bit. Let me refresh some of y'all memory on how much they be hating on our good FBA actors out there every time they play a non-FBA character. It says, reports suggest that the singer would be writing and acting in a project about Sarah Bartman, a South African woman who became known for her large buttocks and unusual coloring. She was taken to Europe in 1810 and objectified by those who would pay to see her have naked body under the stage name Hottentot Venus. Okay? Now, this is the chief over there, one of these chiefs over there from one of them thousands of tribes over there in Africa. He's from like a South African tribe, okay? And he says, she lacks the basic human dignity to be worthy of writing Sarah's story. Oh, they got real ugly, let alone playing the part. Chief Jean Burgess of the, I don't even know how to pronounce this, Ghana First People told News 24, why Sarah Bartman? Why not a story about an indigenous American woman? I can only see ignorance in her attempt to tell a story that is not hers to tell. So again, get the hell out of here, because she was over here talking about earlier, oh, the people without sin, Africans and Caribbeans, again, we're the people without sin. Man, y'all always crying, whining, and complaining anytime foundational Black Americans portray you. Y'all get real ugly with us. All right? Just like them African chiefs over there. And I don't know why they come for our good sister Beyonce, like Beyonce has did something to them personally. Oh my God, he act like Beyonce was just a dirty human being. How dare she portray Sarah Bartman? Which leads me to number 4, the irony, family. You know another thing that's ironic? And another reason why this is a bad faith, disingenuous argument, when they start talking about us playing them, we don't make whole careers playing you. Denzel Washington didn't make a whole career cosplaying as a South African man. Forrest Whitaker didn't make a whole career cosplaying as a Ugandan man off of Ugandan culture. Don Cheadle didn't make a whole career cosplaying as a Rwandan man, eating off Rwandan culture. Our good sister Viola Davis didn't make a whole career cosplaying as a woman from Benin and off of Benin culture. Will Smith didn't make a whole career cosplaying as a Nigerian and eating off a Nigerian culture. Y'all make whole careers in Hollywood cosplaying us. So much so, we don't even know your ass is British. We don't even know you're Kenyan. We don't even know you're from Jamaica. We don't even be knowing that most times. Because our whole career, we know you as cosplaying as us. We thinking your ass is from Texas or something. We thinking you from Alabama. So again, stop it with these bad faith comparisons that are disingenuous and rooted in really no type of truth when you add context to it. These are not like-to-like comparisons.
Anyway, that's essentially what the whole discussion is. It's African and Caribbean people saying, you guys do this all the time, and Black American people saying, no, but it's different. Because
it is different. It is different, and you know that.
Some Black American people saying that these are American-made TV and film. They should be able to play the roles because it's an American job. Like, why would they outsource it to somebody from Africa or the Caribbean if there's an American actor who can play that? To which one might argue, well, if you want to hear about our stories, why don't you listen to it when we tell them? Movies do get made in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Jamaica, in all of these other parts of the world. Movies do get made there, and they do talk about their histories and their historical figures. Why don't you just watch our content instead of trying to recreate it for your audience?
Ma'am, because your content is low quality. Okay, it's low budget. I've seen Nollywood films. Shit is damn near satire. It don't have no budget next to it. You dig? And y'all know that. That's why your best of your best actors, y'all flee over here. If Black Brits, for example, because that's the whole reason we're bringing up this conversation, if they have such phenomenal actors, why aren't they getting it popping in Britain? Because the budgets are different, the quality is different, and most importantly, the pay is different. Also, when you're trying to reach an American audience, just speaking business-wise, Americans want to see somebody they know. They won't want to see your local queen of the village play a retired Nigerian nurse who got her groove back. They don't want to, who is this? What is this? The culture is different. But the reason why y'all are upset, because y'all see when we play the role, it blows up and you get jealousy, hatred, and disdain. Then it's, man, it should have been a Nigerian in that role. His accent really wasn't like that. And lastly, ma'am, humble yourself. Let's be clear. Hollywood is not making a living off of African stories, Caribbean stories, British stories. Okay? The majority of Black films that are pushed on the global level are highlighting foundational Black American culture. So your one film every 2 years that maybe is relegating or referring to something in Africa, that's far and in between. Far and in between. The Wakandas, the Hotel Rwandas, the Last King of Scotland, the Stellas Got Their Groove Back, those are far in between films. Even now, when you're talking about us playing y'all, man, these films is from the 80s and 90s. They going back 30 years talking about when we played them 30, 40 years ago. Because they know the majority of the films that foundational Black Americans play in are highlighting foundational Black American culture and our characters and lifestyles based on us and our history in this land. So again, stop with this false equivalent. Now you're trying to act like we eat off of you to the same degree that y'all eat off of us. Stop it.
And that's without me even touching base on how many Black American people had comments like, you guys need to stop coming here and acting in our movies and taking our jobs. Because who else complains about immigrants coming to America to take American jobs? Please don't try to sound like those people.
Oh, Lord, here they go. When the hate and the lies don't work, they have to start shaming. You sound like the white man. Why y'all trying to sound like the white man? Shut the hell up. Shut up. Now, when they complain about us taking their roles, when they complain about how horrible a job we did playing them and portraying them, when they got their chiefs running around, okay, disparaging foundational Black Americans like our good sister Beyonce, they're quiet. Oh, well, it's not that we hate you. You just don't have the talent or the nuance to play the role. When we complain about them, y'all sounded like the white man. Shut up.
I personally have heard a lot of Black actors complain about some of those roles in general. They don't want to continue doing Black pain. They don't want to be a slave or a baby mama or some kingpin in the hood. They want to be able to tell Black romance stories, Black horror, Black sci-fi. And so they don't necessarily mind as much if some British person or Caribbean or African for that matter, if some person from the diaspora wants to come and play those figures so that I can go and focus my attention on a different concept. The bigger
Who? What foundational Black American said that? What foundational Black American set up here, family, and said, hey, I don't want to play in a multi-million-dollar series like Snowfall, okay? Which Damson Idris received tens of millions of dollars from playing. They turned that down. They said, no, I don't want to play in that role. Huh? What foundational Black American said, hey, I don't want to be Harriet Tubman. I don't respect Harriet. That's too much pain in that role. I don't want to play Harriet Tubman, who is a legend in our community. What foundational Black American said, I don't want to play Whitney Houston. Let the Black British actor go play Whitney Houston, who was a legend, who was an icon in our community. What foundational Black American said, I don't want to play Dr. Martin Luther King in Selma. Let the Black British brother go play that role. What foundational Black American said, hey, man, I don't want to work with some of the hottest directors like Ryan Coogler, okay? And Jordan Peele in movies like Get Out or Judas and the Black Messiah, portraying foundational Black American greats like Fred Hampton, member of the Black Panther Party, bringing light to that struggle and what he went through and what our ancestors dealt with. What FBA said that? And to give it to the British brothers. Stop lying. You're lying. When you play a foundational Black American legend, there's already a fixed audience that's going to go see that movie. You're already going to be opened up to the very heart of foundational Black American culture, because no matter who's playing that role, most times we're going to go see that movie. Because mama's favorite artist was James Brown. Okay, grandma used to talk about seeing Dr. King march down the street. Malcolm X is a legend in our community. He was once portrayed by Black British actor Aaron Pierre, who was dating Tiana Taylor. These are heroes and icons in our community. And even the street movies, we relate to that because that comes out of our culture. We got uncles and aunties affected by the crack era. And we heard rumors and stories about the CIA pushing drugs into our communities. So we're going to watch that too. And we're going to say, hey, man, I told y'all. And these are multi-million-dollar roles with huge, huge American film companies and networks. Who is turning that down? Stop capping. And notice the same game, family. They always play this game with foundational Black Americans. Even when immigrants come over here and get a certain job, they'll tell us, well, it's not that they took your job, foundational Black Americans, you didn't want it. I didn't want a construction job that I could bring home $80,000, $90,000 a year. I didn't want to work in agriculture. I didn't want to do these things. They always have to frame it as something we didn't want. We didn't want to do the role. So they just got a chance to step into this well-paying job. They just got a chance to step into this $1 million acting role because nobody wanted it. Get the hell out of here. That's why when it comes time to name who's actually saying these types of things, she can't name no actors saying that, hey, I don't want to play an icon. Okay, because that's what many of these Black Brits are playing. They ain't just playing pimps. They ain't just playing drug dealers. They're also playing our foundational Black American icons. Hell, they got people like Damson Idris slotted in, I think, like 2027, 2028, family. He's playing our esteemed foundational Black American ancestor, Miles Davis. Nobody wanted that. No foundational Black American wanted that. That was too much pain and trauma. This is our ancestors. This is people we held near and dear. This is a legend in our community. This is a role that can make or break you with foundational Black Americans. But no, they couldn't find any FBAs to play the role. They had to go over and get Damson Idris from Britain.
Your issue, not just for Black actors, but for all Black people in entertainment, is that Black projects simply aren't getting green lit like they used to, right? Issa Rae has very recently talked about this, and we can't all be employed by her, Tyler Perry, and Ryan Coogler. When the jobs are few and far between, it's very apparent when so many of them are going to people that you don't think should get that job. But the solution is not to cut out Black British actors. The solution is to get more Black people into development, into being producers, and into all of those decision-making roles where we get to actually green light projects.
I couldn't agree with. That's the first thing you said that I agree with. And here's the thing. Here's the real question, though, because we do both agree. When are y'all in the diaspora going to hold your own weight? When are y'all going to hold your own weight? You said the solution is to become the producers, the developers, and the green lighters. I couldn't agree more. We've been doing that for decades. That's why y'all are running over here to Hollywood now, taking our roles. We opened up the doors for you to do that. We became the green lighters. We became the producers. We became the developers. Do we need more? Absolutely. But when are y'all going to hold your own weight? When are y'all going to get Nollywood popping to where we can go over to Nigeria and play some roles? We can get to the money like y'all get to the money over here. See, that's the thing. You need to go produce some more developers, FBAs. You need to go be more producers. You just need to produce more movies and be able to green light more movies. No, nigga, you need to do that. That's a great concept. You need to hold your own weight. You got all these phenomenal Black British actors. Go over to Britain, become the developers, become the producers, and become the green lighters. But see, when we tell them that, family, they say, you're sounding like those people. You sound xenophobic. Because they have this mindset where they're entitled to whatever we do. When we do something, it's public property. Every time we tear down and renovate a new damn space, well, it's public property and it belongs to the diaspora. And then not only do they get on the damn public property, they start being disrespectful on the property. They start talking about, well, actually, we're just more qualified. We're better trained to play these roles than you are to play them yourselves, even though we're the ones who kicked down the door for them to be over here. We're the ones who on multiple occasions have saved Hollywood. Then they start acting like they're better than us in Hollywood. But they're never better enough to go build their own Hollywood in their own homeland, in their own nations. They're never enough to put up the $50 to $100 million movies and push them around the globe. No, they wait until we get the film green lighted. They wait until we produce it. We finally develop it. We finally get the opportunity. Then here they come. Hey, yeah, I'm going to need that. And if we don't give it to them all, you're being divisive. So again, that's the real question. When are you going to hold your own weight? What you said is beautiful. When are y'all going to do that in your homeland?
Ultimately, most Black people in entertainment are not necessarily bothered by British people coming here to take their jobs. They are worried about our jobs going there to Britain. They are worried about the fact that these jobs aren't getting greenlit to begin with. If you really want to do something to help, you should look at politicians and the federal government, and in particular the state government of California, and ask them what they are doing to keep jobs here in the US for people who work in entertainment. And most importantly, you would show up for and champion smaller Black creators, whether they make content, whether they are working their way up the corporate ladder, whether they are a filmmaker trying to crowdfund. You would support those artists so that they can get to the level where they're able to make bigger and Blacker projects overall.
Okay, so this non-FBA descendant of fleers, okay, she fled her homeland. They didn't build this Hollywood type system in Kenya, okay? They're the ones who come over here to reap the rewards and benefits off what we did. Now she's telling us what we need to do. Okay, what we need to do. Oh, don't say nothing to the Black Brits. You need to go to your politicians. Go fight, FBA. Go fight, which we've always done. The reason why you're over here is because we did fight for a place in Hollywood. Okay, but continue to fight, FBA. Continue to break down the borders so we can come over and we can reap the benefits of your fighting. while at the same time telling you you're not qualified enough to reap those benefits. You just lost the Black, but they're just better at playing you than you are at playing yourselves. That's the message, foundational Black American family. That's the message. But let's finish up.
And if you want to leave a comment, particularly if you're African or Caribbean, let me know which portrayal by an American actor offended you the most. Because for me, I will always have smoke for dear white people. How dare y'all hire an American person to play a Kenyan man, but he had a Nigerian accent? The fact that y'all didn't catch that actually really bothered me.
All right, and there it is. And as you can see, she ended with doing what they've always done in the diaspora. That's whining and complaining when we portray them. But we can't say nothing when they portray us. See how that works, family? They can criticize us and talk about how horrible of a job we did when we portray them. But God forbid we say anything about them portraying us. We're wrong. Okay, we're wrong, we're xenophobic, and we're just supposed to shut up and open up more doors for them. But this family is the one-sided relationship we've come to expect when it comes to the diaspora, okay? This is Pan-Africanism as well in a nutshell. You know, this thing where we do all the hard work, we break down all the barriers, and then they come over here and eat with both of their hands, okay? Take a to-go plate, and then turn around before they walk out the door and say, hey, and by the way, we better than you niggas, and you niggas really have no culture. But I'll see you tomorrow to take home another plate, okay? To get some more food, to get rich and wealthy off of your sacrifices as well. That's the one-sided relationship we have with the so-called diaspora. But we're not going for it no more, family. Like I said, I'm at the point now, don't worry, you cast these Black British actors to play foundational Black Americans, I'm just not gonna watch it. Just not gonna watch it. Okay, you wanna box us out? Well, we won't go to the box office. Plain and simple, you can whine and you can complain, but delineation is here to stay. But it's your brother Chase, man. Comment down in the comment section, tell me what you think. Let me know, am I tripping, am I not tripping? Does she have a point? Does she not have a point? Let me know down in the comment section below. And also, don't forget, go get one of my newest books, When Black Americans Stop Singing and Start Swinging, and Old Black Money, because as you can see, in 2026 moving forward, it is a must that we as foundational Black Americans tell our own story. Until next time, family, y'all know what it is, man. It's your brother Chase. Peace and Black power. Foundational Black Americans, you are phenomenal, phenomenal people. And don't you ever forget that.
Aurora police are looking for the teenager who drove so recklessly that 2 schools tightened up security today. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kyle Clark.
I'm Kim Christensen. No one at Cherokee Trail High or Fox Ridge Middle was hurt, but it caused quite the scare. 9 News reporter Rachel Kraus joins us with more. Rachel.
Yes, students and staff were all safe, but the district says the student was speeding and driving erratically through the parking lot and hit multiple cars.
Today was a shock to all of us.
School's nearly out for the year.
Yes.
And Cherokee Trail High seniors Selena Gill and Acacia Wood expected an easy day.
And literally, I was not expecting this day to go like this. I came into the parking lot like, oh, this will take literally 30 minute stops. And then all of a sudden, there's a guy that almost hits me and my friends. He was speeding through the CT parking lots. I was there at like 8:30 in the morning. And he's like just looping around, drifting on the corners, being very loud and honking.
Cherry Creek Schools says a 17-year-old Cherokee Trail student was driving erratically and hit multiple cars.
In the video, it was insane.
2 police officers formed kind of like a brigade trying to trap him into the lot. And instead, he went up and over the grass. I watched the whole thing from Eastern Hills, so I was also able to see the car tire get slashed. And then the driver coming on to oncoming traffic on Arapahoe. I thought an accident was going to happen.
Aurora police were called out and Cherokee Trail and Fox Ridge Middle were put on secured status. Meeting students and staff were all brought inside and all exterior doors were closed and locked.
Student in the red shirt, come on, come on!
Cherry Creek schools say the teen left and came back to the school multiple times in the morning before driving away. Although APD says the student was only at the school once. But this all started the night before. APD says the boy's guardian reported him as a runaway and that he'd stolen her car. Police still haven't found him.
And hopefully he gets the mental health help that he needs, because this is just not a normal thing.
Selena and Acacia say they're grateful for how fast school security and police jumped in, preventing this scary situation from getting worse.
We're just grateful that no one got hurt.
Schools stayed on secured status throughout the day today. No word yet on plans for tomorrow, but Cherry Creek Schools says the school has SROs and security that can be on hand. Rachel Krause, 9 News.
Workers at DIA initially missed a security breach by the man who snuck onto airport property late Friday night and was hit and killed by a passenger plane. At a news conference today, airport officials acknowledged the man likely triggered a ground detection system just minutes before the deadly collision. They say an airport operator saw that alert and checked cameras in the area, but only reported seeing a herd of deer. 41-year-old Michael Mott went on to climb an 8-foot fence topped by barbed wire and walked to the runway. He was then hit and killed by a Frontier Airlines flight with 231 people on board. Investigators determined he died by suicide. Phil Washington, the airport CEO, says the wildlife and ditches on the DIA property are likely what kept the man from being detected. He says the airport is now looking at how to better monitor the fence line.
There's a gulch between the fence line and the runway, so we're looking to make sure that we have line of sight in all of those areas as well.
Denver police still haven't figured out how the man got to the airport. They searched the area near where he climbed the fence and didn't find a car, a bike, or anything to explain how he got there. They do know he had a long criminal history. There are at least 2 occasions in recent years where he had criminal charges dropped because he was found mentally incompetent to stand trial.
Another warm day today, and tomorrow we're going to turn the dial up even higher. Could be hitting the 90s quite a bit earlier than we normally do. And Kathy Saban, a couple weeks ago, we said, all right, well, that track's coming out of the winter that we had, but then we got that snowfall, and I feel like it scrambled our brains about where we are.
Agreed. And we're trying to figure out what's going to happen next. Anything is possible. Today, one of the cooler days this week, and temperatures still trending 10 degrees above average. And outside right now, we're still at 69 degrees in downtown Denver, 50s in the mountains. So you can imagine that the snow will be melting rapidly. Humidity values up a bit with that easterly influence of the wind, which thankfully has come down a little bit. There's a weather system north and west of us, but the predominant feature is high pressure, which will generate some cloud cover, but not much moisture from those clouds. So we expect to have a sunny day tomorrow, maybe the warmest day of the week. And really, we're going to start tomorrow morning in the 50s and just watch those numbers soar. If we get to our forecast high of 89, that's 1 degree shy of the record and well above average. The record tomorrow is 90, set back in 2015. So actually, we're kind of looking at this trend to continue all throughout the week with multiple days and record high temperatures possible. But there are some changes coming in by the weekend. We're going to talk about a cooler change and a chance for rain coming up.
Investigators say a fire west of Loveland was started by accident. The Larimer County Sheriff's Office says someone working on a residential property sparked the Sedona Hills fire yesterday. They say that the person followed fire restrictions, so they're not going to face charges. Fire burned about 12 acres, didn't damage any buildings or hurt anyone. All the evacuations were lifted last night after firefighters fully contained the fire.
A jury in Douglas County awarded one of the largest civil judgments in state history, $24 million. For a man targeted in a false criminal case by a Parker police detective. Robert Giles sued the former detective after he was arrested in 2022 on felony charges of tampering with evidence and accessory to murder. The charges were dismissed 5 months after his arrest, but his attorneys argued the case led to him losing his job and ruining his reputation. The case centered around Giles' son, who shot his roommates, killing a man and injuring a woman. His son called his dad, confessed to the shooting, and his dad immediately told his son to provide medical assistance, call 911, and cooperate with authorities. He also quickly hired an attorney for his son. The woman who was shot told police Dial told his son to hide the gun after the shooting. The gun was never hidden, but the detective still accused Dial of being an accessory to murder. Yesterday, the jury found the detective liable for false arrest and malicious prosecution.
You can't arrest and charge somebody because they say, I got my son an attorney. I'd like to have an attorney involved. That's a constitutional right. And it's not only a right, it's a good thing to do.
Dial's son eventually pleaded guilty to manslaughter. The detective retired in 2024. The town of Parker says it's considering whether to appeal.
Still waiting for a final vote tonight at the state capitol on a bill that would require social media companies to tell law enforcement when they restrict or suspend a user over threatening posts. But even if the legislature passes this bill tonight, Democratic Governor Jared Polis is expected to veto it. The bill was introduced in response to the shooting at Evergreen High School. You may remember the Anti-Defamation League identified some concerning posts months before the shooting and reported them to the FBI in New York, but that information arrived too late for authorities to intervene. This bill would require social media platforms to comply with state law enforcement search warrants within 24 hours and report to police when they take action against a user over posts involving specific imminent threats.
Is it constitutional even? And that is the question that the governor is posing, and I myself and my colleagues in the Senate are posing.
This is not government overextension because it's the social media platforms that are making decisions and identifying posts through their own process that have violated their own rules and policies.
The governor says he is concerned the bill will infringe on free speech. He says his office expressed those concerns to the bill's sponsors, but the bill wasn't changed. As always, when Polis is about to veto something, he said he'll review the final version when it hits his desk.
A nonprofit is calling for protections to preserve Denver's Little Saigon, the Southeast Asian Cultural Corridor along Federal Boulevard. Colorado Asian Pacific United says rising costs and crumbling infrastructure are straining longtime businesses and residents. The group spent roughly 3 years compiling a study on the most urgent threats facing the area. It found that first-generation business owners are aging and retiring without clear succession plans, while those who want to stay face mounting financial pressure. Both situations could lead to possible displacement and turnover that could result in gentrification. The nonprofit is now trying to get the community involved in the conversation.
It's always important to make sure that everyone is brought along the journey. It's important that business owners and people who are most impacted have an actual say in what that future looks like and are able to be a part of planning what the legacy of Little Saigon is.
The group is working to launch a community advisory group this summer to advocate for the corridor.
A form that immigrants have to use to change their address registration with the government could soon become more complicated. The Department of Homeland Security is looking to expand the amount of personal information that immigrants must report.
And immigration attorneys warn that could eventually be used for deportations. 9 News reporter Ria Jha is here with more on that. Ria?
Yeah, if you're not a U.S. citizen and you move, federal law requires you to notify the government of your new address within 10 days. It's a quick 5-minute form for immigration services to keep track of your mailing address to send you notices. But under a new proposal, they would be asking for a lot more information. For decades, this form has been simple.
5 minutes to fill out.
It's the AR-11.
It's basically a one-page form when you include the directions.
Immigration attorney James Lamb said he's had many of his clients fill it out.
You use it to update your address with the government. Sometimes you can file them online, sometimes you have to file them on paper.
But now the Department of Homeland Security is proposing expanding it.
The government is taking a one-page form and turning it into an 11-page form. As an attorney, I will say upright, I would not likely allow a client to fill out most of this information.
The proposed 11-page form asks for information about employment, schooling, and receipt of what are called means-tested public benefits. That includes government-funded programs like Medicaid, SNAP, and WIC.
These 3 items have nothing to do with getting you your USCIS mail correctly.
Brian Green is also an immigration attorney.
An error when there's this kind of reporting can lead to devastating consequences.
The proposed form warns failure to comply can carry criminal penalties and deportation consequences.
It's collecting data that is going to be used to put people into removal proceedings.
In the proposal, DHS says it wants to use the information to enforce immigration laws, including identifying immigrants who may be receiving government benefits they are not legally allowed to receive.
I've never seen something this simple being used in an enforcement mechanism before.
The more paperwork you present somebody with, the less likely they are to fill it out.
As of now, the change is just a proposal, currently open for public comment. But immigration attorneys are already worried about what could happen.
I'm not sure exactly what the number of people it's going to affect, but it's millions.
It is a big deal in the sense that it can destroy people's lives.
The proposal is currently open for public comment through July 6th. We asked the Department of Homeland Security for more on what they hope to achieve by expanding the form's reporting requirements, but we haven't received a response yet. Ria Jha, 9 News.
I dozed off again. I don't know what the hell happened. Oh, fuck. All right, I'm gonna end the live. Fuck. I forgot to do like one more topic. The video. Damn it. I don't know what the hell happened. I was listening. Yeah, one more thing to do. This is the Unhoused Never News. Damn it. I'm sorry, Sabaka. I dozed the fuck off. Okay, here we go. I wanted to talk about this.
Only on Fox 11 tonight, irony on the streets. A massive and growing RV encampment right outside an LA housing agency building. The street is now lined with dozens of people living in RVs, cars, and buses. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf is reporting live tonight from Gardena.
Well, Christina, it's very eye-opening to see this. We're right outside the Housing Authority building for the city of LA. And then look at this, just dozens of people living in RVs and buses. Only feet from an administrative building for the Housing Authority of Los Angeles. Hello? More than a dozen RVs, cars, and buses now being used as encampments. How long have you been out here?
And this spot, 3 months.
3 months. Some sleeping here for months. How long have you been here?
This time, a year.
Others even longer. While you've been out here, has anyone come out and checked on you from the city or county?
Not this time.
Hamilton Avenue in Gardena, full of no parking signs. Says no one can sleep within 1,000 feet of this building. And this, posted 4 years ago, Section 4118, a city ordinance that's supposed to prohibit camping.
4118 is not being enforced. And right here is the Housing Authority. So why are these RVs out here?
This fence separating two very different realities. On this side, we've got people living in those RVs. And then on this side, they open up 25 parking spots every night for people to come in and legally sleep.
They're able to get dinner, case management services.
Is it at all related to the RVs that are parked right outside the gate?
No.
The Watts Labor Community Action Committee essentially borrows 25 parking spaces a night through LASA for registered guests to park and sleep here, each space costing about $40 a night, totaling around $365,000 a year. What's it like to see that there's other people in need right outside the fence?
Well, we've talked to them many times, and they definitely have the opportunity to come out. There are times where they might come in and use the restroom or something like that, but they have chosen to stay outside.
Those not part of the safe parking program still right outside Hawkla's Gate, living in need. What does it say to have these right out their front door?
It says that we have a broken system. They're just like, well, it's my shift, and I did what I could do, and that's it, and then they go home.
County officials tell us tonight that they're aware of this issue and will be sending out outreach teams. We're live in Gardena. Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Only on Fox 11 tonight, there's a growing RV encampment right outside a Los Angeles housing agency building. The street is lined with dozens of people living in RVs, cars, and buses. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf. He is reporting live tonight from Gardena. Matthew?
Yeah, we're just right across from that Housing Authority building for the city of LA, and there's dozens of people living in RVs, cars, buses out here. Go ahead and take a look at this video. This is earlier today. You can see a closer shot of all of those people living in the RVs and the campers, the cars. We count at least 20 vehicles that people appear to be living in. And again, this is right outside the door of Housing Authority of LA's building here along Hamilton Avenue in Gardena. There's no parking signs lining the street, even a Section 4118 sign that is supposed to prohibit camping. Then right on the other side of the fence, there's a lot used at night to help those accepting services. It's 25 parking spots that cost the city roughly $40 a night, so about $350,000 a year, giving people a safe place to park. But according to officials, that lot is unrelated to those sleeping here in campers. What's it like to see that there's other people in need right outside the fence?
Well, we've talked to them many times, and they definitely have the opportunity to come out. There are times where they might come in and use the restroom or something like that, but they have chosen to stay outside.
What does it say to have these right out their front door?
It says that we have a broken system. We know that everything from Hopex to people assisting the homeless on Madison Avenue at Beverly in Vermont, they have RVs and tents every week, and they loiter around the buildings, even though there is housing right there that's been built. It says it's ineffectual and it's not working, and that they need to change the way they do business.
Now, county officials say that they have this area marked and that they're going to come by and offer those services to people that are living in the campers. But it definitely is very eye-opening to see so many people in need right outside of this building. Reporting live tonight, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
It is quite the juxtaposition, Matthew, and to think that LASA has been separated now from the county and is simply working with the city, and those details still are being worked out, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's still being worked out. And then we're learning tonight that the group that's operating this parking lot is being paid through LASA, which is funded through the city. So it's kind of this big web, right? And for the people that are in this lot, there's 25 parking spots. It seems like this is very helpful for them to get back on their feet. They're offered food and stuff like that every night. But that's only from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. that they can park there for free. And then right outside that fence, all these RVs and buses.
And that obviously begs the question of enforcement.
Yeah. And again, we saw that 4118 sign, which is supposed to prohibit camping. It doesn't seem like they're enforcing that. And that was posted about 4 years ago. And yeah, and CHP, obviously, this is outside their jurisdiction, but their office is also right next to this.
Sounds like a cleanup might be coming through after stories like this. We'll see. All right, Matthew, thank you.
Yep, and a cleanup did come through. They cleared their whole damn thing out. I think Cash Jordan showed that. I got one more to show y'all about the Unhoused in California. It's super bad. Jesus.
In America. Welcome to California. What lies behind the world's richest city? Well, it's the world's dirtiest city.
Literally the dirtiest city in the world, right? They throw away a ton of garbage on one corner every day. And the cops, they pull up, everyone goes to the other side of the building, and they leave them on that side of the building. Yeah. Just so it's out of the view of the public, right?
Yeah.
Is calling them trash an exaggeration? The image of homelessness in California feels like it is tearing through the state's polished surface. What stands out is not only the lack of resources, but how impossible it is to ignore. Tents along sidewalks, people sleeping in cars, shopping carts filled with personal belongings, and makeshift shelters near roads or public spaces bring the struggle for survival directly into everyday life, right in the middle of places associated with wealth and modern success. Even when authorities try to make that image less visible by clearing encampments and moving unhoused people elsewhere, the reality does not disappear. It simply shifts from one area to another. And that is what makes this picture so hard to look away from. California may try to push homelessness out of sight, but it cannot truly hide it. Here, homelessness is no longer just a marginal issue. It has become a recurring public reality. And from that reality comes another uncomfortable question. Why are people living in such vulnerable conditions so often met not with understanding, but with frustration, distance, and sometimes even hatred?
Everyone here is used to seeing people do drugs in the street. It's like Disneyland for drug users. Anything you want. At one point, they were able to use restrooms and use the drugs in the restrooms.
I'd say the majority, at least in the line, there's are drug addicted or mentally ill, or both, usually both.
People turn to the wrong road too, like they turn to stealing, turn to lying, turn to all of that, and it just like brings a whole set of problems.
And then I lose the shit that people steal from me, and it's my cell phone.
Homelessness is often viewed through the lens of fear. People talk about addiction, theft, chaos, and the feeling that public spaces are no longer safe. This is also why many residents keep their distance and form a harsh view of those living on the streets. But that reaction, while common, only reflects a part of the reality. The homelessness crisis in California didn't become this visible simply because of a prejudice or a particular type of person. It grew from deeper breakdowns and is now impacting daily life in ways no one can easily ignore. Follow this story to the end, because what you're about to see is what California is enduring. Current situation. California is no longer facing a homelessness crisis that can be pushed out of sight. It is visible across the state, in downtown corridors, near transit routes, under freeways, in parking areas, and across public spaces that were never meant to become places of daily survival. In one of the wealthiest and most influential states in America, that contrast is impossible to ignore. On a single night, in January 2024, California recorded 187,084 people experiencing homelessness. That number was up 3.1% from the year before. Even more revealing, 123,974 people were living unsheltered, meaning about 2 out of every 3 people counted had no shelter at all. That is what makes California stand out. This is not only a crisis of housing loss, it is also a crisis of exposure. A very large share of people are not in shelters or temporary indoor spaces, but outside, trying to get through each day in unstable and exhausting conditions. The crisis is not hidden behind statistics. It is happening in plain view. And life without shelter quickly strips away stability. Sleep becomes uncertain. Hygiene becomes difficult. Privacy almost disappears. Personal belongings can be lost, removed, or stolen. Even basic needs like charging a phone, storing medicine, finding a restroom, or staying dry turn into daily obstacles. This is what homelessness looks like when the safety net is too weak to catch enough people. So the current reality in California is not just a shortage on paper or a policy debate in the background. It is a prolonged public crisis, visible in the landscape of a state known for extraordinary wealth. And the longer it stays this visible, the harder it becomes to pretend the system is still working. What is driving California's homelessness crisis? California's homelessness crisis is not being driven by one single cause. It grows when several pressures hit at the same time, until one setback becomes enough to push someone out of housing. That is why the crisis keeps expanding even in one of the richest states in America. The path into homelessness is usually not one event. It is a chain of pressures that keeps tightening until stability gives way. The biggest pressure is housing itself. California remains one of the most expensive places in the country to rent or buy a home, while affordable housing has fallen far behind demand. Official California assessments note that the state has only 23 affordable and available rental units for every 100 households with extremely low incomes. The Legislative Analyst's Office also says around 2.5 million low-income households in California are cost-burdened, and more than 1.5 million low-income renters spend over half of their income on housing. In that kind of market, housing can become unstable long before a person is actually homeless. That pressure becomes even more dangerous when income drops. California's own housing tracker reported that the estimated rent for a two-bedroom home reached about $2,680 in December 2025, while incomes have not kept pace with housing costs. A major California homelessness study also found that among people who previously held a lease and paid rent, 66% were rent-burdened and 42% were severely rent-burdened. In the same research, 21% said loss of income was the main reason they lost their housing. So for many people, homelessness does not begin with a dramatic collapse. It begins when rent stays high, pay falls short, and there is no room left for one more financial shock. Job loss, reduced work hours, illness, debt, and family disruption often do not happen separately. They pile on each other. The California study found that 22% of participants had lost personal or household income during the pandemic through job loss or reduced hours. It also documented how declining physical health could trigger job loss, then income loss, and finally housing loss. That matters because it shows homelessness is not simply about bad choices. In many cases, it is the end result of several economic and health pressures landing inside an already unaffordable housing market. Mental health conditions and substance use are also part of the picture, but they should not be used as a lazy explanation for the whole crisis. The same California research found that 66% of participants reported mental health symptoms, yet only 18% had received counseling or medication in the previous 30 days. It also found that 11% wanted substance use treatment, but could not get it. The study makes another important point. For some people, these struggles came before homelessness, but for others, homelessness itself made them worse. Once someone is living without stable shelter, sleep, safety, treatment, and daily routine all become harder to maintain. There is also a major failure in prevention. Too many people are reaching the edge of homelessness without getting enough help in time to stay housed. The California study found that 90% of participants lost their last stable housing in California, and 75% were still in the same county where they had last been housed. That cuts against the easy story that this crisis is mainly being imported from somewhere else. It shows that California is producing much of this crisis from within, as too many residents fall through gaps in rent support, treatment access, and early intervention. So the real driver is not one personal failure, and it is not one isolated problem. It is the collision of unaffordable housing, unstable income, untreated health needs, and a safety net that often responds too late. Policy response and its limits. California has not done nothing. Over the past several years, the state has poured major funding into homelessness and housing programs. Since 2019-20, the Legislative Analyst's Office says California has committed about $37 billion to housing and homelessness-related programs. So, the issue is not a total lack of action. The real question is why so much effort still has not changed the street reality fast enough. Part of the answer is that California's response is spread across several kinds of help at once. Some programs are meant to keep people from falling into homelessness in the first place. Some are meant to move people out of tents, vehicles, and other unsafe outdoor spaces. Others are meant to create long-term housing with support services for people who need more than just a roof. In other words, the state is not relying on one single tool. It is trying to respond at multiple stages of the crisis. One of the biggest programs is HAP. In simple terms, this is flexible state money sent to cities, counties, and regional homelessness systems so they can fund things like outreach teams, emergency shelter, rental assistance, case management, and other local services that help prevent or reduce homelessness. The idea is to let each region use the money where the local gap is most serious. That makes sense on paper, because homelessness does not look exactly the same in every part of California. Another major tool is HomeKey. This program helps public agencies create housing quickly, often by buying or converting buildings such as hotels, motels, apartments, or other properties into places where people can live. HomeKey pushes further towards supportive housing, which means housing linked with services like mental health care, behavioral health support, or case management for people with more complex needs.
That's what I mean, supportive housing. That's exactly what I mean. So I can relate to all this, what they're talking about. I went through all of that shit. Me and Lady Che both.
So this side of the response is not mainly about handing out short-term aid. It is about creating actual places people can move into and stay in. California has also funded programs aimed at encampments. The basic idea here is not just to clear tents from public spaces, but to pay for housing placements and services for the people living there. On paper, that sounds more humane than simply moving people from one block to another. But this is also one of the areas where state oversight has raised concerns. In 2025, the LAO said there still was not enough information to fully judge the impact of encampment resolution funding and recommended stronger evidence before approving another round. The broader strategy behind all of this is also clear in California's 2025-2027 Action Plan. The plan is a 3-year roadmap built around measurable goals, helping more people leave unsheltered homelessness, increasing exits into permanent housing, reducing returns to homelessness, improving access to safety net services, and expanding housing. So the state is not only reacting to visible street conditions. At least on paper, it is also trying to build a more coordinated long-term system. But this is where the limits become obvious. The crisis is still larger than the response. California is trying to fund outreach, shelter, food support through local service systems, rental help, housing conversion, and long-term supportive housing all at once. But the scale of the housing shortage is still too deep. Funding also moves through many agencies and local systems, which makes coordination harder. And a significant share of homelessness spending has depended on one-time budget rounds, which is a weak foundation for a crisis that is permanent, structural, and statewide. So California's policy response is real. It includes short-term help, local service funding, housing creation, and programs meant to move people out of encampments and into safer conditions. But the street-level crisis keeps exposing the same problem. These efforts are still not large enough, stable enough, or coordinated enough to match the size of what California is up against. The solutions California needs to take more seriously. If California wants to slow this crisis in a real way, the answer cannot be limited to clearing tents, adding short-term shelter, or reacting after people have already lost housing. The state needs solutions that work earlier, last longer, and match the scale of the housing problem itself. That means prevention, housing production, treatment access, and long-term support all have to move together. The first priority is simple, even if the work is not. California needs far more affordable housing. As long as rents remain out of reach for large numbers of low-income residents, homelessness will keep being reproduced faster than programs can reduce it. This is especially true for people at the very bottom of the income ladder, where the shortage of affordable units is most severe. Without a much larger supply of housing that extremely low-income households can actually afford, the crisis will keep refilling itself. But building more housing alone is not enough. California also needs to expand permanent supportive housing, which combines stable housing with services like case management, mental health care, and behavioral health support. For people with complex needs, that kind of housing is often far more realistic than expecting them to stabilize through shelter alone. The state's own plans make this clear. Permanent housing and supportive services have to be linked, not treated as separate problems. Prevention also has to become much stronger. By the time someone is living in a tent, a vehicle, or a shelter bed, the crisis is already deeper and harder to solve. California needs broader rental assistance, help with arrears and deposits, stronger eviction prevention, and earlier intervention for households that are clearly at risk of losing housing. State programs like HAAP already allow local systems to use funding for homelessness prevention and rental assistance, which shows the policy logic is there. The problem is that this kind of help still has not reached enough people early enough. Shelter still matters, but it should not be mistaken for the finish line. California does need more safe, effective, housing-focused shelter and interim housing, especially when people are trying to leave unsafe outdoor conditions. But the state's own action materials emphasize that shelter should connect people to housing placement and services, not become a holding pattern with no clear exit. In other words, shelter works best when it is part of a pathway, not a destination. Mental health care and substance use treatment also need to be easier to reach and better integrated into homelessness response. Too many people are living with untreated needs while moving between the street, temporary settings, and fragmented services. California's own planning documents repeatedly point to the need to align housing with health and behavioral health resources. That matters because housing without support will not work for everyone, but treatment without stable housing often will not hold either. And finally, California needs a response system that is more stable and easier to coordinate. One-time funding rounds can launch programs, but they are a weak foundation for a crisis this structural and prolonged. Local systems need dependable support, clearer accountability, and a stronger link between state goals and street-level outcomes. Otherwise, California will keep spending heavily while struggling to turn that spending into durable change. So the real solution is not one policy and not one budget line. California needs to build more affordable and supportive housing, intervene earlier, strengthen rental protection, expand treatment, improve housing-focused shelter, and make the whole response system more consistent over time. Anything less may ease the symptoms for a while. It will not stop the crisis from returning. What this crisis really exposes. What California exposes is not just homelessness on the street. It exposes the cost of a system where housing has become so expensive that stability itself is increasingly fragile for low-income residents. This is one of the richest and most influential states in America, but it is also one of the hardest places to afford. That matters because the same economy that produces extraordinary wealth also produces housing pressure strong enough to push many people out of secure shelter. So the contradiction is not simply that California looks wealthy while homelessness exists beside it. The deeper contradiction is that the state's housing market has become so costly that for many people, one setback can be enough to break the entire structure of daily life. A job loss, reduced work hours, illness, debt, or family disruption does not happen in a vacuum. In a place where rent is already too high, those shocks become far more dangerous. The crisis grows not only because people are poor, but because housing is priced at a level that leaves too little room for error. That is why this crisis cannot be judged only by what is visible in public space. Tents, vehicles, and encampments are the most visible signs, but they are not the root of the problem. Clearing them may change how a street looks, but it does not reduce rent, create affordable housing, or rebuild the safety net that failed before people ended up outside.
That's true.
A sidewalk can look cleaner, while the same forces keep pushing more people toward homelessness. What California is really exposing, then, is not just poverty. It is the gap between economic power and housing security. It is a system that can generate immense value, yet still leave too many people one crisis away from losing the most basic form of stability. That is why homelessness here should not be seen as an isolated social problem. It is one of the clearest signs that the housing market, the support system, and the promise of prosperity are no longer moving together. The people filling the gaps, the system still leaves behind. Not every response to homelessness in California comes from government programs or large organizations. In many places, some of the most immediate help still comes from ordinary people who show up with food, water, blankets, socks, hygiene kits, and clean clothes. They do not solve the crisis on their own, but they step into the gap where the system is still too slow, too limited, or simply too far away. That kind of help may look small from a distance. A few meals handed out on a sidewalk, a bag of toiletries, a jacket for a cold night, a clean shirt, a pair of shoes. But for someone living outside, these are not minor things. They can mean getting through one more day with a little more safety, a little more comfort, and a little less humiliation. When daily life is reduced to survival, even basic items carry real weight. What makes these efforts stand out is not only generosity, but immediacy. Large systems often move slowly. They depend on eligibility rules, funding cycles, available beds, paperwork, and coordination between agencies. Individuals do not replace those systems, and they should not have to. But they often respond faster to what is directly in front of them. They see hunger and bring food. They see people wearing the same clothes for days and bring replacements. They see basic neglect and try, in small ways, to push back against it. At the same time, these acts of kindness also reveal something uncomfortable. When personal charity becomes one of the most visible forms of relief, it reminds us that too many needs are still going unmet at the structural level. A sandwich, a blanket, or a clean set of clothes can ease the day, but they cannot lower rent, create housing, or build a stable path out of homelessness. These acts matter deeply, but they also show the limits of what compassion alone can carry. Still, those efforts should not be dismissed. In a crisis, this visible and this prolonged, human presence matters. To offer food, clothing, or simple care is also to send a message that the people being pushed to the edge have not completely disappeared from public conscience. California's homelessness crisis is exposing the failures of large systems, but it is also revealing the people who keep trying, in practical and human ways, to make that failure a little less brutal. A crisis California still has not solved. California's homelessness crisis is not a short-term breakdown that can be cleaned up and left behind. It is a long and layered failure shaped by housing costs, weak prevention, untreated needs, and a response system that still struggles to match the scale of the problem. That is why the crisis keeps returning, even after years of public attention, political debate, and heavy spending. What makes California so striking is not only the number of people without stable shelter, but what those numbers reveal. In one of the richest and most influential states in America, too many people are still being pushed out of housing faster than the system can pull them back in. The sidewalks, tents, vehicles, and public encampments are the visible surface. Underneath them is a deeper imbalance that has never been fully corrected. And yet this story is not only about institutional failure. It is also about the people still trying to hold the line where the system falls short, whether through outreach, shelter, treatment, housing work, or simple acts of care like handing out food and clean clothing. Those efforts matter, but they also make one thing clear. A crisis this large cannot be carried by temporary fixes or personal compassion alone. If the roots of this problem remain in place, California will continue to reproduce the same crisis in new forms, no matter how often it is pushed out of sight. Because what is at stake here is not just housing. It is whether a place with so much wealth is willing or able to turn that wealth into real protection for the people most at risk of losing everything.
Damn, that is fucked up. All I can say, that is fucked up. All right, so now I'm gonna go to Denver news. Again, let's talk about this airport shit. What happened at the airport? So surveillance video shows moments before a plane hit person on Denver airport runway.
Up to a person being new surveillance video at the airport shows the moments leading up to a person being hit and killed by a plane on a runway at DIA late Friday night. We want to warn you that the video may be disturbing. The Frontier flight was taking off when it hit a person crossing the runway while walking. We still don't know why or how the person got on the runway. DIA says they climbed over a 12-foot fence, which had barbed wire at the top, and was hit just 2 minutes later. DIA does not believe that the person was an airport employee. Meanwhile, today, the NTSB said they are investigating and gathering more information about the evacuation from the airplane. After the collision, one of the engines caught fire, filling the cabin with smoke. Passengers had to evacuate with a slide. Some people on board expressed concern about the evacuation, including being stuck in the plane for several minutes as smoke filled the cabin.
Oh, shit.
People go into panic mode. If you don't, that's when injuries happen. That's when the evacuation process slows down. That's when all of a sudden now, something that was more of a benign event turns into a catastrophic event.
That's 9 News aviation analyst Greg Fife. The airport says 12 passengers reported minor injuries and 5 were taken to the hospital. Fife says he thinks the investigation should generate some good information within the next week or so.
Current building on fire. No, looks like they got another video on the damn crash. Let me put it up real quick. Mm. Hold on, stream out the stupid now. Let me try this again. Sound audio and share audio isn't working. All right. Let me start the show.
Federal investigators are now investigating the events of Friday night, obviously, when a Frontier flight hit and killed someone who hopped a fence and ended up on the runway. Passengers say flames erupted, smoke filled the cabin. 231 people were evacuated via emergency slide, which is
Shit.
About the safety act.
Federal investigators are now investigating the events of Friday night, obviously, when a Frontier flight hit and killed someone who hopped a fence and ended up on the runway. Passengers say flames erupted, smoke filled the cabin. 231 people were evacuated via emergency slide, which is never an easy thing, but this was an emergency. Our aviation expert, Greg Feith, joins us now. Where does the NTSB even begin? We've seen the video from DIA of that person walking on to, that security is a whole other issue with the airport, but where do they even begin with this?
There's two parts to it, Phil. Of course, the NTSB is coordinating with the FAA, and it's really about the safety aspect of the event, not the security, but the safety aspect. And that is the crew saw what they believed was a person. They identified that they had struck this person, and then, of course, they had the engine fire that they had to deal with, but they had to safely stop that airplane on the runway so that they could then evacuate. So that's the perspective that the board will be looking at, and then they'll also, in conjunction with the FAA, look at the evacuation. How did people get injured? Was it timely? Was it orderly? Why did we have a problem evacuating again? Another aircraft that was intact, was stopped on the runway on all three landing gear, and there was nothing to impede those slides other than people.
So investigators always interview the crew. That's one of the first things they do, and witnesses and things like that. But when you think of these injuries, while we don't know for sure what happened, what are the evacuation rules? Like, what are the rules if there's an incident on a plane? How does the evacuation go?
All of us sit on a passenger airplane. They listen to the flight attendants. Unfortunately, a lot of people tune flight attendants out. Flight attendants are not there for your comfort. They're there for your safety. And when they give you that passenger briefing, they expect you to pay attention.
Right.
I mean, I'm on an airplane all the time. I still count the seats, even though I've been on, I don't know how many airplanes, where I am. Why? Because in a high stress, high anxiety situation, especially for passengers who aren't frequent flyers or are under stress like this, they aren't thinking straight. And it really comes down to evacuating the airplane in a timely manner, knowing how to open an emergency exit, because there are exits over the wing, and they expect the passengers, because flight attendants can't get back there, to open those particular exits. And then, of course, people have got to stop carrying their luggage, stopping to pull stuff out of the overhead or pulling a backpack. Those are the big items that will block an entranceway. Getting on an airplane when you have a suitcase or something, there's not a lot of margin there. Now you got people jamming up against those openings trying to get out, and the flight attendants are there trying to help you out. So there's a lot that goes into the evacuation, and it has to be orderly and it has to be systematic.
How long do they typically ask that take?
Typically, because of aircraft certification, when they certify an airplane, they hire a bunch of people to get on the airplane, and the rule is that you have to have the airplane evacuated in 90 seconds or less.
Oh, word. I mean, that sounds impossible, but okay.
231 people, that's a tall task.
But when you look at the number of exits, you got 2 up front, 4 over the wings, and then 2 in the back on this type of aircraft.
So if everything goes as planned,
you should be able to get, but it has to be orderly and systematic. The problem is people jam up and then they start fighting each other, get me out first and that kind of thing.
Greg, I know this may be beyond the scope, and this is going to be an enormous investigation. DIA land-wise is huge. I think the biggest in the country, I think.
It's one of the biggest.
One of the biggest, yeah. So, I mean, there's just so much perimeter.
Yeah.
What do you think has to happen? Because clearly it is unsafe for someone to be able to get over a fence and get out to a runway. Had that person wanted to do some real harm to the entire plane, what needs to be done now?
When you look at it, Phil, there's better than 30 miles of fence around DIA because it sits on a plot of over 50 square miles. It is a vast area. Now, the area where this person got over the fence was in close proximity to the runway. That's why once he got over the fence, he was able to get to the runway so quickly. Now, all major airports, Part 139 certified airports by the FAA, they have security equipment that they will not talk about publicly. We know that at least DIA has thermal imaging as well as many other airports, but thermal imaging because we've seen the pictures, we've seen the video, but there are other things that they use. The question is going to be, who was monitoring that thermal imaging video? Who was monitoring all the other security systems that they have? And then, of course, they're going to look at, would someone have been able to get out there to stop that person once they identified them coming over the fence? Because it's not hopping the fence. You got to climb a 12-foot fence with barbed wire to get over the barbed wire and get on the back side. That takes time. Why didn't they see them trying to do that? Why didn't this person show up on thermal imaging coming over the fence? And if they did, why didn't someone react? These are the kinds of questions as an investigator I'd be asking.
And you count the seats because if smoke comes up, you can feel your way to the exit. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
This is night,
And it was night. That's right.
Yeah.
So
and no one's thinking clearly.
I know. We just have to take a breath.
Right. There are people who are not good flyers to begin with, and then something like this happens and triggers an alarm in their head, and it's not a good situation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
Greg.
Yeah.
So Greg was wrong. DIA is the largest airport in America. All right. What else do I have for y'all? Oh, it's a funny fire.
Joining us, everyone. I'm Phil Lipoff.
I'm Kim Christensen. It's been really a busy day for first responders. We want to get straight out to Jaleesa Rosari. She's near Hamden and Yosemite, where that building caught fire this afternoon. Jaleesa, how's it going out there?
Yeah, Kim, we're on Hamden in South Willow Street to be exact, where Denver Fire is battling a 2-alarm fire. And this building right behind us was actually still on fire when we arrived about an hour ago. We saw flames shooting off from both sides of the building. You can actually see some fire crews on one of the balconies. Looks like they're putting out some hot spots. We also saw a chainsaw being used, but Denver Fire says the bulk of this fire has been knocked down. But when they arrived, it was very heavy and throughout the building. We saw multiple fire trucks, police cars, paramedics, as well as an XL Energy truck. Now you can also see a power line leaning pretty heavily in this area. It looks like part of it is touching the roof, but it's unclear if it had anything to do with the fire. We do know people in this area got a voluntary evacuation notice about an hour ago. We actually received it ourselves. We were able to catch up with a neighbor who actually spotted the fire early on and called 911. This is what they had to say.
And I was like, hey, does anybody know what, address this is? And one of the guys yelled out, and I was like, get the heck out. This whole thing is on fire. If you can go door to door, just start getting people out, please. And so, yeah. And then this one girl came out. She was obviously in shock.
And now we want to show you something right here. XL Energy is on scene, and it looks like they are trying to do something with this power line right here that, like I mentioned, was leaning fairly heavily on the building. We're unsure if this did cause a fire. We don't know that. Denver Fire is still investigating the cause of this, but clearly they are working on this and trying to make sure that it is safe and secure and that people can get back to their homes. Now, Denver Fire says one person was injured and transported to the hospital. It's unclear how severe those injuries are. We do know that there is a traffic impact from this fire. Hampton Avenue is closed from Yosemite to Ravenna. So if you plan to go this area, please avoid it if you can. For now, reporting live in Denver, Jaleesa Rosari, 9 News.
And it's a time of day, Jaleesa, where there's probably a lot of people that aren't home and are just hearing about this kind of thing. And then there are those, they're the neighbors, they're saying, what's happening? You know, there are those that don't know and they're not there.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I spoke to a tenant that was actually sleeping while this fire started. She said she heard the commotion outside. She heard people screaming, came out, saw the flame shooting from the building. She said she's really lucky she heard that sound and was able to get out safely. But you're right, some people are at work still, so they're going to come home to quite the surprise.
All right, Jaleesa, thanks so much.
Within the last hour, a shelter in place was lifted for a half mile of unincorporated Douglas County near Parker after someone ran off the road and hit a gas regulator station. That happened this afternoon at Chambers and Main Street near the Stepping Stone neighborhood. The sheriff's office says they evacuated 8 homes because the gas leak was so bad. Xcel Energy got the gas turned off, and now South Metro Fire says there's no safety concern for that neighborhood, except that your home may not have gas.
In the beginning, the winds definitely shifted a couple different times, so that did cause some concern and also changed a little bit of how we mitigated this whole thing and the 911, the reverse 911 and where we kept the shelter in place. But once the wind started blowing out of the south to the north, we knew that stayed pretty steady at that time.
2 people were inside the car at the time of the crash. They were taken to the hospital. We're working to learn more about how they're doing.
A 16-year-old is in custody after Aurora police say brought a loaded gun to school. They say a security officer tackled that student. Happened about 8:40 this morning at Overland High School. Police say the teenager was trying to break up a fight between 2 other students, a girl and his girlfriend. Officers believe that's when he pulled a gun out of his waistband. Another student spotted it and yelled gun. Police say staff put the school on lockdown and moved quickly to keep students safe.
One of the school officials, one of the security officials, found the juvenile suspect who had the gun running through one of the halls. He then found that person running down from the hall down to the stairs, grabbed them, and tackled them to the ground.
Police tell us they did find a loaded .40 caliber gun on that 16-year-old, and a school resource officer was there within seconds to take him into custody. Authorities say no bullets were fired and no one was hurt.
Taking a live look outside.
You must have got that from his parents. He had a 40 cal on him. What the hell? Oh, I know that crazy ass teen driving erratically. They were looking for this dude. I think they found him though.
But it caused quite the scare. 9 News reporter Rachel Kraus joins us with more. Rachel.
Yeah, students and staff are all safe, but the district says the student was speeding and driving erratically through the parking lot and hit multiple cars.
Today was a shock to all of us.
School's nearly out for the year.
Yes.
And Cherokee Trail High seniors Selena Gill and Acacia Wood expected an easy day.
And literally, I was not expecting this day to go like this. I came into the parking lot like, oh, this will take literally 30 minutes tops. And then all of a sudden, there's a guy that almost hits me and my friends. He was speeding through the CT parking lots. I was there at like 8:30 in the morning. And he's like just looping around, drifting on the corners, being very loud and honking.
Cherry Creek Schools says a 17-year-old Cherokee Trail student was driving erratically and hit multiple cars.
In the video, it was insane.
2 police officers formed kind of like a brigade trying to trap him into the lot. And instead, he went up and over the grass. I watched the whole thing from Eastern Hills, so I was also able to see the car tire get slashed. And then the driver coming on to oncoming traffic on Arapahoe. I thought an accident was going to happen.
Aurora police were called out and Cherokee Trail and Fox Ridge Middle were put on secured status. Meeting students and staff were all brought inside and all exterior doors were closed and locked. Student in the red shirt, come on, come on! Cherry Creek schools say the teen left and came back to the school multiple times in the morning before driving away. Although APD says the student was only at the school once. But this all started the night before. APD says the boy's guardian reported him as a runaway and that he'd stolen her car. Police still haven't found him.
And hopefully he gets the mental health help that he needs, because this is just not a normal thing.
Selena and Acacia say they're grateful for how fast school security and police jumped in, preventing this scary situation from getting worse.
We're just grateful that no one got hurt.
Schools stayed on secured status throughout the day today. No word yet on plans for tomorrow, but Cherry Creek Schools says the school has SROs and security that can be on hand. Rachel Krause, 9 News.
Workers at DIA initially missed a security breach by the man who snuck onto airport property late Friday night and was hit and killed by a passenger plane. At a news conference today, airport officials acknowledged the man likely triggered a ground detection system just minutes before the deadly collision. They say an airport operator saw that alert and checked cameras in the area, but only reported seeing a herd of deer. 41-year-old Michael Mott went on to climb an 8-foot fence topped by barbed wire and walked to the runway. He was then hit and killed by a Frontier Airlines flight with 231 people on board. Investigators determined he died by suicide. Phil Washington, the airport CEO, says the wildlife and ditches on the DIA property are likely what kept the man from being detected. He says the airport is now looking at how to better monitor the fence line.
There's a gulch between the fence line and the runway, so we're looking to make sure that we have line of sight in all of those areas as well.
Denver police still haven't figured out how the man got to the airport. They searched the area near where he climbed the fence and didn't find a car, a bike, or anything to explain how he got there. They do know he had a long criminal history. There are at least 2 occasions in recent years where he had criminal charges dropped because he was found mentally incompetent to stand trial.
Another warm day today, and tomorrow we're going to turn the dial up even higher. Could be hitting the 90s quite a bit early.
Will be melting. And really, we're going to start tomorrow morning.
Montgomery County Sheriff's Office says someone working on a residential property sparked the Sedona Hills fire yesterday. They say that the person followed fire restrictions, so they're not going to face charges.
Oh, it's about this fire season. The whole damn state is about to be on fire.
Fire burned about 12 acres, didn't damage any buildings or hurt anyone. All the evacuations were lifted last night after firefighters fully contained the fire.
A jury in Douglas County awarded one of the largest civil judgments in state history, $24 million, for a man targeted in a false criminal case by a Parker police detective. Robert Dials sued the former detective after he was arrested in 2022 on felony charges of tampering with evidence and accessory to murder. The charges were dismissed 5 months after his arrest, but his attorneys argued the case led to him losing his job and ruining his reputation. The case centered around Dials' son, who shot his roommates, killing a man and injuring a woman. His son called his dad, confessed to the shooting, and his dad immediately told his son to provide medical assistance, call 911, and cooperate with authorities. He also quickly hired an attorney for his son. The woman who was shot told police Dial told his son to hide the gun after the shooting. The gun was never hidden, but the detective still accused Dial of being an accessory to murder. Yesterday, the jury found the detective liable for false arrest and malicious prosecution.
You can't arrest and charge somebody because they say, I got my son an attorney, I'd like to have an attorney involved. That's a constitutional right. And it's not only a right, it's a good thing to do.
Dial's son eventually pleaded guilty to manslaughter. The detective retired in 2024. The town of Parker says it's considering whether to appeal.
Still waiting for a final vote tonight at the state capitol on a bill that would require social media companies to tell law enforcement when they restrict or suspend a user over threatening posts. But even if the legislature passes this bill tonight, Democratic Governor Jared Polis is expected to veto it. The bill was introduced in response to the shooting at Evergreen High School. You may remember that Anti-Defamation League identified some concerning posts months before the shooting and reported them to the FBI in New York, but that information arrived too late for authorities to intervene. This bill would require social media platforms to comply with state law enforcement search warrants within 24 hours and report to police when they take action against a user over posts involving specific imminent threats.
Is it constitutional even? And that is the question that the governor is posing, and I myself and my colleagues in the Senate are posing.
This is not government overextension because it's the social media platforms that are making decisions and identifying posts through their own process that have violated their own rules and policies.
The governor says he is concerned the bill will infringe on free speech. He says his office expressed those concerns to the bill's sponsors, but the bill wasn't changed. As always, when Polis is about to veto something, he said he'll review the final version when it hits his desk.
A nonprofit is calling for protections to preserve Denver's Little Saigon, the Southeast Asian Cultural Corridor along Federal Boulevard. Colorado Asian Pacific United says rising costs and crumbling infrastructure are straining longtime businesses and residents. The group spent roughly 3 years compiling a study on the most urgent threats facing the area. It found that first-generation business owners are aging and retiring without clear succession plans, while those who want to stay face mounting financial pressure. Both situations could lead to possible displacement and turnover that could result in gentrification. The nonprofit is now trying to get the community involved in the conversation.
What's going to end up happening?
It's always important to make sure that everyone is brought along the journey. It's important that business owners and people who are most impacted have a actual say in what that future looks like and are able to be a part of planning what the legacy of Little Saigon is.
The group is working to launch a community advisory group this summer to advocate for the corridor.
A form that immigrants have to use to change their address registration with the government could soon become more complicated. The Department of Homeland Security is looking to expand the amount of personal information that immigrants must report.
And immigration attorneys warn that could eventually be used for deportations. 9 News reporter Ria Jha is here with more on that. Ria?
Yeah, if you're not a U.S. citizen and you move, federal law requires you to notify the government of your new address within 10 days. It's a quick 5-minute form for immigration services to keep track of your mailing address to send you notices. But under a new proposal, they would be asking for a lot more information. For decades, this form has been simple.
5 minutes to fill out.
It's the AR-11.
It's basically a one-page form when you include the directions.
Immigration attorney James Lamb said he's had many of his clients fill it out.
You use it to update your address with the government. Sometimes you can file them online, sometimes you have to file them on paper.
But now the Department of Homeland Security is proposing expanding it.
The government is taking a one-page form and turning it into an 11-page form. As an attorney, I will say outright, I would not likely allow a client.
So I noticed the paperwork says aliens on it. It don't say undocumented. It don't say newcomers. It says aliens, illegal aliens.
To fill out most of this information.
The proposed 11-page form asks for information about employment, schooling, and receipt of what are called means-tested public benefits. That includes government-funded programs like Medicaid, SNAP, and WIC.
These 3 items have nothing to do with getting you your USCIS mail correctly.
Brian Green is also an immigration attorney.
An error when there's this kind of reporting can lead to devastating consequences.
The proposed form warns failure to comply can carry criminal penalties and deportation consequences.
It's collecting data that is going to be used to put people into removal proceedings.
In the proposal, DHS says it wants to use the information to enforce immigration laws, including identifying immigrants who may be receiving government benefits they are not legally allowed to receive.
I've never seen something this simple being used in an enforcement mechanism before.
The more paperwork you present somebody with, the less likely they are to fill it out.
As of now, the change is just a proposal, currently open for public comment. But immigration attorneys are already worried about what could happen.
I'm not sure exactly what the number of people it's going to affect, but it's millions.
It is a big deal in the sense that it can destroy people's lives.
The proposal is currently open for public comment through July 6th. We asked the Department of Homeland Security for more on what they hope to achieve by expanding the form's reporting requirements, but we haven't received a response yet. Ria Jha, 9 News.
A 16-year-old is in custody.
Okay. One more piece of business. What I said to City Council on Monday. I never knew this goddamn BID. This complete bullshit. I'm not sure what I had to say about it. So they've had this 5 points BID in the neighborhood I live in, 5 points for the past 10 years. And it was up for renewal. And I'm not satisfied with the bid at all. And several of the property owners are not as well. So I'm not going to belabor y'all with all of this. But I was going to play what I had to say. I was going to play what the business owners had to say and then what I had to say. If you follow me on this channel.
The district deemed to be successful that the bid has been diligently doing its work.
So sick of this motherfucker here. This straight up gentrifier Keith Pryor. To hell with him and anything he had to say. I had to check his ass yesterday. And it's this Asian chick. She's a property owner down here. And she feel like she don't want to be a part of the BID no more, the Business Improvement District no more, because it's not doing her business no good. And it was like 3 other business owners, including my godmother, or property owners, rather, that were not in favor of this shit. But then they had motherfuckers from out of the state call in. They had mugs I ain't never seen at any of these meetings, because they have monthly meetings and quarterly meetings and all that stuff. I've never seen these people before. And I've been attending these bid meetings since like 2019. And those people that was just coming out the woodwork I had never seen before at any of these board meetings, any of these meetings whatsoever. You had damn sellout bootlicking coons who sold out the community, and they want to come and talk about, oh, we need to renew the bid. Hell out of here, Albus Brooks. Former councilman for this district. To hell with you. To hell with the current councilman. Oh, a bunch of damn sellouts and tellers.
President of the Colorado CO Caucus and Vice President of Aurora CO International. I traveled with Colorado and Denver government officials to present Colorado business and attract international business investment. Here I am. I am 5 points. My 5 points of business improvement district assessment tax from 2024 to 2025 was total 19,289. This amount is in additional to my Denver property tax. I have paid a BID assessment fee for the last 10 years with no benefit.
Yeah,
this additional BID assessment tax is a financial burden and a serious hardship for me to stay in business.
And I was having a whole conversation.
Our block consists of parking lots, rental cars, industrial and service businesses. We are geographically far away from the heart of 5 Points, and we are excluded from all 5 Points cultural activities and no benefit for our business and properties. Our 20th and Walton Street block business and property owners are here.
Yeah.
And we are here respectfully and formally request an amendment to withdraw from FBI. Attached is our letter to City Council members to formally withdraw from FBI. Thank you for your concern to this matter. Thank you. Thank you. Next up, we have Renee Cousins-King.
Yeah. Renee Cousins owns the Cousins building down here on 5 Point. Several other buildings.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Renee Cousins-King, and I own several properties along Welton Street in the 5 Points Business Improvement District. My purpose in speaking to you today is to advise you that the 5 Points BID is not benefiting most property owners. Further, it has hurt many small business owners in this historical and cultural Welton Street corridor. I ask you not to renew the 5 Points BID as is. While I understand the dismantling and recreation of a BID is not politically practical, I ask that you consider the following 3 points. It is a financial burden with nominal return on investment for many of us paying taxes. Since its inception 10 years ago, I have, with my properties and tenants, paid over $100,000 into the BID with nominal benefit. A particular hardship occurs when there are festivals along Welton Street and local businesses are fenced off and unable to benefit financially. One of my tenants, Mr. Ivan Ochirkoff, who runs the Roxy Entertainment venue at 2549 Welton Street, says, we lose a weekend and sometimes two in the same summer month, and that costs us between $5,000 and $15,000 in revenue. BID doesn't pay rentals for closures to businesses they affect, makes lots of money from outside businesses and food vendors that are not based in our neighborhood, which helps their businesses and themselves. I don't see what real benefits our businesses get. The second point I wish to make is that electors are not allowed to vote on BID board members. While City Council and the mayor may have good intentions, it would be much more fair for those of us paying taxes to have a say in those who represent us. It's a closed-loop system and only BID board members get to recommend candidates. And so far, there have been no enforceable term limits on board tenure. Also, it's important, I think, to follow not only the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. This is just one aspect of lack of transparency. This meeting is held at 5:30 when most citizens can attend or tune in. Our meetings are held at 10 o'clock on Wednesday mornings in the middle of the month, and it's difficult for people to participate. So thank you for listening to my comments and concerns, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Senate President James Coleman virtually.
Oh, Coleman. He was at
He just texted that he's unable to join right now. Okay. Next up, we have John Hayden virtually.
Oh, God. To hell with you, John Hayden. I don't see no one there. Hold on. Okay.
John, you have to accept the promotion. You can't decline it. The only way that we can allow you to speak is you accept the promotion. So we'll ask you one more time. Our producer will provide the promotion to you on Zoom. I don't know how else to set up. Who keeps the 9? Who keeps the
Blaccs business property owners? The LPID management was paid $122,652 salary. That's 45% of the total business property owners paid to by Welton Street. Been there 50 years.
Yep. That's my godmother right there. Her and my godfather, they have owned the oldest barbershop on Welton Street over 50 years. I actually got my first haircut there at 3 years old. So they are legacy businesses. They've been down there for 50 years, 50 plus years. And they're not getting no benefit from this BID. But yet they want to keep this goddamn BID for what? This is beyond me. So I become the critic. They dubbed us the critics. Oh, you're the critics of the BID. Fuck the BID. The BID ain't doing nothing to help the black businesses along the corridor maintain operation. We've seen so many businesses close down in the last 10 years along the corridor that were black owned. They ain't have no answer for that. They just saying, oh, well, we got new businesses coming.
And with our councilman,
promoted me to panelist.
we haven't had any problem.
Okay, that's good. That's what she's talking about. She promoted me to panelist.
Recording in progress.
And like I said, I've been on the board for 10 years. It's time for a replacement.
Why do you think the video?
Is that it? Thank you so much. Next up, we have Devendra Williams.
Good evening. My name is Devendra Williams. I am a property owner and I live in District 9. I am also the property manager for Dr. Renee Cousins King. I am here to address the facts and data of the 5 Points Business Improvement District. In 2025, FBID assessment fees brought in $276,101.05 from Moulton Street 10 blocks business property owners. The FBID management was paid $122,652 salary. That's 45% of the total business property owners paying to the FBID assessment tax. These management positions are part-time jobs. This is not in our best interest of business property owners to be charged 45% of our dollars for one part-time manager and his assistant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Audra Williams.
I don't know who the hell this Audra Williams chick was.
Audra, if you accept the promotion.
I thought I
did. Okay, perfect. There you go.
I don't know who the hell this ball was. She just called up out of nowhere talking about she used to live with 5 Points and all this. I'm like, I ain't never seen this broad ever in my life. But they had pulled all the stuff to try to keep this renewal, but I'm just going to play what I had to say now. It's just starting to get asinine. I'm not going to put y'all through this bullshit. Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, the Action Committee for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the Northeast or North Park Hill Residents Council or Coalition, Frontline Black News, the Revolutionary Agenda, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and I am a candidate on the ballot for House District 8, the elections in November. And I reside at the roach and bedbug infested Legacy Loss in Darrell Watson's district of District 9, the fine District 9. I would say no. Do not renew this bid. Bids have historically not done communities of so-called color, as y'all love to say, any good. My experience with bids is not good. I have not seen any good come from the bids. All I've seen bids do is push out our unhoused neighbors. My term, I coined it back in 2016. I said they're unhoused, but they're still part of the community. This bid in particular goes out of their way to make sure that our unhoused neighbors are terrorized, disturbed every single night. They do not provide any security to the businesses along the corridor. As you just heard from business and property owners, the bid is not doing any good. So I don't see why you will renew this unless you just want to continue the gentrification, the ethnic cleansing, and the just rampant disrespect of a historically Black cultural district known as 5 Points. I have met with the head of the bid. He has tried to get me to persuade me to support the renewal of this bid. I don't see no reason to renew this bid. It's not doing anything to incubate Black-owned businesses along the corridor. It's not providing any security to the businesses along the corridor. It is allowing our murals and other historical artifacts to be vandalized and just utterly disrespected. It's not keeping Black-owned businesses along the corridor. Yes, I understand there's going to be a whole bunch of new Black-owned businesses that are opening up along the corridor, but that doesn't negate the facts. And there's nothing funny or hilarious about anything I'm saying. It doesn't negate the fact that this bid is doing them no good. So I would ask a no vote on renewing the 5 Points Business Improvement District is not benefiting the Black people, the foundational Black Americans who have called this area home for generations, or their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want.
So then they went ahead and renewed the goddamn bid. So then I'm gonna play what I said at the board meeting. Hold on, give me 1 second. It's the main page. Make sure y'all subscribe. So they were salty. They got the renewal, but they were still
so that people are, getting what they need. But
so they got a little attitude because that Asian chick was at the meeting and she was like asking questions like, what is this money being spent on? What are we spending all this money on? Because he just put like,
I don't want to,
a company, but he didn't say what the company did. So they were getting mad about that, but to hell with all that. Let me fast forward to what I had to say. It's a general public comment.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Proud critic here. Proud critic. My concern is there is a disconnect between the property owners and the business owners. The property owners feel that they have more stake than the business owners. It needs to be ironed out. That needs to be brought into consideration because, like, at the meeting, there were property owners that spoke adamantly that they were not getting what they need from this bid. Then you have business owners coming and talking about, well, my business has improved since this BID and all that. Who has say in what? Whose role is what? Who has voting power in what? What's going on with that amendment? They told you that you need to come up with some kind of amendment to iron out all this stuff. What's going on with that? Is that in process? I've been involved in this process since 2019. I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. I have the same concerns I had in 2019 that I have in 2026. So if we can iron that out and get that addressed, I would greatly appreciate it. But calling us critics and gaslighting us and telling us we don't know what we're talking about and, oh, you just focus on one line item. No, I was in the budget process. I attended those meetings. I addressed those concerns at the budget process. Y'all still went ahead and did what y'all did. So if somebody could please address that, figure out a way out how we can do that. And you're talking about solutions. A solution would be actually hearing from all the stakeholders, especially the property owners that have been legacy businesses for over 50 years, and hearing how they feel about it and what their thoughts on it. I serve as a surrogate for my godmother, Medelia Stagger, who was very upset with this whole process and this whole bid. And I attend these meetings every month to address her concerns because she's not always able to attend because she has strokes and all of that. So I am a surrogate for her. So whatever her concerns are, that's what I'm going to address here. And as a native of 5 Points of over 30 years, I've lived in this neighborhood off and on for over 30 years. I'm concerned about the process, the way that this is going. I don't see no benefit to the Black-owned businesses, despite some Black-owned businesses talking about they get some benefit. I don't see it, and the general public doesn't see it, and that needs to be addressed. The same thing with the property owners. The property owners don't see no benefit to having this bid. That's why they addressed their concerns at both the community meetings that we had. There was 2 community meetings. I attended one of them, which got pretty heated, and I ended up having to leave because it was very frustrating. Then the other meeting, I wasn't able to attend that because they had a whole nother meeting about the shooting that just took place in 5 Points. So I went to attend that instead. So, and I met with Norm personally. So I have done all of these things that you're suggesting, Keith. It's not getting anywhere. So we need to rethink that whole process. That's all I have, Norm. Thank you. And I was the last one to speak. She tried to say something stupid after that, but that was basically it. All right, y'all, I'm about to wrap this thing up. It's already 8 hours in. Appreciate y'all staying up late. Appreciate y'all staying with me. You know, I passed out for like an hour. So join us tomorrow for Grand Rising with Chewbacca and the Chase. Season 11, episode 39 of Grand Rising with Chewbacca and the Chase, in conjunction with the Frontline Black News. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. And I had a song to go out with. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations and delineations in Black empowerment. Chan Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city, still waiting on the soon to be arrested and deported city. Trump and Tom Homan quit playing and get these mugs for violating federal law, harboring fugitives, and all the like. So I'm going to go out with this track I just found recently called Foundational Black Americans Say Our Name, Build from Scratch. Appreciate y'all tapping in. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment. Delineations and separations of Black empowerment. Chan Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. Peace.
Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. Say our name. Say our name. Say our name. respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say I made. Say I made.